MD indeed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Charter Township of Van Buren Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. This time I'm calling the meeting to order. Can we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And with that, can we have a roll call, please?
Sherry Budd. Bernie Grant. Peter Creel is excused. Medina Atchison. Jackson Paul. Jeff Jar. Brian Cullen.
We also have in front of us, Commissioners, an agenda for this evening. Do I have any action concerning the agenda?
Through the chair, I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
We have a motion and support for approval of the agenda. Do we have any discussion concerning it? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting minutes. We don't have the minutes available for the meeting this evening, so we'll push that forward to our next meeting. Correspondence. Do we have any correspondence this evening, Director Akers?
Mr. Chairman, we do not have any correspondence to share. Thank you.
Okay. Then, general public comment at this time. Announcements before I go into the general. I apologize. City of Belleville and Sumter Township both have upcoming planning commission meetings tomorrow night at their respective locations for anyone that would like to attend. Then, general public comment. At this time, do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak to any item not on the agenda this evening? Please come forward to the podium, state your name.
Hi, my name is Kristen McCrae. I just thought we could all use a little child's life lesson. I'm the Lorax who speaks for the trees, which you seem to... sorry. Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
I am the Lorax who speaks for the trees, which you seem to be chopping as fast as you please. But I'm also in charge of the brown barbaloots who played in the shade in their barbaloot suits and lived happily ever after, eating truffula fruits. Now, thanks to your hacking my trees to the ground, there's not enough truffula fruit to go around, and my poor barbaloots are all getting the crummies because they have gas and no food in their tummies. They loved living here, but I can't let them stay. They'll have to find food, and I hope that they may. Good luck, boys, he cried, and he sent them away. I, the Onceler, felt sad as I watched them all go. But business is business, and business must grow, regardless of crummies and tummies, you know? I meant no harm. I most truly did not, but I had to grow bigger, so bigger I got. I biggered my factory, I biggered my roads, I biggered my wagons, I biggered the loads. Of the Sneeds I shipped out, I was shipping them forth to the south, to the east, to the west, to the north. I went right on biggering, selling worth needs, and I biggered my money, which everyone needs. Then again he came back, I was fixing some pipes, when that old nuisance Lorax came back with more gripes. I am the Lorax, he coughed and he whiffed, he sneezed and he snuffled, he snargled, he sniffed. Onceler, he cried, you crupulous croak, Onceler, you're making such smugulous smoke. My poor swami swans, why, they can't sing a note. No one can sing who has smog in their throat. And so, said the Lorax, please pardon my cough. I cannot live here. I'm sending them off. Where will they go? I don't hopefully know. They may have to fly for a month or a year to escape from the smog you've smogged up around here.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ashley Shukite. Since we moved general comment, I'm just going to say a few things. I think it's important to note 2020 that the Detroit Regional Data Center study was done.
If this is concerning data studies, this is for general comments only.
Comment, I'm not done. Thank you. You're already being rude. Please just listen to
No.
me. This is general. So our township process, right, is to make sure that we understand where we come from as a township. What is going on? So a general planning means that from the start to the finish of a project, we understand the scope. Most of us were not familiar until 2024, where Panattoni showed up in our township. I am not done. Thank you. You are starting it off already on a rough start. Thank you.
No, I've
And
asked,
so
this is
I ask
concerning,
you,
this sounds
It
like.
is general. Please, you're
it
wasting my
concerning-
time. I
Is it
hope everybody
concerning
sees this.
Panettone? Then it
It's
goes
concerning
into
your
another one.
behavior, and it looks like you're about to
Excuse
stroke out
me.
already, not even letting me speak. You're
I've-
not letting me speak. I have a right to speak.
We have a place.
10 seconds in. 10 seconds in, sir. 10 seconds in, and you are already on edge, and I have not even
Not
spoke.
on edge. I ask that this be something that doesn't concern an item on the agenda.
Doesn't.
This does.
This concerns your job, sir.
The minute you mention Panettone, it concerns that item on the agenda.
Developer, can I please speak? You've wasted my time. The important piece
This-
of this is
excuse me.
about the planning commission and how they have not involved the public as well as the township since 2020 with the data center study. And I think it's important to note that our community deserves to be heard. And this is why nobody shows up at your damn meetings, because you can't let somebody speak. So please stop your misogynistic voice and let me speak, okay? Now, looking for my general comment is please check out our link tree at StopDC48111 so everybody can see all the FOIA documents. Thank you.
Also have a general comment. My name is Monique Kurkowski. I'm from Van Buren for the moment. I am not sure where Panettone ends up on this agenda, sir. It is for the switching station ITC and DTE. Unless we're merging the agenda again, I think Ms. Ashley was actually addressing something that was not on the agenda. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Brabs. I'm from York Township. Some of you will remember me. Just in the adjacent township, I've been really focused on the Saline Township fight still against that data center. I just want to mention Wendy in the back. Wendy Wave with the suit on has these for $20. If anyone would like to buy one. I came here to read, not my own words, but it does fit in this part of the agenda as public comment. So to quote Caitlin Luby, Center for Water Policy at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, School of Freshwater Sciences. She is discussing closed loop technology. Loudoun Water in Virginia Data Center Alley, not including hyperscales, by the way, mostly at least, found out the hard way that the data center developers that use closed loop do have high concentration of minerals and toxic chemicals, and they lied about it. So the water sewer municipal expert that she talked to, and she references in this expert panel that was put on in Minnesota, they accept wastewater from almost 200 data centers. And this is the data center capital in the United States, in fact, in the world. And he said, never trust. Why is the mic? Okay, there. Never trust what they say about this, because they found out the hard way that that's a myth. And now they require data center developers to first do a chemical analysis of their wastewater before their municipality agrees to process it through their water and wastewater treatment plants. So I know that's not your role here, but you should know that is a normal thing. It is an expert in Virginia, and it is an expert in Minnesota talking about this just in the last couple of months. Just as a reminder, transparency is not the thing that's most commonly known with this type of technology, data center. And so we're not enemies here. We are people concerned about future generations and our health and our people. Thank you.
Anyone else comment concerning an item not on the agenda? No. Moving ahead, we have a public hearing, case 25040, Battery Energy Storage System, BESS, special land request. A request by applicant Staghorn BESS LLC to install a 200 megawatt, 800 megawatt hour BESS with supporting infrastructure on a 22.27 acre proposal for development. The subject site is currently zoned M1 Light Industrial. The parcel is located north of Bemis Road, west of Brown and Rounds Drains, east of Rosenville Road and south of Martz. At this time, we're going to open the public hearing if I have a motion.
Make a motion to open the public hearing.
Support that motion to open.
We have a motion and support to open the public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor? Signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Public hearing is open. Do we have anybody with comments concerning the BESS system?
My name is Roberta Baldwin. I live on Alden Road and have lived here for 60 years of my life. Sorry. My name is Roberta Baldwin. I live on Alden Road and I've lived here for 60 years of my life. Explain to us who are not engineers what this BESS system is going to do to our land and our property in this area. I know it's electronic, I know it's batteries, but I'm not a rocket scientist. And I think that all of us here, probably including even some on the board, need to know exactly what it's going to do to our health, to our electricity. I know our electricity prices are going to go up. They've already gone up. And I can't even imagine everything that this is going to do. I know it supports the data center, or I think it does anyway, but I think it needs to stop. We need to take a moratorium, stop, put it on hold. Let's really think everything out all the way through before we say, okay, we're going to do this. We need to really think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Penny Hedman. My dad was township treasurer back in the day. It saddens me to see that you want to turn this beautiful neighborhood into a damn ghost town for your data center, sir. Now I understand with the BESS project why all the trees just got cut down in my neighborhood. You just explained that. Thank you.
People who are not familiar with generation in Detroit. Yeah, no problem. For people who are not informed on what generation takes.
Would you introduce yourself for us, please?
Cassandra Parando. The Monroe Power Plant is approximately 3 gigawatts. This data center.
Excuse me, this is concerning the BESS system down on Bemis Road.
Right, you have to
not the
store the
data center.
generation. That's what batteries are for.
This is a separate.
This is about the batteries.
No. Excuse me. Yes.
How these
No,
things are
wait a minute, please. Understand, these are two separate items. The BESS system has
Are
nothing.
not.
They are.
They are not. You have to generate power to store it. We are talking about battery storage. Do you not understand how this works?
Could we have some explanation, Director Akers? Is there a difference between the BESS system and what's going on at Panatone?
So they are two separate proposals. When RWE does come up to give their presentation, they will explain that they're not affiliated with the Project Cannoli Data Center project, but they are not affiliated.
Do I allow these comments even though they're not concerning our BESS system on?
I guess if it's generally related to BESS or the BESS systems, you can continue to allow the
Okay.
comments.
So I would like my time to be returned to me because I was correct. So this battery storage system is going to store the generation needed in order to power our new demand for power. That's what it's for. Just so you guys know, these systems do leak, and they have leaked before into the groundwater for a very long time before anyone noticed. So that will happen here, almost guaranteed at some point. Maybe you guys won't be around for that. I don't know. Secondly, I'd like to say when I moved here, my wife and I wanted to start a business out of our home, and we sat in email purgatory with Van Buren Township for months. We couldn't get approved to run a Pilates studio out of our own home without making endless promises that we wouldn't do any construction or change anything in our own home. Yet somehow, here at Belleville Lake, we are going to put in a 200 megawatt battery system so that the very rich among us can get richer while the rest of us are poisoned. So thank you to all of you for making that happen.
Hi, my name is Courtney. I am an Ypsi Township resident and I live 2 miles from the proposed BEST site. I attended a meeting here last month and was absolutely appalled at the way many of you have dishonored your responsibility to respect and represent your constituents. In complete disregard for any concerns of opposition, some of you can't even understand the simple scientific method standards that we all learned in grade school before approving projects you claim to know so little about or everything about, depending on when it suits you. You're trusting the studies and ordinance suggestions of the very companies aiming to destroy our community for their automation agendas. Your decisions to sell out the land of the people and the wildlife to these predatory, unsecure, catastrophically damaging companies shows your clear intent to invoke classism, racism, and entitlement to destroy any ecosystem or neighborhood in any community you so please. Ironically, using the same DEI handbook that was taken from the very Americans you seek to control. That handbook now applies to AI and energy companies who are using legal language and deep pockets to run over our entire country with effects that constitute for domestic terrorism. Not only are you trying to tuck this project in the furthest corner of the county, impacting 3 other townships and 2 other communities, you are also asking another county for the wastewater treatment, which you did not tell them what the project was for, by the way. You have also publicly admitted that the applicant was heavily involved in controlling the ordinances. They hired some kid in a suit from California to decide what happens to my home and community. The obvious environmental hazards, targeted pollution of noise, and dismissal of concern for surrounding communities, and the proven downright insulting treatment of your own community members, I highly encourage any commissioners with a spine left and my amazing determined neighbors to take action to condemn the terrorism of this project and any related projects. I also encourage my Van Buren neighbors to take action to seek removal of any representatives or decision makers who continue to support them over us. The location of the proposed BEST site raises dozens of concerns such as fire, potential evacuation radius, and emergency occurs, the obligation for emergency funding to departments in multiple municipalities, the proximity to the Brown and Rounds drain leading back to the Huron River in an upwind direction, the residents that live 3,000 feet from the proposed site, the construction traffic on a road with already terrible conditions that on the county line that none of you plan to fix, the short lifespan of BEST equipment, proximity to 3 airports, one being directly across the street, the property values of surrounding neighbors, including DeBuck's Family Farm, one of the county's greatest tourist attractions, the gas station, the train tracks, Fox Auto Parts, and last but not least, my home that I love so much on Martz Road, less than 2 miles from this terrifying proposal. Please say no and protect our community from this dangerous, selfish project, because our livelihoods and our pure Michigan are more valuable than the empty promises of artificial unintelligence and its deadly supporting infrastructure. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Wendy Albers, and I'm just south of y'all here from Augusta Township. If you're not aware of the Moss Landing battery fire situation that happened in California, I strongly suggest you do a lot of research about that. If a fire starts in that facility, there is no way to put it out. You have to let it burn. Firefighters do not have the resources or equipment to put this stuff out. It's highly toxic. People from miles away from that California facility were dealing with ash coming down, all kinds of health issues the moment that fire started. I really appreciate if you would take a minute, table this, think about it, but as you're listening to their proposal as well tonight, if that's what is happening, learn and understand what the spacing is between these batteries in the facility, because it needs to be a certain distance to help prevent those fires. And I echo what Courtney said. you know, you're in a tough spot. I get it, but you do work for the people, and the people have the power to recall you. I'm doing that in Augusta Township for the very reason that's happening here, happened there. They're not listening to the people. If you guys want shirts, I have to leave soon for my own recall meeting. I've got them, but see Sarah Brabs if you'd like a shirt. That also helps fund my efforts to recall my entire board in the township. Thank you very much.
My name is Courtney, and I echo the sentiments of everybody, that has spoken already. And I'm asking you to take pause on this best situation, and because of the following reasons. On April 10th, the Van Buren Township firefighters, Local 5550, posted on their Facebook page that their current staffing levels have remained largely unchanged since at least 2006, when the department handled approximately 1,000 calls for service annually. Today, the number has increased to over 3,500 calls per year, yet staffing has not kept pace. As a result, there are times when the fire department is unable to respond promptly or at all due to multiple simultaneous emergencies. This directly impacts the level of service and response to that our community deserves. Over the past several months, during ongoing negotiations, they also state that they made multiple attempts to address staffing concerns supported by data and operational realities, and unfortunately, the township declined to engage in those conversations. Also, I would like for you to take into account, and I know that you guys have spoken to Great Lakes Water Authority because I've seen the FOIAs, I've seen the requests for information from Panattoni, and in the process of upgrading, a lot of our water infrastructure is at end of life throughout the state of Michigan. There was a water main break in Auburn Hills the other day. I'm sure everybody saw it on the news. And a lot of that has to do with end of life infrastructure. And it's all in the process of being repaired at this time. However, according to Great Lakes Water Authority's own reports, these projects will not be completed before 2030, and some of them go well into 2030. And that includes pump stations that service our Van Buren Township, as well as the intake at the Belle Isle intake that gives us all of our water here, our drinking water. All of that is at end of life. And so I'm just I don't think it's a good idea to add in a BESS system that can, have these fires that are not your average fire. And, we have end of life water infrastructure. So I would like for you to take that into account as you make your decisions today. And also that also relates to the data center as well. End of life water structure and placing high demand on our infrastructure is not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say you should all give yourself a round of applause for this turnout. I rarely see this anywhere. Seriously, this is impressive. Seriously. But good evening to the board, people of Van Buren Township and beyond. My name is Kurt Smith, and I'm a citizen of Berlin Township, as well as a representative of all those against data centers and industrialization from Berlin Township. I come before you all not only to voice my strong opposition to the BESS and data center proposals here, but to stand in solidarity with the citizens who have been coming here to voice their concerns against the invasion by big tech upon our state, because quite frankly, that's exactly what it feels like. And I can't help but wonder what thought, if any, is being given to your wildlife, let alone your people. And from my understanding, the BESS will be on the corner of the township, affecting not only yours, but the adjacent townships as well. Talk about a bad neighbor, sheesh. I heard a gentleman on a video here, I believe, named Caleb. He asked if the township or the fire department would be on the hook for this if it caught fire and leaking chemicals and who knows what else into the surrounding areas, specifically into the groundwater as well, which I've come to learn here recently about karsts and our aquifers a little bit better. And I'm just to go into a little bit of detail on their extensive networks of caves, and they all connect to each other in subterranean networks. And we still don't really fully understand what they are yet, and like the implications that they have on each other. And it stands to reason that what you do here will, as I said before, impact not only your own community, but the neighboring communities as well. And our wildlife can't just go get bottled water once the natural creeks, streams, or other supplies are poisoned or developed into data centers or anything, quite frankly. And aren't some of the lands here wetlands also? And I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a resident, and I won't pretend to be well-versed in everything with the site, but it is clear that the wildlife and the environment aren't getting a fair shake in this, let alone the people of your community. And please listen to them and work with them, not against them. And I realize that the state is trying to take some of your power with PA 233 and other bills and acts, but please do whatever you can to protect your people and your wildlife, because these data centers aren't what they are promising. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a great rest of your evening.
Hi, my name is Jen Smith. I own Preservation Hound Realty, that is an adaptive reuse specialty real estate company. I deal all the time with environmentals and zoning. Oh, sorry, I'm too tall, probably. My name is Jen Smith. I own Preservation Hound Realty, which is an adaptive reuse specialty commercial real estate company. I deal with environmentals and development and zoning and researching things all the time. I've spent the majority of my day not working for my clients, but working to try to understand who owns this piece of land and who is truly behind it rather than just a random LLC. I've called numerous colleagues to try to figure this out. I found out that to the best of their knowledge, the northernmost part of the swath of 66 acres was optioned out to basically a solar farm, to the best of their knowledge. This is obviously not a solar farm, but that's what they were told. I found it hard on the agenda to figure out exactly which parcel this was, given that there wasn't an address. And overall, I cannot figure out how this serves the better quality of life for the citizens. I am a citizen of Van Buren Township. My dad was battalion chief of the fire department. I have seen tons of political chaos and been victim to it over decades. So what I am suggesting is, A, could we please put a pause on this vote? Or more so beneficial to all, can you please say no? Because none of this makes sense. Why voting for something that has nothing to do with the quality of life? It doesn't bring in jobs, to my knowledge, not more than maybe a handful. It doesn't positively impact the quality of life of anyone in any way, shape, or form. So please just vote no on this. Thank you.
I'm short, I know. Hi, I'm Linda Stakely, and I live not too far from here. You can't hear me? Okay.
You got to really lean into the mic.
Oh, okay, if I get close. Wait for it to quit, or?
No, you're fine.
I've been studying the fires for over 44 hours to find out how many there are worldwide, and there are a lot. And every single one of them started within the batteries, the lithium-ion batteries. No confusion there. And what are we getting? Those batteries. Jesse Roman, on February 11th, 2026, quoted Dan Grishhaber at the DLB Associations, a fire protection engineering firm, saying lithium batteries is the one big issue we need to figure out how to manage, and it is an issue that is still evolving. This is near my cousin, so I know about this. In Arizona, Michael Brune is a fire marshal of Goodyear at Arizona near Phoenix. Happened at Microsoft Data Campus. They had a runaway and caused a small explosion of their lithium ion batteries. It took 3 fire departments 3 days to put the darn thing out. Now, do we have 3 fire departments that can work and be here for 3 solid days, 24 hours? And how it did it was that at the Microsoft South Data Campus, it ran away because of a very small explosion, and it reached the battery room because they couldn't get the fire put out quick enough, because they had to navigate hoses through a high voltage electrical room with 1,000 amp disconnectors. On top of that, the water pollution in the grounds contained methane, bulks, and more. You can't use that water. The noise pollution on top of it and other data center complaints add hydrogen fluoride, cobalt, magnesium, nickel, copper, and other metals that seep into the ground from these data centers. Thank you.
My name is Marla Stiltner, and I want to know how many of you live near Bemis or on Rawsonville Road? Because that's where you're proposing it. If there is a fire, my house gets it. There's nobody, the fire department and the police department are 24/7 on Bemis Road. They don't, it's always going on. If they're always rescuing people, how are they going to rescue us when there's a fire that they can't even put out? I live on Bemis. It's going to affect me, not just in the fire, but in the noise. Now, I live close enough to here, and my daughter lives right behind the railroad. We already hear that constant. Are you asking us to all put up, if you're not living on that, why would you ask somebody to do something that you're not even there to do, to put up with the noise? We have to put up with the noise. That's unfair to ask of us. You've asked a lot of us, but it's just wrong to put up that noise. We moved out here for a reason. We wanted to be in a rural area. We wanted to have the quiet. We're not living in a city. We don't need city noise. We have enough problems with all the city people moving out and with all the problems with the crime rate. It's went up 100-fold over since I've moved here. I have never seen so much crime and problems, and I live on Bemis, like I said, 24/7. Those fire department and police are going. One way or the other, they're hitting us. We live with that noise. We don't want this to be on the noise level 2. I now know how the Indians felt when they brought in the train system, when they were not used to all that noise. Well, if you're not living there, don't ask, because if you're not willing to move there and put up with that, you have no right to ask it of any one of us.
Carly Parker, and I am a citizen of Wayne County, specifically Taylor, but my grandma on my mom's side lives on Bemis, and my grandma on my dad's side lives on Rawsonville. I'm here tonight because I want to protect them from the pollution and the noise that this is going to cause. I really want to just echo everything that everyone else has said up here. It's going to be all around not a good thing for the citizens. And I think if you guys take your job seriously and want to remain in your positions, you should listen to what we have to say. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? My name is Clara Ganun. I am a resident of Milan, Michigan, and I've been traveling all over as much as I can to go to these meetings because it's really important, even though I also work a full-time job and have other life things going on. But I woke up this morning and I was outside and I was listening to the birds and all the animals, and I felt really, really grateful for that, and then also really sad because the people in Saline who live near the data center won't hear that pretty soon. And if you guys put a data center here, those residents near that data center, they won't hear those beautiful birds and critters in the morning. And that makes me really sad. I also just wanted to point out that I know the board brought up last time that it's strange that they're doing like 2 separate proposals. And I just want to point out that that is actually like a tactic to help like suppress our voices and like confuse people. And I also wanted to remind people that eminent domain is happening. Your house can be snatched up by these people. And I want you guys to like please continue to like ask questions of these developers and get things on record and get things written down because they will change their minds and be misleading. So make sure to get clear answers. I also wanted to point out of a couple stories about Google data centers. There's a story from the Dalles in Oregon where a Google data center fought a Google, along with city officials, fought a 13-month legal battle against the local newspaper, The Oregonian, to keep information about how much water its data centers used for cooling secret. So they're just not very honest people. And then there's also a story in Georgia that happened more recently where they drained 30 million gallons of water without being properly billed, and they were telling residents in the township to like conserve their water and like stop watering their grass and all that. Meanwhile, they were stealing water, like no one knew, and then they found out and they just like paid $148,000 bill, and like that was the end of it. So these people are dishonest and misleading, and please ask questions and use your judgment and do your own research. Thank you.
Hello, how are you guys? I just have a quick question for you. On the township website, there is the section
Could
for-
you introduce yourself for us, please?
Miss Heather. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. On the township website, for the development and zoning portion, I think it's like where we can see like the projects that are going on or the projects that are going to be coming. It like shows like the pin drops and you could zoom in on it to see what's going on. Can you guys tell me why that link has been retired? Like we can't click on that and see anything? Just something I wanted to bring to your attention. And I don't really have much to say like these guys do. They're very intelligent. They have done their due diligence. So I'm going to bring some scripture. Scripture indicates that men who do evil in darkness, I'm not saying this about you guys per se, that do evil in darkness prefer to hide their actions from the light to avoid exposing their sinful deeds. And this is the condemnation that light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. For everyone that doeth evil hates the light, lest his deeds should be reproved. Please, please. You can see all these people here, and they just want you guys to slow it down and just pump the brakes. Let us learn about this. Let us, you guys do your due diligence too, because I mean, these guys are bringing you the knowledge. They have done all of the digging. They have done it all basically for you. And I get that you guys have your lives too, and you probably, you work regular jobs, and then you guys are also doing this. And I'm glad that, you guys are serving us. So I just ask that you please just slow this down. These people are hurting, and it is stressing people out. I mean, you can just tell in their faces, like this is killing people. And this, I don't even live near where this is going to be, but I'm showing up because if it were near me, I would want them to show up for me.
and it's gonna affect me too. I'm not saying it's not. Please just hear them out and just slow it down. Let us learn everything about this and not just move forward so quickly, because I have this fear that if this thing goes up, there is going to be so much regret in our township. It's going to be destroyed. So please just slow this down. Thank you.
Any other
Hi, my name is Kristen. I'm from Sumter Township. I just wanted to give you a reminder that you're supposed to serve we, the people. We live in these towns. Your choices are impacting our daily lives. Nobody wants this, the substations, the battery storage, or the data center. You aren't listening to the people, so be aware recalls are coming. When the people leave and the AI bubble bursts, how are you going to get revenue when you no longer have residents living here to pay the taxes that you keep raising? And just a side note to everyone, support the Belleville Independent, which has recently switched to a local nonprofit. It will help hold our local government officials accountable.
Hello, everyone. My name's Norm DeBuck, and I'm going to say one thing. We live right next door to this best operation, okay? We've been farming there since 1980. Okay, we've got 500 acres along there. We run the whole border from, north to south, east of this operation. If they have, or let me say, no, when they have an accident there and there's contamination in the soil, goes into the water table. That water table heads toward Lake Erie. It goes right through our farm. It's going to contaminate our ponds that we used to irrigate our crops with, and it's going to have a devastating effect on our property. Super. And I mean, I'm talking about our corn maze operation. I'm talking about our sod farm operation. That's 500 acres in there that will be affected by this if there's a fire. Now, I would recommend that this board seek representation from the state fire marshal on what's going to happen if one of these things catches fire, and the contamination that's going to cause, the fallout from it. I mean, we're talking, epic contamination. And we are just, we're fit to be tied. We're not happy with it at all. So, I mean, there's a lot of comments made here about the dangers of the fire, that these things cannot be put out. They've got to let them burn out. While they're burning out, they're spreading contamination in the fumes in the air and contaminating the water. It's a nasty thing to think about. And I mean, that's my major concern. So.
And one more thing, because I'm Scott DeBuck, Norm's son. Just one concern that we have too is that we employ over 200 employees in the fall time, and then in the springtime we employ over 120. If something like this were to happen and they have to close down, you have to be sometimes gone for 5 days, 6 days, as this contamination has to be cleaned up. And if it happens during one of our festivals, it could be catastrophic for us as a farm who's been in Belleville since 1980, and our 200 plus employees who are mainly from Van Buren Township. Some are from Milan and Ypsilanti. So just keep that into consideration that this has happened. I have friends who are engineers at GM, and they go to China, and they go all over the world, and they have told me horrible stories about this. And they were like, if anything's going next to your farm, you definitely don't want a battery plant. It's one of the worst things that you can put pretty much anywhere. So just to go off of what Dad said. So.
Thank you.
So I want to acknowledge on the great reporting, because I don't think a
Yeah.
lot of.
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Ashley, the one you keep getting on, but nobody else. So I want to thank you again, because without the Belleville Independent, June of 2025, this wouldn't have came up. The commission also voted to send to the township board for a final action on zoning amendments to address BESS. This is the 4th time BESS has been before the commission for consideration. Recent changes include measuring the noise produced at the property line of the BESS and not at the homeowner's wall. Noise allowed dropped from 60 dpi to 55. Also, the commission can require an acoustic wall depending on the site. The containers, which are the size of train cars, must not be white, must be painted neutral color to blend in and its surroundings. They will not be stacked. Krishnan, she retired, coincidentally, said Sam Cusano of RWE, which plans a best site at the corner of Bemis and Rossville Roads in the township, helped planners with details for the ordinance. That is the third time from this planning department that I have seen developers helping write ordinances. I don't know the law, but I use a lot of lawyers, and that's not acceptable by Michigan law. So please look into this before having a company from Germany who has a lot of environmental rights activists against them and violations. I would actually look into that because that could be really alarming for you guys if a lawsuit, like, say, ever a national lawyer group ever came at you guys. So thanks.
I'm just gonna. My name is Casey Gomia. I'm a Van Buren Township citizen. I have a question. What is the number of townships supported and approved rain gardens that will offset the groundwater pollution caused by these basses? Because you all just learned about this recently, and I have a really strong feeling this is going to be like, the equivalent of like, use a paper straw, people, instead of causing all of this pollution. This is what you can do. Plant a rain garden. It's really annoying. That's all I mean, like, I'm just going to end this with a Paul Farmer quote, who is an anthropologist and physician. God gives us humans everything we need to flourish, but he's not the one who's supposed to divvy up the loot. You want to see where Christ crucified abides today? Go to where the poor are suffering and fighting back, and that's where he is.
Hi, I'm Sarah Brabs again from York Township. I meant to mention this last time, so I will just add, speaking of attorneys and lawsuits, nuisancemap.org is a crowdsourced built by an attorney. Ally for Michigan reporting of evidentiary will stand up in court for Michigan, points to all of Michigan law, teaches you exactly how to upload what matters and what offices to report what nuisances to, and that scares the shit out of these attorneys that are here tonight. So if you want to learn about that, Aaron Brockovich has that too, I will say. It doesn't point to the law. All laws in 50 states are different. It's really important to use nuisancemap.org, which is by a Michigan-based attorney, author, and researcher and ally. And I, along with my friend and our 2 dogs, are leaving this weekend or early next week, right there, and we're going on a data center nuisance and awareness raising road trip around Michigan to meet with affected communities, especially ones that need more attention and media attention, and to share about that and to connect and share about Palantir and all the stuff that comes with these state surveillance data center, federal contract, government of war, bullshit things that don't belong here. And that includes BESS. When it's right by here, it is going to relate to this, whether it's a 2-part like transitional thing to this. You have power in different ways that matters. You demonstrated that you know that last time. You demonstrated that you were listening by saying that you would require a bunch of different answers and an independent sound study on record. So hold to that and use the same sort of power, questions, and influence and stand up for this community right now, especially about an anonymous BESS situation. That's like low-hanging fruit to stand up to. Please do it.
Anyone else with comments concerning?
My name is Tracy Osborne, and I live at 10800 Hannon Road in Van Buren Township. And so I've said many things over the course of several weeks in this meeting, and I just want you to know, I know that there is an engineering firm in Wixom that is doing an assessment of the Lyon Township project, the sound assessment that Kimley Horn did. I spoke with this gentleman on the phone, And he said that he was going to be presenting that it was inadequate. I don't know if he's presented that yet. So I'm concerned again about the sound assessment that has been done by Kimley Horn. And he mentioned on the phone with me that he said, yeah, there's the sound software that they use, but they really need to know how to use it in order to put together a proper sound assessment. And my biggest concern is because my property line butts up to this, the largest noisemaker on that property, that just from the document and the contour of the sound just doesn't even make sense to me, you know, the way they've portrayed it in there. Especially seeing how the, I think the setback is like 40 feet, is that right? 40 feet, like they could build as close as 40 feet to my property line?
What? I'm sorry.
Does the applicant have a comment related to it?
Do you have a comment? What, the,
I'm just curious, like how close can they build to my property line? I'm like right on it. Okay, so that's like gonna have 216 chillers,
whoa,
216 dry coolers on top of that building.
This-
300 and how many PCS units?
PCUs.
PCUs, right? And that's all gonna be like right next to my property line, so I'm concerned about that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Osborne.
Osborne.
I think that Mr. Osborne lives next to
To
the
the
Panatoni
Tony
development.
This is
development
Bess.
that we're talking about.
Oh, you're talking about something else?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, this is not,
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
I'm so sorry. Yeah,
No.
yeah. I present it. I'm just kind of like passionate about this because I live so close to it.
We understand, yes.
I'm supposed to be talking right now. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. Well, then I will scoot right out. So I apologize.
But Mr. Osborne is welcome to come back,
Back.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
My name is Olivia Tatro. Can everyone hear me all right? Yep. I drove an hour from Detroit, which is a lot of gas money, but I thought it was worth coming here today. I've been an activist since I was 15 years old, and I just have to make the comment that it is absurd that anyone is considering voting in this project. And please remember that if you allow this to happen, you are voting against our survival and your survival. The fire might not hit your home yet when the place goes up in flames, but this will eventually affect you. And if you don't care about us and our feelings, at least care about yours. But I don't understand why this is even being proposed, and shame on you if you vote for this.
My name's Martin Willison. I'm a resident of Milan. Just want to point out a couple things that, you know, I would think would be common sense, but you never know anymore. This is uncharted territory. We don't know any long-term health risks yet because it hasn't been long-term. But of the areas that have these places already, they are reporting some very disturbing things already. So that's something else to look into. And then the forever chemicals that they're talking about in the water are called that because they're forever chemicals. They never go away. So the state, our water's really important to us. You know, just keep that in mind. So thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Evan Kane. I recently moved to Belleville in July of last year. I graduated from Georgia Tech as a mechanical engineer, and I currently work as an engineer specializing in both mechanical and battery systems integration. May I ask if anybody on this board is an engineer? No? Well, in all engineering programs, there's a required engineering ethics course. And as you may expect, this course teaches one thing and one thing only, and it's that there is no amount of money or profit that can outweigh the cost of a human life. The moment that you decide that you would rather profit or have other people profit over a human life is the moment that you yourself stop becoming human. The dangers of this battery station and data center, not only in the case of a fire, as a lot of other people have mentioned, but just the sheer pollutants that would be put into our water and put into our air, will, frankly, it will kill people. It will kill our entire environment. It'll kill all the animals and the plants around us. And that's the reason I moved to Belleville, is for the nature. So I ask you, please, to deeply consider the consequences of voting yes to this battery station and to this data center, and think about whether in 30, 40 years from now, when something inevitably goes wrong with it, would you be able to live with yourself and the actions that you've made by voting yes?
Hello, my name is Larry. I live in the Haggerty subdivision. Lived there for 2 years, had to wait a while to move out of my parents' house, save up a bunch of money, overpay for a house, pay a high interest rate, and to move into what I thought was a nice neighborhood, and then all this stuff going on. I'm not going to get into all the bad sides of projects. What I am going to say, though, is I just raised the question in my head, what would cause planning commissioners to blatantly act against the will of its people? And really, it only boils down to one thing. I believe that one way or another, you guys are compromised, whether that be bribery, blackmail, maybe somebody's threatening your family, some foreign agent, I don't know. It's only you guys know that. And I don't know. You're going to die one day, and you're going to have to explain this all to God. So, I don't know. Good luck.
Good evening. My name is CJ Marshall, and I live and I just came over here because I want to let you know that Channel 12, the sound on Channel 12 doesn't come across the TV, so I walked over here for the meeting, and it's good to see everybody again. And I won't accuse you of being bribed, and I understand you follow law, but some of these things that are happening here, it puts us on the map around the state and around the country as a dumping grounds. When people hear about Van Buren Township, they think about the dump over by Willow Run Airport. They think about the pollution that we've faced, and they think about the coming travesty of all these things that we're allowing to be developed here. Now, I know you got to follow the law, and you're going to do what's right. But we have other, when it comes to pollution, we have other areas that have to be looked at also. We have a pond over here that General Motors, they've had sediment in that pond for years, and they're afraid to do anything about it because if they stir up the pond, all that sediment in the pond is going to end up in Belleville Lake. So you have a lot of things to consider, including the hazardous waste dump down there. And now we have this data center and these battery questions. So I appreciate your consideration. I know you have to follow the law, and I know you're not being bribed, but seriously, I live in this community. I've been here for 38 years, and I know most of these people, and they're good people. They're trying to do a job. And it's difficult. You have to toe the line. If you continue in your good work, and you can consider things and follow the law, and at least have provisions in the building ordinances that we don't have these developments, we'll all be a better off community. In this case, it was too little too late with the data center. I don't even know what the building ordinance calls for, with a data center or a central office for a communication company. I don't know if we have all the things we need to prevent these things from happening. But I hope you'll look in the future, and whatever moratorium you can put on these things, it would be appreciated. And I want to tell you, I thank everybody that puts their time and effort into the building department and also in the ordinance department, and you folks. You know, it's a hard job, and I appreciate it. So do what you can to keep this township clean. Do what you can to provide us with a pollution-free environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comments?
name is Megan, and I have 2 family homes in the Haggerty subdivision. I will keep this very brief, very short, because we could go on and on about the various health effects, dangers to human life, to wildlife. There's often comments, I moved here because I don't want to live in Canton. Well, Canton won't allow this in their community. And the young lady who recently retired, she lives in Canton, and they won't allow that in their community. So maybe we need to look at that. Maybe that's a true premier community.
Hi, my name is Monique Kurkowski. I'm back up again. I live in Van Buren for now. And I just want to address, again, I keep bringing up this agenda, and I strongly believe it. Your agenda is very confused, and that sheer idea that you put such big projects on the same day is why you drew a crowd. BESS systems, PCUs that act and look like BESS systems, data centers, all of these things are why people are here today. So don't discount even Mr. Osborne, who talked about the BESS system, because Panatani, who's here, and I hope they don't get a chance to talk because they're not on the agenda, DTE is, don't dismiss the crowd and entertain them. Do not do that to us. However, and there are attorneys here too, and none of that should happen. So keep in mind, PCUs act and feel like, to every common person, a BESS system. BESS systems are evil, we all know it. The lithium batteries are dangerous. They do not belong in residential communities. The data center, Mr. Osborne, you're correct. These don't belong next to his property line. They don't belong next to any of our property lines. The zoning doesn't match. I came in my very first township hall meeting and said this, and I stand firm today, and you guys need to hear that. The zoning doesn't match. Don't let the attorney bully you and say it's use by right. Bull, it's not use by right. Scale matters. This is way beyond a scale of a residential neighborhood. And that's why you have people angry. These people are educated. They've spent time educating themselves. BESS, PCU, data centers, it's all bad. The fact that they're sitting in our seats while our township people are stuck standing is shameful. Why do you load the room like this? Guys, do your job, do it well. We're stuck with whatever decisions you make, and I hope if you vote yes on any of these items that everybody's talking about, all of them combined, because they go hand in hand. I hope you see our faces in the future. You'll remember us.
Hi, my name is Lana Herman. I recently moved here from Florida and picked this place because of the farmlands and quiet living. And this is my first meeting here. And I'm actually scared. Did I make a right decision buying here? And I cannot afford to buy anywhere else because I'm retired. But this is not about me. You know, I see this is one of my first meetings that I attend, and I see a lot of hostility here. We are losing civility. My question is, from everybody who came up here, there was not even one person who spoke in favor of this BSS. Why? So is there anybody to say there is a benefit to the community? Anyone benefit to the community to have it here? You guys, I know you are all against it. But, you know, the reason that we're losing civility in this room because people feel helpless. They don't want it, but they cannot do anything because it's all in your hands. But so far, nobody said even one thing. Why have it in our community? Isn't there enough land in Michigan to put it where far away from people, that people's lives will not be affected by either noise or leakage from these batteries, or water pollution, or potential fires, or hazardous smoke in the area? I mean, I don't hear anything in favor of this facility to be here. I'm not against progress. I'm not against renewable energy. but we are not sure yet how to store it safely for the communities. So we need to keep it away from people. I live kitty corner from the development. I don't live in Van Buren. I live in Augusta Woods. And that community, large community of mobile homes, we are kitty corner from this facility. So we are going to be affected. And I want to hear from you guys. Is there at least one benefit for the community in having it here, except maybe tax revenue for the city, but not for people? Yeah. Oh, okay, so anybody here on the board who can speak up?
We're looking at comments, not answering questions. Those will come about, I don't have the answers, those will come
Okay.
about at the time of a presentation from the developer.
Okay, the presentation, the first time I heard about this BSS battery energy storage, about the meeting, but there is nothing anywhere where you can learn more about this specific facility. I sent an email to the board. I received an
You're-
answer that point Lana Herman.
Your time is up, I'm sorry.
We got the email, by the way.
We did get the
We
email,
saw your
but
email.
We do as people living here to stop this project.
that's, I can't come to answer that at this time.
You to defend us, to protect us, to develop our community in the best way for people. And what I hear from you, no wonder people, there is so much hostility here. Speak to us as people.
We do. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Marla Stiltner, and again, I asked you, I know you're not here to answer questions, but unless you live on Bemis, unless you live right by Rawsonville Road where it attacks you, I ask you this. If you would not live under there, if you would not have it done to you, why would you do it to us? I am asking you, you are held by that, you are held by God by that. What we do to one another, we will be having to answer to. I live on Bemis. That noise, even if nothing else leaked, nothing, that noise alone would kill us. It's just far too much noise. And I don't mean it literally, but we would never get to sleep. I'm 71 years old. My husband is 75. We hear constantly the fire trucks and the police. There's got to be a limit to what we have to do. When we moved to a rural countryside, we don't want that noise. We want to have the birds. We want to have everything. When they paved our road, it became a racetrack. And I'm telling you, until last week when the police have been sitting on the road, it's been nothing but a racetrack. They do not abide by the thing. And then you can't even get down the road when the school is in session from Keystone. So we have to put up with a lot. How much more should all of Bemis people and all of Rawsonville people, which there is constant accidents on, how much more are they going to have to put up with? We're asking you
Your time,
to be the same, put yourselves in our place. That's what we're asking. And if
your
you can't
time,
do that,
thank
then
you.
Hi, my name's Mona Norton. I live in Haggerty Sub since the 70s. What these people have to understand is you people on this board, we only have two that have our back, and that's Jackson and Mr. Grant. And it's like, I want to see all of you lose your positions in this township because you have put us, the whole community, in a bad position. Not only with this battery plant, with the data center. And I know we're not allowed to mention the snake oil salesman for the data center. But it's like, the only way we can save ourselves at this point that I can see, and I'm 75 years old, we need to get rid of the whole lot of you. We need what people need to know is Mr. Grant, he has our backs. We need you to run for supervisor, number one. That's what we need. And Jackson, we need him to stay on the board. The rest of you, all of you, the whole bunch of you need to get lost because you have not did a damn thing to help us here in the subdivision in the last 20 years. You really haven't. You know, you surrounded us by dumps. And is that supposed to be, you know, like a good place to live? And now you want to do a data center and a battery center? You know, what are you just trying to kill us off? You really don't care. And that's what all of you have to understand. They don't care. They're listening to snake oil salesmen. And they're buying you out. End of story.
Howdy, my name's Erica. I'm from Sumter Township. Data centers want to use massive amounts of electricity, water, and tax breaks in order to operate. They sell themselves to communities under the promise of jobs and revenue for the community, yet on the same hand, want tax breaks and leniency on ordinance to build and operate. Some even sue to bypass local disapproval. If a company is willing to spend millions on legal fees, yet not willing to change the design to ensure they follow local and environmental safety standards, that alone speaks volumes. The constant noise levels are a common complaint, but also the vibrations that cannot be heard from our ears that affect us on a molecular level. People are reporting headaches, sleep loss, as well as cardiovascular and stress responses from low-frequency vibrations. In farms near data centers, some farmers are reporting 50% less egg production in chickens. Goats, cattle, and sheep are seeing a 30% loss in body weight and a decrease in milk supply. Lastly, data centers that use evaporative cooling are draining 3.5 million gallons per day. Sorry, for a large-scale operation. Is this water going to come from Belleville Lake and the Huron watershed? Are farmers' wells going to run dry so Google can get richer? Even for closed-loop systems, this water still needs to be flushed as it becomes contaminated with heavy metal toxins from the cooling chambers. Nobody wants BESS or data centers in their communities. We will keep speaking up and showing up for what we believe in. We will keep protecting the environment for our own health and for the good of future generations. If we don't do it, no one will.
Penny Hitman again. I just wanted you guys to remember a year and a half or so ago when they were going to bring in the hazardous waste from New York to put into our dump and poison our water yet again. And here you go. Shameful. I don't know how you people sleep at night.
Decorum is usually that when someone comes up for a second time, people are allowed twice to speak. It's 3 minutes for the first speaking and a minute and a half for the after. I don't have a magic button that can put a minute and a half on the board, but I needed to say it for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, sir.
Jeremy Haley, Ipsy Township. Have any of you been? Has anyone been driving down US 12 west of Saline lately to see the Saline Township data center going up? It's a nightmare. And all those jobs they talk about coming, those construction jobs are just temporary. Once it's built, they're gone. The economic development you want to see from this, it ain't going to happen. All right? And it's just been announced that Microsoft is having a 5 gigawatt liquid natural gas generator plant built specifically for a 5 gigawatt data center. They do not care about the people. It's all about the machines and the computers to keep it going. We're going to wind up like California, where we're going to have bans on electricity. You can't use it such time because all this is going to happen. Our electricity is going to be diverted to those. Other than that, people spoke about the infrasound frequencies coming from these data centers, which means they're lower than 20 hertz. You can't hear it, but you can feel it in your body. And they're going to be running natural gas generators to generate a lot of the power because our grid doesn't have the power needed. And where's all that exhaust going to go? It's going to flow over into the neighborhood right across the street from it when the wind blows. And all those people are going to be exposed to that noxious gas coming from those generators all the time. They're going to be running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because our grid does not have the power, and they know it. And that's why they're going after the natural gas for the lines and just telling you all they're going to use electricity when in reality they're going to use natural gas because we don't have the power. DTE knows that they can only supply 10.5 gigs, but this is one. The one in Saline is 1.4. You start adding all the uses together, we do not have the power to supply these beasts of machines. Thank you.
Use all my last time, but since he mentioned Saline Township, I'm Sarah Brabs and just want to say about 30 seconds worth of things. So I think I mentioned that I'm part of the group still fighting the Saline Township one. So I drive by it regularly and it is a nightmare. You should go look at it. But you also might want to know lots of union people have approached us and people we know, and either because they have to work, but they are really not okay with this and voting against their unions, often in secret, and or they are privileged enough to not have to take that work, and they are telling us about that. So, and that includes DTE people. I mean, that's because all of us are actually affected by this, and yeah, thank you.
I think there's been a misconception. A lot of people in this room here don't live in this community, but this is not our board of. This is a planning commission. This is not a board of trustees. These people were asked to serve on this board. They weren't voted onto this board, so you're not going to recall them. They do the best job they can with the information that they have. Now, the data center caught them blind because they had no understanding of what data centers were, like everybody else in the state. Now, they're trying to do the best they can. They put a moratorium, as I understand, on any further data centers. The problem was with, I don't want to say the township board, but it wasn't these people. These people are planners. What they need to hear from us is ways to prevent these things from coming into our community. They need some ideas, they need some legal advice, and they need us not to throw darts at them. They're trying to do the best they can. They're trying to clean up a mess that was brought to them, and they're trying to toe the line legally where they won't get sued, where the township won't get sued, and us taxpayers won't have to pay for the lawsuit. So instead of saying recall these people, put your suggestions in written form, give them to the planning department, and let them work with it. But we're not here, we shouldn't be throwing stones at these volunteers who are trying to do the best for the community. We have a lot of problems to face. We've had a lot of problems to face in the past, and the only way we're gonna get anything done is, the only thing we're gonna get done is make some
Marshall,
suggestions.
time is up.
Fix that so I can stay home.
Thank you, but time is up.
Get that fixed so I can stay home and listen.
We appreciate you being here.
Set the clock. Thank you. Okay, so I talk about inequities a lot within our township. I talk about racial inequities. I talk about, low income, all the things that people don't want to hear. But what I just experienced was I didn't know there was an overflow room. That overflow room is full of people that live here. There is people watching on YouTube that don't have access to be able to comment, and yet all our community members are in there when we have people from all over driving Beamers, driving nice cars that don't live here. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about inequities, voice silencing, and not actually listening. I wanted to work with y'all. I wanted y'all to hear me out. I have been, ever since I moved into this township, try to get y'all to listen. I can't tell you how many people I talk to daily at my food pantry. And you continue to silence us, and this is a perfect example.
How are we silencing?
Monique Kirkowski, and in all due respect to what that gentleman said, I'm not here to throw daggers at the Planning Commission. However, this township has been aware of hyperscale data centers since 2020. The FOIA made that very clear, and there's many people on this Planning Commission that do plan on voting for this regardless of what you think. And I am so blurring PCUs because they are best in a different title, but they are. And then and also the best systems and the data centers. I'm blurring them all because you guys are too, and it's confusing. But that being said, as soon as many people on this board, because you've already told us what you're gonna do, you're gonna vote yes for these things. And when you do, it goes to the Planning Commission. And when you do, the board has already told us they are gonna vote yes. So your preliminary vote tonight of a yes, smooth this all the way over to having it done. We already have a meeting on the 19th to talk about tax reductions for the data centers. What does the best get? I'm sure they get reductions too. Guys, your vote does matter. And sir, respectfully, they have known since 2020. Get the FOIA and pay attention to that, because it points out that Ron Akers is really involved in every single one of those. And I know he's not a voting member, but him and Kevin and all of them have known about this data center hyperscale since 2020. And if not by then, for sure by the early part of 2024. They were already changing ordinances to allow for higher buildings. That'll happen with BESS. Thankfully, this Planning Commission had our back on BESS and did an ordinance that was stronger than the average for sound. I hope they apply that to all things that look and walk like a duck, because a PCU is that BESS. Have a great day.
Hello again, Jen Smith. Can you hear me this time? No? I don't know how. Okay. Jen Smith, Preservation Hound Realty, been here, already said that. There's one thing that hasn't been talked about, and it's been touched on a little bit by the DeBucks. It's been touched on a little bit by a couple of people, but from a real estate standpoint, it really has not been driven home that people are not going to want to live here. Like, what are we doing? They're not going to be able to sell. The values of properties are going to go down. Last fall, I was here at the open house. I talked to the police chief. I talked to the fire chief, saying, do you guys understand what this will actually do? And the sentiment that I got, I have no animosity against either, but the sentiment that I got was, there will always be someone to purchase. That's not how this works. I played ball in front of the dump. I was here in, I believe it was 1991, when the dump released gases, and kids in Quirk Sub literally got asthma from that. There's not much that you can say to me that I don't already know and haven't experienced. And so therefore, coming back to real estate prices, Haggerty Sub is done. This area, I just drove it around Bemis and Rawsonville. Yes, it is more sparse, but still, we have people growing food. Like, how are we not focused on this? Thank you.
Hi, Cassandra Parando again. I just wanted to briefly mention the BES system, and later on the agenda is ITC corridor, which is not what I'm commenting on, but I will say that those things go hand in hand. And when they plan these ITC stations, these transmission stations, they need ITC corridors, those major power cables that you see running across the earth. They absolutely will use eminent domain to make sure that those corridors can be built. So you can have your house taken because of this project in a tertiary way, but it could still happen. I also want to point out that this is not happening in Bluefield Hills or Rochester Hills. They think we're poor and stupid. That's why they're here. The last thing I want to say is, for those of us that have lived here for generations, that's not me, but you might have value in your land. It might be the only wealth that you have in your family line. And that is going to go away when this turns into an even bigger dump than it already is. No one's going to want to live here. You're not going to be able to sell your home. And if you do, whatever price you're going to get, you're not going to be able to afford something somewhere else. So they are taking from us. And it's not just us, it's our children. This is a threat to our children, and we should treat it as such. Our children are being threatened.
Hi there. Hello, I'm Andy Winnie. I'm a lifetime resident here. That's my old coach up there. Brian, nice to see you. I
Same
just
here,
wanted
Andy.
to take a moment and say thank you for serving on the Planning Commission and doing what you do, because what you guys recommend to the board is very important. And I want to go back to 1970 when the board, the Planning Commission, talked about some property across my house, the Harbor Club Golf Course that was built on high density. And now we're finding out they're not finding the records of that. And there's an open space agreement in the reason that they got to build that. So what you plan now affects in the future. So it's really important to know that the decisions that you make really are important to the community. And you have to stand behind those decisions. And then make sure you keep the records of what happened. Because I've been here my whole life, and right now we cannot find the records of what happened across the street from my house with the golf course. That was definitely planned to have green space, open green space for our community. And we don't know where the records are. Really. We have to protect our community long term, not short term. We'll talk more later. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Is this on? Okay. Hi, my name is Taya, and I want to start with a quote from Martin Luther King. One has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. I understand that you guys feel like your hands are tied. You've seen the lawsuit in South Lyon, and you feel like you don't have a choice because you're not legally allowed to zone things out by use. But this is a national discussion. Nobody wants this. The world is trying to stand up against this for a reason. If you made the choice to follow what I think you guys know is right, people will get behind you. People will support this town. I say that as someone with a platform that reaches 15 million people. If you did the right thing here, I would do everything in my power to ensure that any lawsuits that come your way, we find funding from people, because the world is desperate to see someone do the right thing. For once. Big tech does not have to bully our communities like this. We can't just allow that to continue to happen. It's never going to stop. I know you don't want to do this. So take the risk, take the fight, and do what democracy is supposed to do. Stand up to the people who are trying to take advantage of your community. Please. Thank you.
Jeremy Haley. Like I said, I come from Ipsy Township, and right now we're dealing with the U of M Los Alamos Data Center. And the township put in a moratorium on the data center for a year. So if, that board actually did that. But I would look into doing something like that. I'd table the issue and put in a resolution for a moratorium for at least a year until you guys can figure this out and see what's actually really going on. Because that's what would be my suggestion. Because that's what, and right now, voting season is coming up. And the reason why I mentioned this, two of those U of M regents are on the ballot for pushing the data center in Ipsy Township. I'm asking you look at who you really vote for and not vote for the ones they're pushing for. And you just table the issue and put in a moratorium, and that should work for you, at least temporarily for now. And not put in a temporary moratorium so it's not a full one, so they can say it's a full thing, so they can turn around and sue you for it. Thank you.
Anybody else care to make a comment? Anybody else care to make a comment?
Name is Sunny. I live in Wayne County. I'm a trans person. Trans people or not, my advice to you all is to be a man and protect your community.
Anyone else care to make a comment?
Hello, my name is Joseph Mitchell Breakstone. I'm a resident of Van Buren Township, and I just wanted to bring up another health concern that I had having to do with the production of this thing. Are any of you familiar with infrasound? You're familiar with infrasound? Can I ask you what you know about infrasound? Because this is something you should definitely know before you vote on this. It's a serious health risk.
This is a comment time. If you would like to enlighten us, that's fine.
Okay.
But you have 3 minutes on.
I'm going to tell you a
comment.
little bit about infrasound that I know. Infrasound is any sound that you hear that you wouldn't hear that comes in below 20 hertz. It can get real loud and you still can't hear it, but it does have some significant health effects on people who have to live around it. Data centers produce a great deal of this, and it has some serious detrimental health effects, and I'm just going to list some. It can cause spikes in cortisol. It can cause impaired balance, nausea, hearing loss, shortness of breath, depression, anxiety, impaired blood circulation, vibroacoustic disease, which causes thickening of the blood vessels and reduces blood flow to the brain. This is pretty serious. And this effect can travel for miles anywhere around this data center. So there are people who can't work or live around them. They can't maintain their balance. Some people can't get out of bed. Their animals suffer. Anybody who has livestock anywhere around this is gonna be negatively affected. It ruins people's lives. If you build this, it's gonna make people sick. People will get sick just by the vibrations. We've talked about a lot of other environmental impacts. I just want to point this out. This is really low vibration sounds that you can't soundproof. You can't get away from them. They're just going to affect everybody who lives around here, and it's going to make people sick. It's going to lower your quality of life. If you know anybody who's going to be in the area who has balance issues, my mother has balance issues, it's going to affect her. Everybody who you know is going to have some serious effects. Anybody who has any kind of mental health concerns having to do with anxiety or depression, which is everywhere these days, it's gonna affect everybody. People are gonna get sick. People are gonna die. It's gonna make the community sick if you build this. Please don't make us sick. Thank you.
Hello, this is Carly Parker again. I just wanted to piggyback off of what he stated. I have had many of those health issues since I was 20. I'm now 30, and I have not been able to hold a full-time job in 5 years because of these side effects. If more people have health issues like this because of this system, we won't have an economy here. No one will have jobs. No one will be capable of working. So I just want you to really consider those health effects.
Any other comments?
I just have a quick statement. I just read, I think it was like 2 days ago, even the people building these data centers recommend not building them this close to residency. that we are way too close, that even the data centers have, I mean, it's been public knowledge of it. So I don't understand why everybody here is so hot to trot to approve this. I really don't. And you don't understand. We have 700 homes that this is going to, affect. If they have a battery thing, we have to evacuate, maybe for up to 2 weeks. Is the township going to pay for all these people that can't afford that? What's going to happen to everybody? Honestly. And we're jumping, we're putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, however it goes. Because it was like back in the day when they did computers, everything was huge. Now it's real small. You're doing this too quick with the data centers. They have to be downsized. They have to become people-friendly. We have to learn to live with each other. But right now, it is not a fact that it is a livable situation for human beings. End of story.
Hi, my name's Courtney again. I just want to give a quick rundown on the sound again, since you don't seem to be concerned or educated in that at all. For Augusta Woods residents, DeBuck's Farm, anybody that lives on Martz Road, Bemis, or in that area, this is what that sounds like. Just a few seconds of an outside BESS system. Right across the street from your house. That's what you're going to do to these people.
Anybody else care to make a comment?
Someone from the other room.
Good evening. I've never done this sort of formal meeting before, so this is I wasn't aware of the hierarchy of how this goes, so I thought you guys were responsible for accepting the motions to allow this data center into the community.
Introduce yourself for us, please.
Torrance. I currently live in Sumter Township. So now knowing that you guys are the planning committee, right? Officially, that's your name, and you're advising the community on what to do in this situation because you may or may not believe your hands are tied. However, I can't help but feel like this is a little bit absurd. I feel as if the decision's already been made and now they're just giving us something to yell at while the plans still move forward. So I'm gonna be honest here, ever since, this is gonna get political because at the end of the day, this is how it goes. Ever since the deregulation of AI at the beginning of the 2025 administration, I'm not gonna say the name, we've seen this large increase in data centers in these rural communities because let's be honest, the Epstein class, they don't want these communities ruining, or these data centers ruining their communities. They put it on us and we're paying for it. I don't think this is getting anything done because at the end of the day, they're still gonna move things forward whether we like it or not. I don't know, I feel like I just need to bring light to this situation because I'm standing over to the side and I had no intention of saying anything, but this is ridiculous, right? These data centers most likely won't even be used for what, they may proclaim, generative AI, whatever. This is mass surveillance, people. This is fascism rising and coming to our doors. And we're just sitting here screaming at these people who were, asked to be here? We didn't ask to be here. We don't want to be here talking about this. This is destroying communities. Communities are going through drought. They're suffering from constant noise pollution, light pollution. And we're going to stand here and act like this is okay? If you want to advise the community, advise us on how to fight this.
Anybody else care to make a comment? Anybody else care to make a comment?
My name's Tanya Przondek. I'm a little nervous. I didn't plan on coming here. I was outside at the kite event. But just a couple of comments I want to make, and one is the water consumption is terribly concerning to me. 6 million, whatever, gallons of water it takes daily. And I can't believe that it's not going to take groundwater, river water, lake water, our water. Very, very consuming or concerning. Another thing is, I remember I came to one of the first meetings, and my husband is tired of doing the fight, walking the fight and trying to speak for what we believe is right. He's busy, as we all are. A much better speaker than I. And anyway, we were told that if EGLE came and saw any eagles over there, that would be the only way that you could get out of this data center. Well, since then, I know there's eagles over there. We just saw an eagle flying over there as driving down Haggerty Road, but I didn't get a picture. Can't do that when I'm driving. I do know of a nest over there, and I also know of one that either blew down or was taken down, who knows. What about what if this thing just goes obsolete and it's only good for 20 years? Do you have anything written in the plan that they have to come in and clean it up and plant trees? I mean, can you do that? So they are doing that? Are you not allowed to answer questions? Is that what it is? They don't? Oh, okay. Okay, so that, I don't know if there is anything written, yes, no, that they will clean it up and plant trees later if it becomes obsolete. And I don't understand why I haven't heard what good it's doing for us, because I really don't know. My AI works great outside. I don't even want it to. I tried to put blocks on it. I Googled how do I block using AI because it's not that important to me. I can do searches anywhere. I don't know why I need that big data center. And why so damn big? Why can't it be half the size if we have to have it? And don't tell me it's for security, because I see that as a threat. If somebody wants to knock out our intelligence, that's a threat to us. So those are just a few of my concerns I've been thinking deeply about. I did lose a little bit of sleep in the beginning, and then I kind of resigned. I can't, it's a done deal. I just can't fight the fight. But I appreciate all you people that have. So that's all I want to say. And I don't know if I get those questions answered, but thank you.
Roberta Baldwin, and a Van Buren Township resident. I am here vouching for Mr. DeBuck. He mentioned about their employees and how many they have working there. But what if something happens when they have an event going? How many thousands of people are going to be hurt? Not just their employees, but all the people that come. I've seen it advertised in Detroit, throughout the whole Lower Peninsula. They are advertised, and they do a phenomenal business. They're great people, and I think you need to consider the residents that live around there. I heard somebody just mention that the Best Center is good for 15 years. What then? Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Chairman?
Other comments?
I just quickly wanted to come back. My name is Courtney, and I live in the township, and just give a few anecdotal notes mainly for the people that are here, because, everybody's struggling every day just trying to make it. So it's very hard to be engaged and understand the scope of all of this if you're not constantly researching it. But one thing I wanted to bring up is that DTE, I think you're in the building right now, asked for another rate increase here in April. So keep that in mind. Also, the man who spoke about Ypsilanti Township, the data center there, which that is where I am from. I live here in Van Buren Township, but I'm from Ypsilanti Township, and have been very involved in the conversations that are happening there in the township about that data center as a result of it being a part of a Department of Defense thing that our governor put together. And there's plenty of people who have been on board with that. And so that is starting, they want this Department of Defense corridor from Metro Airport through to the Willow Run Airport. And so you have that data center with the Los Alamos group, who invented the atomic bomb. I think most of you in here probably know that. And then you have Google, who signed a $200 million contract with the Department of Defense as well. So now we have them coming into our community. And I've spoken about this here in the township. I don't think that I've spoken here in the Planning Commission. So I don't know how many of you know that, but I'm speaking on that right now because all of this is connected. I know we're talking about BESS right now, but all of these things that I'm saying are connected to that as well. So I'm hoping that all of the people that are here right now can stay engaged in this and come to the rest of the meetings that are coming, because this is serious. It really is, and I don't think everybody knows the impact. So thank you.
Hi, once again, my name is Olivia Tatro. I came in from Detroit. So you said at this meeting that you're not here to answer our questions. Can I just get an answer on when you will answer our questions? Is that the 19th?
It can be answered either through our frequently asked questions of that, or as it comes up on the agenda as well.
On the agenda tonight.
I was
Like
going to
a
finish.
date
I didn't
though,
get a
so I
chance
can
to
show
finish
up
that.
again because
Later in the agenda, we'll have some answers from the BSS people that'll be doing it, as well as from the IT.
thank you for not answering my question. I appreciate it.
I don't.
You can ask questions during the agenda item, right?
Right. They can come up.
Could you maybe share that? I think there's confusion on that.
Oh, we have the public comment during the agenda session for, or during that item on the agenda,
It's actually a comment section.
comment section as well, but any questions can be brought forward and then we can promote them to the individual.
Yes.
So, anybody else care for a comment? That's what we got right now.
This is the public.
This is the BESS system. This is the public hearing for BESS. We can do that. We've done that consistently with a variety of projects that have come before us, including, as you will see yet tonight, the next item that we have for public hearing is also going to be on the agenda for special land use with the DeBucks request that they have this evening. So both are on the same, we treat everybody the same. So anybody else with a comment? Seeing that, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Through the chair, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Support.
Motion and support to close the public hearing. Any comments concerning the item?
Mr. Chairman, I think, although I can't see the overflow room, I'm not sure how many people are in there. I think that they gave, that they did have an opportunity to come in and speak. We certainly didn't close it with less than a minute's notice. So I do hope that the people in the overflow room are able to hear us and did have an opportunity to speak. I believe they did. It's my only comment on
Okay.
it.
Anybody else? Then with that, all in favor signify by aye to close public hearing. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed. Item number 2 this evening is a public hearing. It's case 24020, DeBucks Agrotourism, special land use request. A request by owner DeBuck Brothers Investments LLC to obtain approval of a pre-existing agritourism use. The parcel is located at 50240 Martz Road. I need a motion to open the public hearing.
Support.
Motion and support to open the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, public hearing is open. Do we have any comments from anyone concerning the Bucks agritourism special land use request? But nobody's going to stand up and support it. With that,
Mr. Chairman, someone is.
oh,
Since you keep asking, I'm Sarah Brabs from York Township, and I just want to say that I support DeBuck Brothers Investments LLC, whatever they're up to. So I just really do, and also really glad that you didn't put them at the end, because that would suck for them.
do we have any other comments? We have a motion to close public hearing. Do I have a support?
Support.
We have a motion and support to close public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Public hearing is closed.
To the chair, I would like to make a motion that we skip to items 3 and 4, which is the DeBucks Agritourism and the DeBucks preliminary final site plan review. They've sat here long enough, and the others are going to take time. I would like to make that motion.
Motion?
Got a motion and support to change the agenda. Do we have any discussion on that? Then all in favor of changing the order of agenda, signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, then let's bring that up. Item number 3, case 24020, DeBucks Agritourism, special land use request. A request by owner DeBuck Brothers Investment LLC to obtain approval for pre-existing agritourism use. The parcel is located 50240 Martz Road. We have a presentation from the township staff.
Thank you, Mr.
Lauren
Chair.
Sayre.
So this is an application for an existing, the principal use is a sod farm, and seasonally there is a family center agro-tourism, so agricultural retail and tourism use as well. So if this commission recalls, in 2004, the township updated the ordinance to include the agricultural, retail, and tourism use, sometimes referred to as agritourism. And so the reason that the applicant is here tonight is to be in compliance with that ordinance and to be designated as this new use under these new standards that the township adopted. So in reviewing the special land use standards, the 9 standards, we find that the applicant meets all of them. So, intent of the ordinance, adverse impacts, things of that nature. In accordance with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, site plans also need to be approved with those. I'm not sure, did you want to do the special land use first and then the site plan? Okay, so I suppose I'll stop there for the special land use, since we did do a combined review letter for you. Regarding the special land use, though, we would recommend that Planning Commission recommend to the Township Board of Trustees to approve the special land use. Happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Okay, thank you. You're up. If you'd like, you guys can present both. We'll treat this, listen to what you have to say about the entire thing as far as special land use as well as site plan.
Hello, my name is Eric DeBuck. This is my brother Scott next to me here. Since we started business, we have had to come to Van Buren Township for special land use permits every however many years. They give us 5 and then 6, something like that. But anyways, after this ordinance has been adopted, we would like to be placed under that so that we no longer need to come forth here and ask for permission or permits.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, hey guys, how you doing? Be quick, because I know you guys got a long meeting. If somebody asked behind what we do, we do agritainment, agritourism. Cat's been out a few times. Anyways, we do we sell pumpkins. We do a tulip festival, sunflower festivals. We like to stick with like the agritourism type wagon rides. You know, you get to walk the fields. We just got our liquor license. You can come out and have a beer and some wine and mimosas. It's great. And that's what we do. And like my brother Eric said, we come back like every year. And I think we were one of the first ones in Van Buren Township to start doing agritourism. And it just got to a point. Jackson was there. There was a bunch of us on the board, and they were very helpful. And so thank you so much, you guys, for allowing us to help do that and create this agritourism ordinance. And we would just like to fall under it. Thought we were when we helped make the policy, but apparently we weren't. So we're here today to get under that policy. So please, we would really appreciate all of you guys supporting us. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, comments?
Through the chair, this business was brand new to our community, and it has been a delight. It has drawn a lot of visitors into our community. They've done very well. I have visited the site. My kids follow it on social media to ensure that we're attending every event. I'm in agreement, if my fellow commissioners are, to add it so that we don't have to do the special land use on a regular basis. So, thank you.
I think that's how we all feel. That's why they wanted the ordinance made in the first place, and
Good idea.
it's a great place for everybody to visit. It's great to look out at and look at the fields when they go by, and it's employed some of my family members, so it's a great place to be.
Mr. Chair, you mentioned earlier the number of employees that you have. As you know, I used to work at DeBucks when I was probably 16 or so, doing the corn cannons, pumpkins, trash, you know, all the fun stuff. So great work, great employer, and we're very lucky to have you in our community.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the applicant, now that they have had the benefit or been aware of the agritourism ordinance that we enacted with their input, I might add, how does the applicant feel that that change in ordinance has been? A net positive, I'm hoping.
Yeah, I believe it's gonna make it easier for us, but it's in writing, and it's we have an ordinance now, so we can follow those rules.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to point out that we didn't write that ordinance for the DeBuck family or their business. That ordinance applies with equal weight across the entire township. The DeBuck family, I believe, understands that there could be other agritourism business in Van Buren Township. We hope that the ordinance that we drafted, that we spent so much time working on, enables more businesses like yours to be in our township. Sometimes that's what planning commissions do. We try to come up with ordinances that enable local business people, enable them to carry on and build great things while simultaneously protecting the surrounding parcels and the rest of the community. I think this is a great example of it going right.
Nope.
I heard the thank you.
Thank you, but you're right, though. I mean, there were a few things that we didn't like, but, you know, that's just how it works. And so, but thank you for...
Mr. Chairman, I recognize there are a few things that they didn't like. It was sort of why I was asking the question. But I believe on the whole, it's a fair ordinance, and they've come to seek protection under it and to be included by the ordinance. And I would be more than happy to recommend to the Township Board that we recommend the special land use when we come to that part in the agenda.
Okay. Any other commissioners? And yes, I'm very happy that we were able to put that together to make it work for them and for the entire township. And we found some things that we had to adjust to make happen. So With that, any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I think from a procedural standpoint, this still would require a separate motion for the special
Yes.
land use and a
Special land
separate
for-
motion for the preliminary and final
Right.
site plan approval. So I think if we wanted to have continued discussion or public comment, we ought to comment on the special land
Land
use
use.
and then move on to the
Yes.
next item. Thank you, sir. I just want to make
Yes.
sure I knew what we were doing.
Yes. Is there anybody from the public that care to make a comment concerning special land use? And that can be why we should grant them special land use as well. It doesn't have to be why we shouldn't.
No, that sounds good.
Okay, seeing none, then commissioners, what's your?
Chairman?
Yes.
In the matter of new business, item number 3, case 24020, DeBuck's Agritourism Special Land Use Request, I move to recommend to the Township Board that they grant the applicant, DeBuck Brothers Investment LLC, the special land use approval to permit pre-existing agritourism use at the site located at 50240 Martz Road. This being based on the analysis and subject to the conditions detailed in the McKenna letter dated April 27th, 2026.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Medina Atchison,
Yes.
Bernie Grant, Sherry Budd,
Yes.
Jackson Paul, Jeff Jar,
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we've got you special land use. Now we're going to take a look at preliminary and final site plan. And that's case 24020, DeBuck's Agritourism Preliminary and Final Site Plan Approval. A request by owner DeBuck Brothers Investments LLC to obtain preliminary and final site plan approval. The parcel is located at 50240 Martz Road. Township staff, Director Akers.
Very much. I will turn it over to our township planner, Lauren.
All right, thank you, Director Akers. So again, as kind of alluded to previously during the special land uses are by our ordinance required to also include site plan approval. Our ordinance also allows that Planning Commission can do single-step site plans. So it's not something that typically Planning Commission does, but in this case, since it is an existing business that's been operational for a while, we do feel that it's appropriate to have that single-step site plan tonight. So in reviewing against the standards of the agritourism ordinance, there are a couple things that were not included on the site plan that we would like to see. Since, again, this use is existing and they're not proposing any changes, these are non-conforming, so some of the items, like including some of the setbacks, might not be met. However, since they're non-conforming, they're allowed to continue as long as they're not allowed to, as long as they don't expand. We just want to see them noted on the site plan. So those items include things like the total acreage provided on the site plan, the setbacks from all buildings and parking areas to the lot lines, the identification of where the barrier-free parking spaces are, as well as the dimensions, so to ensure they're consistent with ADA standards, identification of pedestrian pathway from the parking area to where the activities take place, emergency access route identified, provision, so this is just a narrative essentially on estimated attendance during peak season, including maximum number of employees present on site at one time, dimensions of the building, emergency access. I apologize, that one's duplicated, so there's one less, and then distance between the subject site's driveway and the residential. And of course, final site plan. This would still be conditioned upon the Board of Trustees approving the special land use as well. So again, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Anything from you, Director Akers, at this point?
No, I have nothing further at this point. Thank you.
Applicant.
The list of things that you need us to add to the site plan?
Yes, yep, and that can be approved administratively, so we would just ensure that that's provided on updated
Okay.
plans. Yeah.
Because we've been going back and forth. We present it, you guys tell us what you need, we would do that, and we've done that a few times, and then the last time, they said it was good, so, I mean, we're happy to make those changes. If you just email us what changes, we'll get with our engineers, and we're happy to do that.
Commissioners, comments?
Keep it coming.
Mr. Chairman? say,
Commissioner.
I understand it's a little frustrating to have to go back and make sure the plans are right, but like Mr. Andy Wendy said during a different comments section, what we do here is important, and keeping the records is important, and making sure that you get your special land use permit and your site plan done indisputably on the record, so you never have to go back and do it again for the same thing, I think is important and good. And I'm very happy to move to grant both the preliminary and the final site plan, given that that the applicant has indicated that they're okay with the conditions of the McKenna letter.
Yeah. You don't have any comments back or forth as far as what they're asking and requesting from you?
No, we're more than happy to get that for you. I think a lot
Okay.
of it was on the last one, but you guys apparently have been very busy, so it's been a little bit tricky getting back and forth, but we'll get whatever that you need from the engineering company, the setbacks and stuff like that. And the
Okay.
walkways and whatnot. We have it all.
Anybody else? Yes.
Ryan, is this capturing the setbacks, this letter that came from your engineering company?
Probably.
Okay, so
Recent email.
would that be then part of the approval? Adding
Yep.
their engineering letter?
Items on, I think there was like 10 items on there, and they had told us that they had addressed them all. Is what our engineering companies told us.
My question to you, Director Akers, when making the motion for the final site plan approval and obtaining the preliminary site plan approval, are we to notate not only the McKenna letter, but the SIDOC group?
Yeah, so you can acknowledge the SIDOC group response. What we'll do if the planning commission decides to grant approval, what we'll do is we'll go back through the SIDOC letter. We'll go back through the site plan and see what conditions were addressed by the SIDOC letter and see if there's any updates that need to be made to the plan. So we can handle that.
I just want to make sure you guys are aware of what's expected of you because it's contained in the McKenna letter. That's all. So.
I'm not sure that we've seen the letter from McKenna. Have you? Yeah.
Unless it came through our email, we forwarded it to the engineering company, but all the information's there. And the last time I checked, everything was on there. Like everything that you just mentioned about the setbacks and the walkways and stuff, that should have been on the last email back. If not, we can get it for you if it's not.
So my understanding is that the applicants are provided the reviews ahead of the meeting, so I believe that you should be, but we can resend if you find that it's not in your records as well.
You guys should have everything, and we were told that we were good to go. It's on the email.
Sorry, I was talking about my letter. They were asking about if you've received my letter, so I was.
The only emails we've gotten are from Brittany.
Yes, she forwards them from, she collects them from, the reviewing entities and sends them out.
We haven't seen that, but go ahead and send it to us. We can review it.
Excuse me. Can you look at this list? It's site plan actions. Oh, thank you, Ron.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was going to suggest that I could reread the section from the letter containing the site plan additions. I believe our consultant did read them. But as long as the applicant's okay with what's listed in this letter, I'm okay with letting it be reviewed administratively.
Yes.
The remainder.
I agree.
Are we okay? Okay, we're good.
Triple check.
Okay,
I don't want you guys agreeing to something that you're not aware of. That's why I wanted you to see it again. That's all.
Ron, we're gonna get with Ron and we'll get it all figured out.
okay. Any other discussion? Anybody from the public care to make comment? Seeing none. Commissioners, what's your desires?
Commissioner Atchison, would you like to make the motion this evening, or would you like me to?
Sure, I love DeBucks. I move to make the motion that we provide preliminary and final site plan approval to DeBucks Agritourism, case 24024. The parcel is located at 50240 Martz Road. I request that part of the motion contain the letter from McKenna dated April 27th, 2026, containing the items regarding your site plan. And it's authored by Lauren Sayer. And I also would like the your engineering letter that's dated March 2nd, Side Group Engineering. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
One edit. I believe you said case 24024. Just to clarify, it's case 24020.
I wasn't trying to pull a fast one, but that's good. Thank you.
We'd have brought it up in discussion of the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Atchison, supported by Commissioner Jar, to approve the preliminary and final site plan. Any discussion on the motion?
Having noted the case number, no further discussion from my answer.
Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Grant,
Yes.
Sherry Budd, Medina Atchison, Jackson Paul, Jeff Jar, Brian Cullen.
Given your final and preliminary and final site plan, you got to have preliminary first. You guys are all set. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Moving back. Okay. Do we want to, we've been 2 hours.
I don't need to take a break.
Okay. Do you need to take a break? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, which item are we moving on to next? We moved 3 and 4. We just took care of them. We're moving back to new business 1.
Old business.
Old business
Small
number 1.
one.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Okay, old business. Item number 1, 26-004, DTE ITC Substation Preliminary Site Plan Approval. A request by applicant DTE Electric Company in collaboration with ITC proposes the construction of a high-voltage substation switching station. The subject parcel is located on the east side of Haggerty Road, across from Old Haggerty Road, within the boundaries of the Project Cannoli Data Center. Update from the township staff, Director Akers.
Thank you. So I wanted to provide some clarifications regarding the review procedures for this site, and then also how the noise is proposed to be addressed moving forward. So under review procedures, we've been advised by our legal counsel that the previously approved application for the development and the ITC DTE switching yard site plan are separate applications, and they should not be procedurally merged into a single unified site plan submission. Due to this, moving forward, they will each have their own separate site plans for review by the Planning Commission for preliminary and final site plan review. And so as it was stated at the prior meeting, when there were some concerns, that staff will ensure that the Planning Commission, planning consultants, review the site plans to make sure there's accuracy between the two, and the scope of work is very clearly defined as part of the reviews. So with regards to the noise study process, the Planning Commission does have the ability to require a comprehensive noise study. and that the correct procedure is for the Planning Commission to review that noise study through the township's established review process. So this is how staff are proposing that we move forward addressing the noise on the site. So the applicant has provided acoustical reports with both submittals, which depict the projected noise levels, which comply with the township zoning standards. As we had highlighted at the prior meeting, prior to final site plan review, the applicant will submit a comprehensive noise study for the development. This noise study and necessary supporting documentation will be submitted to the township engineer and Soundscape, who is our third-party acoustical engineer that the township is working with. They will review the comprehensive noise study and report to the Planning Commission for final site plan approval. Township Engineer Kamer and I are working on a comprehensive scope of work that we are going to be supplying to Panattoni for the expectations for that sound study and what we expect to see, for that submittal. So after the development is completed and operational, the applicant will agree to complete an additional noise study measuring sounds generated from the site to verify the operations are at allowable levels. This is going to be formalized in the development agreement, which will go before the township board. So we did also, and I apologize for this, on our frequently asked questions page, I had realized that we have not put the reports from the industrial hygienist we had sent out to New Albany, Ohio, to measure sound at the Google Data Center. Those reports are now on our frequently asked questions website. So those information's on there. I just wanted to provide clarifications from the last meeting. The applicant has provided some documentations to address the concern from the postponement motion that was made by the Planning Commission at the meeting on April 22nd. And at this time, I will, I guess, close our staff presentation and we can move on to the applicant's presentation, providing the information that was requested.
Thank you. The applicant?
So it's separate applications, but it's one presentation.
My name is Trey Bryce. I'm a lawyer with the law firm Taft, Sistenius and Hollister. Address is 2777 Franklin Road at Southfield, Michigan. I'm here on behalf of the project developer, Panattoni Development, and I thank you for the having us here and for your time tonight. In February, Project Cannoli received preliminary site plan approval for a 1 gigawatt data center campus in Van Buren Township. That approval has been noted by Director Aker, focused on the data campus development. On April 22nd, we were here before you on the related but separate submission, which focused specifically to address the utility infrastructure questions. And questions were raised at that meeting regarding the switch station and some of the infrastructure that's going to be developed on the campus. Part of the prior approval of the campus, it was agreed that the utility infrastructure would be submitted separately from the prior campus submission. Panattoni is presenting as the developer for the entire property who will coordinate the construction of the campus development with the utility infrastructure, which includes the power conditioning units, which are required by DTE and ITC. The request for review today is part of the preliminary site plan approval, which is done under the existing township zoning ordinance. The proposed uses are permitted by right in the M1 and C1 zoning districts where the infrastructure will be erected. There are no variances or no zoning changes are requested or needed for this approval. As the Planning Commission's role as volunteers is to determine whether the preliminary site plan meets the requirements that are set forth in the ordinance, sections 12.201 and 12.205. As was demonstrated last week and will be further enhanced today, the submitted materials demonstrate how the project's utility infrastructure complies with the zoning requirements. And thus, pursuant to the zoning ordinance and state law, the preliminary site plans that comply with all of the requirements are required to be approved. We're here today to address 6 questions that were brought up at the last meeting and to provide some further information on those. The questions that we're going to address are the ITC underground transmission lines, the DTE overhead clearance, DTE's diagram of the utility poles, the acoustical report clarifications, power conditioning unit clarifications, and the overhead aerials. And with that, I'd like to introduce Cynthia Stump from ITC, who's going to discuss the underground transmission lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Commission, for having us tonight. My name is Cynthia Stump. I'm the Director of Local Government and Community Affairs at ITC. In response to your question on the 422 meeting, your question was, how will the ITC underground transmission lines feed the station? So in your packet, and as you can see to the right, we're going to have 2 underground feeds. So the first will be the green line. It will be exiting our existing 345 kV corridor and traveling underground underneath the Wayne County Road right-of-way along the I-94 service drive. We will run east until we reach the Old Haggerty Road and head north on Old Haggerty until where we cross Haggerty Road to the station. Construction is expected to be completed by late 2027. That will be the first feed. The second feed will be the blue line that you see exiting from the existing 345 kV corridor, utilizing Wayne County Road right-of-way along Tyler Road. It's going to run east along Tyler Road and then head south on Haggerty Road and then onto the station. The second feed will be completed by late 2028. All of this will be using Wayne County Road right-of-way and within the jurisdiction of the road. We know there will be lane closures and there will be traffic impacts. And so we would be honest about those. We'd work with the township and share that information, and we could post it on the website as well as we work through the construction and have the dates and the specifics. We'll be able to share that as well at that time. So thank you. At this time, I'm going to hand it over to Mike from DTE.
Good evening. Good to see everybody again. Mike Witkowski, Engineering Manager with DTE. The 2 items I'm going to cover are the overhead clearance question on the site, as well as a better look at what the utility lines will look like. On the site, we've re-highlighted where the DTE lines are going to be. DTE's role on this site is to connect the ITC switching station to the customer-owned substations. So to do that, DTE will be building 2 paths of 345 kV overhead lines. The poles are shown at the red boxes, and through the routes there is 1 road crossing. At that crossing, the minimum clearance to the lowest wire will be 35 feet or greater. That question was asked with respect to emergency vehicle traffic. A better look at what these poles will look like. They will be steel poles with wires on both sides of the poles for the eastbound lines. The northbound lines will be single built. You can see the pole heights will range from 100 to 150 feet. The higher the pole allows us to go longer span lengths, which will decrease the total number of poles. Again, you can see as the wires stack up, clearance between them results in a minimum clearance of 35 feet or greater at the lowest point of sag. What this looks like in reality, this is a similar construction type in our service area. So this will be this type of pole built by DTE. This will not be the lattice towers that are in the corridor. Again, just a simple line rendering of where those lines will be on the site. 2 lines going to the north customer substation, and then another 2 set of pole lines going to the east customer substation. And with that, I will hand it over to Josh on the acousticals.
Good evening, Planning Commission staff. My name is Josh Capps. I'm a director with Panattoni. The question was posed at the last Planning Commission meeting about how the sound study treated aging equipment. So I'd like to review our response to that. Our acoustical analysis was prepared in accordance with accepted industry standards and codes using verifiable data of the equipment by professional sound engineers. The noise model that we've provided in both instances is fully compliant with the ordinance, and the modeling standards require demonstrating properly operating equipment at its loudest sound level possible. So that's an important distinction. So the equipment has to be functioning properly, and the campus is modeled at its loudest sound levels so that we can depict the worst case scenario of the sound on site. There are no established industry standards, codes, or accepted methodologies that allow for quantification of hypothetical degradation or aging equipment. So the standard is to model the sound that's operating functionally at its loudest sound. I would like to review some of the preventative measures that are in place to ensure that the equipment functions properly. The end user has a robust preventative maintenance program, and that's really necessary for the facility to operate correctly. This looks like monthly maintenance, annual inspections, replacement of equipment at the end of its usable life. The client employs comprehensive equipment monitoring and maintenance protocols across all of its facilities. The first one is the building management system. This is really the brains of the operation, that is controls tied into each piece of equipment that show that it's operating within its normal operating parameters. Shows the health of the equipment, if you will. It alerts operational staff and engineers on site if equipment is starting to get out of its design set point, and it allows those staff to tend to that piece of equipment, whether that's taking it offline or providing the repair to it to make sure that it's operating properly. Vibration and performance monitoring is also a part and tied into the pieces of equipment. Irregularities that are detected are addressed by shutting off the piece of equipment, rectifying the root cause of that noise or vibration to ensure that it's safe and operating compliantly with the way that it was designed. Furthermore, the development agreement allows for monitoring to verify compliance with the applicable noise standards and the study that we're setting forth. And lastly, I'd like to go back to some of the capital expenditures that the client has done to reduce noise even lower than the noise ordinance levels in supplying Marley Ultra Quiet fans on all of the cooling tower equipment. That was a representative drop in 10 dBA across the board for those pieces of equipment. Reduced the generator count by 85% only for life safety and freeze protection for the outdoor equipment, and have continued to push us to find ways to reduce noise throughout the engineering process. Next, I'll talk about the question that came up regarding the power conditioning units and what a scenario would look like in the event of a fire. So the first thing I want to talk about are all the safety controls that are engineered into the power conditioning units to ever prevent a fire from happening in the first place. The first line of defense is the building management system. This monitors voltage, current temperature, and other parameters at the cell and module level to, again, report back to operational staff, and also has controls over the equipment if it gets outside of those working parameters that are set forth to prevent an event. It has built-in incipient gas detection, which is a very early detection system that is comprised of multi-criteria sensors that detect early signs of off-gassing and triggers emergency shutdowns of the unit prior to the unit getting to a temperature where an event can happen. All of the units are outfitted with individual HVAC systems that maintain ambient temperature and humidity inside the unit, and an active cooling system that's dedicated to each unit. There's a ground fault detection system. This is electrical insulation monitoring device to detect faults and disconnect the system, the unit from the larger system. And all of this is supported by 24/7 monitoring with operational on-site staff. Now to address the question directly of what a scenario would look like in the event of a fire. So these units have been through full-scale fire testing for the arrangement and spacing that's on site. And really, this is a UL 9540A test that goes out and removes all of the safety measures from the unit, and they set the unit on fire to show what would happen in the event of a fire. These units are designed to contain the fire event to a singular unit. It has a non-propagation design for the arrangement in which they're designed, that a single fire in a unit would not spread to another unit, even with close proximity. So this wouldn't be something where, this spreads to the adjacent units or starts multiple unit situation. It also has electrical isolation that occurs whenever this happens. And the non-propagation design is, again, proven through full-scale fire testing. That's part of the approval process with the fire department. It also has explosion protection that is engineered protection measures, and that's validated, and that was really came about in 2018 through NFPA 855, which was also addressed in Fire Marshal Lanahan's report to comply with. And lastly, part of the requirement in the development agreement, and would have been done so anyways through the emergency action plan, is training in partnership with fire marshal staff for access and preventative measures to the area where the power conditioning units would be. All of the codes, all of the items that I've talked about are backed up by NFPA 72, NFPA 69, IFC 1207, and NFPA 855, which has really been the evolution of the industry to create a much safer environment for these units. Next, I'm going to show, at the request of the commission, an overhead aerial of the campus to depict the site layout. So what you'll see here is our campus plan. You'll see 3 data center buildings, a network service building in the center of the campus, a office building just south of that at the entrance off of I-94 North Service Drive, and you'll see the switching station to the left of the screen there. I would like to also call out that there's a roughly 50% of acreage that's untouched on the 282-acre parcel, and that fence line has been brought in close to the buildings to promote wildlife movement throughout the site as occurs today. And with that, I will turn it over to Trey for the closing summary.
Thank you again. Tonight, the Planning Commission, heard answers to this. Sorry. Should have learned that by now. Tonight, the Planning Commission heard answers to the 6 questions that were raised at the last meeting to supplement the information from the full site plan that was presented at the previous meeting on April 22nd. The preliminary site plan was reviewed under the Township Zoning Ordinance, preliminary site plan standards, applicable state zoning regulations, and the information presented both the prior meeting today demonstrates a compliance with those requirements. The site plan is purposefully designed to minimize impacts to the land, public, and the surrounding neighborhoods, including careful planning and screening to conceal the utilities and infrastructure. This is important to consider as the ordinances that are set up is how the township has determined what is an appropriate development, how it is considered in health and protection of the community, and those are all set out by the ordinance regulations. Therefore, projects are judged by compliance with the ordinance. The uses, as we mentioned, are permitted by right under the zoning ordinance, and when they meet the specific site plan requirements, the township ordinance and the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act dictates that the Planning Commission is required to approve the preliminary site plan. Based on the materials that were submitted and the discussion this evening, the Commission has the information needed to move forward with its review and approve the site plan that was presented on April 22nd. Thank you. We're available for any further clarifications on the 6 questions that were answered during tonight's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments, questions?
Chair? I have some questions. I guess I want to start out with maybe a little bit more along clearing up the whole procedural question. That who is the applicant on the application? We typically get the copies of the applications, but we don't get them anymore. So it doesn't identify specifically who that is and what the dates are, and who is the applicant?
The applicant is DTE ITC.
Not Panattoni. But they are being represented by, I don't know if it's by Panattoni or just by the attorney who's representing both of them, right?
They can answer that.
Since Panattoni is doing the overall development, and this is part of it, since this is part of the overall development, Panattoni is here as that umbrella organization that is building, that is constructing everything, organizing everything. That's what our role is here today.
You're representing both applicants, basically. So I have a question for you as far as a procedural question, and just so that it's clear and it doesn't come out later, and that is, what is the date on the application for DTE?
I'd have to go back and look if you give me.
Is there any way we can find out? I just want to make sure it's clear when that happened relative to the moratorium date.
I can give me a few minutes. I can pull up the application date.
Yeah, we probably should know what the moratorium date is too.
Do you have another question to promote
Yeah,
forward
I do.
while we're waiting?
It's a follow-up to that, the answers. So it's important that I know what those dates are. So, I mean, if it's before the moratorium, it's fine. There's no problem. I guess I'll just ask the follow-up. And if it's not, if it came after the moratorium, I just think everybody needs to understand how the township can make an exception, through what process can they do that, and who does it.
So the submittal date was February 26th. Of 2026.
When
And I don't recall the date of the moratorium. I'll have to look that up as well.
Does it say when?
This is for the
I just want to make it sure it's clear as to how that may affect what we're doing tonight, that's all.
Commissioner?
I have a question for Commissioner Grant, since, you know, the information isn't obviously available. You've had the packet for a week. Could have asked about that sooner.
Well,
I
here's the-
understand you
here's
didn't.
the
I
thing.
understand, Mr. Chairman, that the commissioner didn't ask, and it's an important question. I understand that. I would like to ask the commissioner, what difference does it make if to the rest of the questions that you have
The
going
reason
forward?
why is because if it was submitted afterward, it's a separate application during a moratorium when they're on an industrial site. And I think it needs to be made clear. I just don't want.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we do have our legal counsel here tonight. If it turns out that there is a date problem on an application and it falls within the range of a moratorium that our Board of Trustees passed, perhaps legal could comment on, it doesn't matter if we deny, what action we take on a preliminary site plan approval, it can't go forward if it's found to have fallen within the moratorium. Is that correct? Well, I don't mean to put the legal on the spot either, but I'm trying, it's 8:15.
Yeah.
Can provide clarification. So the moratorium was adopted by the Board of Trustees on February 17th. The application for the DTAIC site plan was submitted on February 26th. The moratorium that was adopted by the Township Board of Trustees did not include a moratorium on substation developments that were submitted as part of this data center project for Project Cannoli, and it also did not include substation submittals for the Stellantis project. Those were intentionally excluded from the moratorium.
Okay.
But it was on the industrial, which is M1, M2, right?
Industrial, and it was industrial properties over a certain power generation.
I just want to make it clear that it's the trustees' decision to do that solely, right? Because we don't know anything about that, and we never saw the application. All right?
Any other questions?
Chair. So you mentioned you have last time you talked about potentially building overhead lines over Haggerty Sub. Now we're doing underground lines around the sub. Do you have signed contracts for all of those lands, agreements?
It's still being worked out with Wayne County Roads. They're still working and meeting with Wayne County Road Commission to work on those things. Also, that information was provided per the question, but it's extra jurisdictional from the property. It isn't part of the site plan, nor is it part of the review and the decision-making on the site plan.
Yeah, I'm looking at the burden that this places on the community, so I do think it is relevant. Again, especially if eminent domain is in play here, so thank you. So that's not signed, no formal agreements have been finalized for those transmission lines?
And until, as I said, nothing formal has been done. Show what the intent was. There's no intent to, I mean, I'm putting words in their mouth. I'm not their attorney. I'm not here representing both. I'm here representing Panattoni solely.
I'm happy. Hi again, Cynthia Stump, Director of Local Government Community Affairs for ITC. So for the ITC 345 kV underground transmission feed, that will be in public road right-of-way. So that is a permit application through Wayne County Roads. Eminent domain is not part of that process. When we're talking—
Not that process, but if that were to fall through, then that could be a potential to still make those connections. So I want to make sure that everything is signed, sealed, in writing, that is not even going to be considered down the line.
So, and as provided in your packet, you'll see a letter that in the 23 years that I've been at ITC, we have not condemned a home. I know someone referenced eminent domain. When you're looking at underground lines, that is within public road right-of-way. We would not condemn or eminent domain a home for an underground transmission
But if
line
you
in
weren't
public
able to
road
get
right of way.
those, if you weren't able to get those approvals, then you would have to look elsewhere, which could lead to eminent domain.
County Roads has indicated they're supportive of the underground 345 kV line along the 94 Service Drive, as well as Tyler Road, as well as Haggerty.
Okay, are there
So-
contracts or anything signed with that?
Application, and the permit application has been submitted, and they're supportive.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is a public permit number.
And then, yeah. So,
Any other questions?
not
Comments?
on my end right now.
I guess it's for the DTE expert here.
You said DTE?
Right, DTE or ITC, are you the same?
No, ITC owns and operates the high voltage transmission line, so we're independent for 23 years and we're based out of Novi, Michigan.
Is there any way, maybe this can be staff or administration, is there any way we can get like an org chart of all these different organizations that are involved here? Because we have ITC, DTE, Panatani, you name it. And I'm getting confused. I would imagine that most people are getting confused as well.
I'd say, in general, when you look at ITC in your community, we're the existing transmission lines that are there. So the steel structures that you see that run north and south, or that even run east and west of the existing industrial area currently. So we have been in your community for many, many years, and we've been a part of your community.
I mean, this is new technology too. That's what I'm saying though. We have ITC, DTE, Panatani.
Anybody else?
RWE.
Yeah, I do have, I
38
guess
different
I still, I'm not sure who to ask the questions to. I'll take whoever represents DTE, and then if that doesn't work,
Excuse me, just a moment. When you're not sure who to ask the question to, really, you're supposed to ask all of your questions to the chairman and address only the chairman directly. Then the chairman will call the correct person up, okay?
sure. that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm just saying,
That's okay.
Commissioner, if you don't know who to ask, that's how you do it.
I appreciate it, thank you. No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I just want to talk about, the one thing, obviously, what we don't want to have happen as a township, we don't want to have any project to have any negative effects on any of the neighbors that are adjoining any project whatsoever. So I guess as the DTE expert representative, I would ask you, do you believe that your transfer station, considering it doesn't have transformers, correct? Will it have any negative health effects on the adjoining residential areas?
The switchyard is ITC. DTE is between the switchyard and the customer substation.
Okay.
Health effects are often a very common question, and we can tell you that our switching station, our transmission lines are safe. It has been one of the most studied topic across the entire world, and you can look up a variety of studies. It is one that's millions of dollars, and it is absolutely safe. And if you have specific questions as it continues to be constructed, if approved, then we could even have experts come out and do readings where people ask questions. It's similar to what you heard last time when Glenn presented on the different statistics.
So it doesn't have any negative health effects?
No.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question to follow up. I don't know if it's you.
Yep, happy to answer.
Do you believe that your transfer station, substation, whatever you want to call it, will have a negative financial impact on the neighborhood property?
No, we found that substations and transmission lines don't have a negative impact. As we know, it's a real estate market. It depends on the different aspect of the markets. But throughout the years that we've done this, we have not found negative impacts.
It's 10 acres across the street.
And we have 400 substations across Michigan.
I can tell you that not too many people are going to want to move into homes that are directly across the street from a substation without that house going for a very attractive lower price than what the market rate says. That's common sense.
Is that substation going to be visible from Haggerty Road? So somebody driving down Haggerty Road, are they going to be able to see your substation?
You can see substation equipment, yes, because there is equipment in there. So the highest, the H frames are up to 80 feet. So you will.
But are you going to see the lower switching areas or anything of that nature?
How high is the
So all
lowest?
you're going to basically see is the poles that are sticking up and the wires that are coming across them.
They look like a football goalpost.
I've got, how tall, those H frames, how tall are they?
It is 80 feet.
80 feet. So how high is the berm, the shortest berm in front of the
I don't know the berm size. Thank you.
Because I think it's a little shorter than it is further down
Yeah,
the road.
and that was what we presented on in the last meeting, where we have a range of 8 to 15 feet berm in front of the entrance, and we snaked the drive into the switching station.
See 72 feet of the frame. If I do my math, minus whatever you see in between the trees that are gonna,
So yeah, you have the 10-foot plus trees that are planted at, or at growth at planting on top of the berm. So that's going to cover the lower equipment that is set to be 24 feet or
the-
less.
These are evergreens, right? And they're triangular shaped, right? So there's gaps in between them. So my point being is that you can't avoid not seeing this stuff. I don't care if you put a berm up there that's 20 feet tall, you're still gonna
That's
see it.
fine. That's
But-
fine.
So there will be a visual impact, but that's not my comment. Really, the comment is the impact that has on the the real estate that's within this Haggerty sub, and I think the comment's pretty true.
But you're bringing, my point on that is you're bringing that up as of, the only way it would be detrimental, I would think, is if it was visual.
It is.
So the only thing that's visual is the tower lines.
Well, it's visual.
And I don't see that as being detrimental to property values, because where I live about 500 feet, if that, from where the ITC towers cross Belleville Lake. And the people living out there haven't seen a depreciation in their homes or had problems selling their homes.
It's a little bit different. So 150-foot poles, 80-foot,
Just-
I'm saying it's going to happen. I mean, people are afraid it's going to happen. The fact that the thing is, people will understand when they go look for homes, they see this stuff there. They're not gonna ignore it.
I don't see, but I haven't seen the property around the towers that are running decrease in value.
They won't have a data center connected to it.
It's all
Chairman, I have a
presumption.
I have a technical question.
Yes.
That maybe one of the DTE or ITC people can answer. In a previous part of this meeting, I heard some members of the public say that a battery energy storage system is the same thing as a PCU. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm wondering, and I don't know I would hope that the ITC and the DTE people would know if there's a difference and could comment on it for my edification.
Yes.
Just to clarify the question, you're asking what is the difference between the PCU on the proposed site where the data center is versus what the battery energy storage system is that's being proposed on this separate site
Right.
plan? Just to clarify the question.
What's the difference between the two?
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Excuse-
so
go.
to answer the question, traditional BESS facility is off-site storage where it's taking energy, storing it, and discharging it back into the grid. A power conditioning unit had all of the components, which some of the other units do not have, that I mentioned: inverters, rectifiers, HVAC, fire alarm, electrical equipment, BMS system. And the sole purpose of this is to ensure that the voltage that's coming through from the transmission is not impacted by the data center use. So that acts as an intermediary to make sure that there's no spikes and provides a smooth, stable load to the transmission system and provides grid reliability.
Okay, thank you.
Could I have them expand on that? Are there batteries in these PCUs?
Yes, that is part of the
What are
system.
they made of?
Lithium ion.
Is there a risk, however small it is, that you could have thermal runaway?
So that's what that testing UL 9540A, it puts a unit into thermal runaway and to prove out the testing of the unit.
But that's not the question. Can there be thermal runaway with these units?
If all of the items that I listed that were engineered into the safety of the system were to fail, or somebody were to start fire to the unit, then yes, you could have thermal runaway.
Would that fire be contained within the unit?
Yeah, and that's what I stated in my presentation, UL 9540A, full-scale fire testing, that proves out how the unit would perform in a fire and that it would not propagate to other units inside of the yard.
So are you saying that it's if there was a fire inside that device, that it's shielded within itself and it doesn't get outside the unit?
So I can go back to my notes here.
And it a little better, that's all.
Yeah, so the enclosure is designed to contain a fire event, and it will electrically isolate itself from the rest of the system, so as to not cause any other units. And it prevents propagation, which is the spread of a fire, from one unit to the next. And that is all done in the arrangement and spacing that they would be deployed at this site. So that testing is proven out in a laboratory.
When it's on fire, there's no outgassing, nothing, it's all like stuck inside a container.
I mean, as far as there's some smoke that will be coming from the unit, it's a fire.
Then, if there's smoke, what other containment systems are there on site or remediation plans to make sure this doesn't get over into Haggerty Sub or
Sure.
the residential neighborhoods that surround this facility?
This is in an equipment yard that's got concrete and isolation drains, and that's part of the requirement for the remaining few generators that are in the yard as well. So that yard is sloped to the drain with valve isolation that would contain any water or contaminants so that a spill could be cleaned up and
What
not
about air
into the store.
particulates Or air pollution
Yeah,
from smoke, fire?
Similar to any other fire, there will be particulates in the air. So the whole goal and progress that the system has made is through all of those engineering controls that it would not get to that point. And in the off chance that it did, it would be worked through with the fire department and through the training and emergency access plan.
I just have, I guess, another. So, assuming there could be a, catastrophic failure of one of those, is there a potential for an evacuation plan of the Haggerty Sub if need be?
That's all worked through the emergency action planning with the fire department.
Would DTE or ITC pay for any relocation costs or services, fees, fines, environmental remediation?
So again, as we work through that emergency action plan, that would tell us if it was even necessary. Through the full-scale testing and what I've seen and the results of that, that's very low smoke and dissipates quickly.
Right, but you said there was a small chance this could happen. If that does happen, who's on the hook for relocation, for evacuation, for emergency service fees, additional training, PPE? You name it.
The training piece is he's commented several times on. We talked about it last week as well. There will be as part of the development agreement, and there is coordination and planning with the fire department.
Paying for 100% of those costs?
As part of the part of the training, and that's all being taken care of. The catastrophic, I mean, that's a legal question, and when that happens, if the party that's legally required and will be on the hook, and that's how that part works.
There's safety concerns, and I don't want to. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, other questions, comments, commissioners? So, anything?
No, sir.
Okay, then seeing no more with the commission, we move ahead. Public comment. Again, we are holding to the 3-minute conversation as well as rebuttal of a minute and a half.
Ken Kurkowski, Van Buren Township. one question first off, because I'm confused tonight, from Bemis Road to the data center to DTE. Are we talking just the substation? Correct?
Yes.
Just the substation, okay. Now, is DTE installing the PCUs? Can somebody tell me that? DTE? I mean, it's in my 3 minutes, unfortunately, but. Power conditioning units. Right, are they?
No, those are customer-owned units.
Okay, so that should be not talked about tonight because we're talking about the substation, correct? If that's the case, the PCUs shouldn't be talked about. We're talking about the substation. My understanding with the substation, there is no sound, so the sound studies is legit because we're not talking about PCUs because that's on Pelotari's. That should not be talked about in any part. It's the substation tonight. If I'm wrong, please let me know because it gets confusing quite a bit in here.
So I just want to clarify, so the scope of the DTE ITC application is the switching yard that's located in the front.
Correct.
It's the PCUs and the DTE easement areas that are on the site.
Why is the PCUs? The PCUs aren't by DT, and DT is the one taking care of the application tonight. If they're not installing it and doing it, we should not be talking PCUs. It should be not here. I want to get it clarified because we're getting a lot of mixed up by the people out here coming up here screaming. And if that's the case, we should not be talking about those. Those should be negated from this application or talked about. It's just the substation.
Do you want?
The PCUs were included on the application because they are necessary for the function
But
of the
DTE is not installing an Adumium. We're talking about the substation application.
It
which
is all,
includes the PCUs.
it is all part of the same
All part of the same
installation.
yes.
So is DTE putting the sound study in because that's their part then if it's on their application? It's not Pelotani's, it should be DTE's because it's on DTE's application, not Pelotani's. I'm not legal, so I don't know that, but it's pretty sure it should be DTE with the PCUs.
I mean,
It should not be Pelotani.
Panattoni can submit a
Tony, whatever.
noise study for the site that represents what's there. They do have the ability to submit that.
They're
under the
responsible for the
application.
entire site, regardless of whether it's DTE, ITC, or Barton Mello, or whoever is going to end up doing the construction. Panattoni is the one that's the construction management firm monitoring the construction of all.
Sounds a little funny here. It's getting computer and all messed up because we said it's DTE. And if DTE's doing it, it's not Pelotani. We got to get this straight. It's getting really confusing about this.
That's time.
Time.
Past my minute. But you guys on the board need to figure this out for us. Because, man, something seems wrong here.
But they fall under the same construction.
Oh, they don't.
site.
It's a separate person doing it. And somebody on that board should state that because legally that's wrong. You told us that. And I'm not trying to be rude or stepping away. But you guys told us that. Their lawyer told us that. If that's the case, DET should be coming up here talking about the PCUs because they're giving the presentation, including the sound study. It's on them. It's their application forms.
Hi, again, my name is Kristen. I'm just here to give a shout out to the young woman in the back in the orange shirt. Money out of politics. If you are a resident of Michigan, anywhere in Michigan, please sign that petition. Today is the last day to do that. So collectively, these 88 corporations reported over $105 billion in U.S. income and $0 in federal income tax. And my, oh my, DTE from Michigan is on that list. Wouldn't you know it? How many do you think they're going to raise our rates yet again? Because DTE, after 5 days of a rate hike approval, they went and asked for another one, and now they want to say quid pro quo. If you hurry up and fast track all of our data centers, we won't ask for another increase for 2 years. Bullshit.
Hi, Monique Kirkowski from Van Buren Township. I had a whole speech prepared about the PCUs. I'm glad we all agreed that they really are a BESS and a different title. They have lithium ion batteries that put us all in peril. I heard what they said. Yes, they can go on fire and it will be catastrophic, and we all will suffer for that. I had a house burn up across the street from me, and I watched Van Buren Township at their best watch it burn. They had to wait for Ipsy and Canton to come to their rescue. That means we all die, guys. And so let's not, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing. We understand that. You've completely confused these agendas so much that nobody really knows what they're talking about. I even see your legal counsel shaking their head. You've allowed the citizens to be silenced while you allow the builder to speak. You have such a double standard, and you can tell by every single one of your faces how you're going to vote tonight, how you came in, how you were going to vote tonight, all of you and you, because of your questions. Thanks for listening to us, because you really don't listen to us. Near this site, there is a elementary school that would have to be evacuated. We forget that Romulus is right next door. These are strategically placed on township borders, so you divide the attention, right? So Romulus isn't here, Van Buren is, and for the one in Ypsilanti, I feel sorry for you guys for that one too. It's on the border of Van Buren, so we're not paying attention. It's strategic, and I get that, but there's a 40-bed catastrophically injured patient population across the street from that. They will all die. And that will be on your head for approving this. You are going to approve it tonight. I can see it in your eyes. I see it, and you're going to do it. And it's really a shame. You're putting us all in danger, and I'm really sad to see it.
Hello again, Jen Smith. Jen Smith. I kind of will start again. I have a background in psychology, history, and anthropology on top of just having a fundamental background in real estate, okay? So my degree is actually in those topics. So I kind of listen to proposals and listen to the language of finesse that is used by lawyers and that's used by other experts to see what are they doing to try to get their way, okay? So one thing that I very much saw on the screen from the lawyer is that he's telling you what you are going to do. And he's telling you what he believes is acceptable, but it's up to us to figure out what the actual truth is. And lawyers for us, and I would be happy to help and lend any experts that I have to fight this. So please, let's consider that. The other thing is, under the acoustical report clarification, industry practice, and acoustic modeling, it says, no established industry standards, codes, or accepted methodologies allow for quantification of hypothetical degradation or aging equipment. So when they're done with this, we just get left as a township with whatever in 5 years, in 15 years, in 30 years, in 50 years. What happens? What happens to the real estate costs? What happens to everything? Also, I'm hearing that, we have this, the drainage system. Well, if there's a fire, if there's a leak, if there's any of these things, what happens to those chemicals? What happens to the PFAS of whatever needs to be used to get that fire out, if it even can be put out? Where does all that go? And on top of that, how do you even clean that up? And who is responsible financially for cleaning that up? Which should be defined now and not when it happens. So from my experience with being the former fire chief's daughter and hearing about the fires at the dump, they have these same things set in place, right? So we do have some experience with dealing with this. We can look back to those things. But what happens? What has happened when we've had fires there? We've already written that off. We have toxic stuff galore there, right? But do we want every corner of our township to be the same? Again, real estate. How do we sell properties? How do we keep residents? So I see that my time is up, but please think about these things, pause the vote, or just say no. Just say no, because it makes no sense.
Hi,
My name is Marla Stiltner. Again, I've got a question for DTE. You say there is no noise coming from these things. I will tell you, I have 3 poles in my backyard, one with a transformer. Let me tell you something, it does have noise. It's so noisy that sometimes during the day, my squirrels cannot run on that line. They jump off. It is so noisy that the birds do not touch it. So when they tell you there is no noise, I don't know how they're going to do this thing, but I do know that residential, they have failed us because I live with that noise. I have 3 poles in my yard, and it is noisy. So I would like to have you guys at least pause it, think about it. I live with it every day. I'm asking you guys to consider your residents.
Hi, Linda Stakely again. Can you hear me? Okay. DTE says that they're so wonderful. The data centers in Detroit, including potential sites on Shoemaker Street, raise health concerns for local residents who are pushing for stricter regulations on noise, air pollution, and water contamination caused by DTE. Chronic noise causing anxiety and sleep loss, plus pollution from backup generators and cooling systems, respiratory and cardiovascular disease, mental health impact, water contamination. It got so bad, Detroit has issued a 2-year moratorium on DTE serving any data centers.
Well, I know you got all the information you need. You know the good and the bad. You know what's really ugly. I'm just so happy to see people finally wake up in this community, some of the shit you guys been pulling over us these years. I've been coming for years over stuff and never get anywhere. So I would encourage you to vote for it tonight because I think it'll be the end of some careers here. So I'd like to see you vote for it, and then maybe next election, you guys won't be running unopposed.
Roberta Baldwin. Can I ask that the map be, or
Is that right?
the site plan be put back up? And the one question I have, you have a noise from the substation. Is that noise level that they've monitored separate from what the data center is going to be, or is that 2 separate numbers? So if you combine them, does it make it over the limit? The other thing is, how far is this setback from the service drive? How far is this setback?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I wasn't looking at the monitor. Could you point at that again?
From the service
From the
drive
service
to the
drive
building.
To the center. How far back? The man that was here earlier, this is his house right here, and this is his property. It goes back into here. And that's the one that has a handicapped daughter. That center for the people who with brain are right here. That's a brain recovery center. That this is going to affect everybody there. Everybody. Not just one, not just 2, but everybody. And some of those people can recover and have recovered. We're not giving them a chance to recover now. We're not giving them a chance with the noise, the vibration. I have vertigo. I don't want, my dog goes barking at things, the wind. I don't hear the wind. She hears the wind. What's she gonna hear? What's it gonna do to my animal? What's it gonna do to my baby? Is it gonna make her deaf? Is it gonna make her go crazy? I think it will. And in turn will make me go crazy. I really think the substation, if this thing here, this mobile station right here, our time shop and probably the planning department, he had a sign that was up. That sign was up too high. From my understanding, it was up too high and you made him take it down before he could rebuild. now we're putting 150-foot poles up here? What was wrong with his short sign that you could see from the freeway? What was wrong with that? We're a resident, we're not a development. And we feel like we are not being heard. We feel like the township, not necessarily the planning commission, but you guys are the ones that voted in and say, yes, we're gonna put it through to the trustee. You're not looking at us as residents. Mrs. Budd, you've been here as long as my family has been here. Yes, I know you're right next to that tower line, but you also built that house after that tower line was in. Before, I bought that, okay? And for the people in Haggerty Sub, you wanna know how much the houses are gonna be worth? They're gonna be worth what I paid for it in 1970. I paid $32,000 for a house. That's what it's gonna be worth. Because you won't be able to, and you're right, you won't be able to go buy anything else. And the same thing's gonna happen for my house. The same thing you bought, but you bought knowing that steel mill was there. That steel mill's been there forever. Because I used to walk to school past that when the buses were on strike. So you knew when you bought, where you bought, that there was a train that went by. No, the high wire lines weren't there, but you still knew. So do what the residents want. Don't do what you guys want. And Jeff, you're sitting there shaking your head, but you're gonna vote for it.
I'm nodding. I'm nodding. I'm shaking my head nodding.
I just, you know, do what's right for us. Please, 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 do what's right for us.
Wow, I don't know if I want to go anymore after that. Yeah, just really shows how like the residents.
I know you have once, but please introduce yourself again for people.
My name is Clara Ganon. I'm a resident of Milan, yeah, it's just crazy how the citizens and residents have so much less, or like they don't have as many rights as the developers. Like, why are the developers given such favor? That story about the sign was just really powerful and all of that. Sorry, I got distracted by your comment. So from what I heard earlier, it sounds like there will be another sound study done after it is built, but to confirm that it is still aligns with ordinances, I would like you guys to ask DTE, like, will it be an independent study, or is it just going to be one that they pay for? What happens when it inevitably makes more noise than they originally promised? What lever is there to hold them accountable? Who does this? Who does the monitoring? You know, they talked about there's going to be monitoring. Who does that? Like, we need more clear answers. And also, like, they talk about safety standards, like safe by whose standards? Who are writing these standards? Would you move next to a data center? Like, you people who are saying that it's safe and it follows standards, would you buy a house there as an investment for future generation, for your family to have for future generations? No, you wouldn't, because you know it's not safe. Maybe it does follow the ordinances. Maybe it does follow the standards. That doesn't mean that it's okay. Celine, just last night, lights left on all fucking night. Their data center isn't even built yet, but they're already breaking the rules. ITC is not any better than the developers in Celine. Like, they're going to break the rules. How do we hold them accountable? And also, like, you guys have so much time to answer all these questions. If it were my boss, like if I were presenting what they presented today, my boss would have a lot more follow-up questions because we value transparency at my company, not fake transparency, like real answers. My boss would be like, show your work. Ask them to show their work. You know, DTE, they raise our rates so that they can spend more money paying off politicians so that they can charge us more money. That's why you need to sign money out of politics. And, you know, for like, you know, the DTE has been sitting next to me, like this time we've sat next together. I'm pretty sure we sat next to each other last time. And like, I hear you when like the citizens, like we get loud and we get upset, and I hear you like making noises like shh, like I get it, it's uncomfortable, like it would make me uncomfortable too to hear people's pain. And like maybe you're just uncomfortable because things aren't going to plan, I don't know, but like I know that we have more in common than these tech billionaires, and we need to get money out of politics. You are my neighbor. Those tech bros need to get the frick out of here. You're my neighbor. We're like working together right now. This is what this is about. And I'm going to end here. Oh, yes. Also, okay. Yes. We already talked about there will be smoke outside the unit. You guys covered that. Also, I'm sure you guys have seen the ransom note that DTE sent our AG. Like, this is also just like a really common thing that these developers do is they like convince you, like just with AI in general, they convince you that they need it, and then they like start charging you more money. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna hike up our rates. So get money out of politics. Thank you.
I'm Sunny. I live in Wayne County. In regular situations, trees and forestry projects have a 90% success rate of surviving past the first few years of them being planted. In urban areas, and I would consider this urban, seeing it's going to be right next to a bunch of electricity going to and fro. That success rate goes down to 35 to 47%. All these trees, in theory, look really nice. Those trees are not going to survive. Take away half of that. You want to talk about visibility? You'll be able to see it. The trees aren't going to be able to soak up anything because they'll be dead.
That's a new one to me.
Hi, my name is Megan Daniels. I just have one question about the process. Our township's guide to development indicates that developments with substantial impact developers may be required to engage in pre-application meeting and informational meeting with community members. Did we have that? Was that meeting we had here, did they consider that as part? I mean, that was really the Panatone Project Cannoli engagement, because in Haggerty subdivision I have 2 homes. I own 2 homes, and I actually never got notification about the engagement at the community college. I heard it through my neighbors, through words of mouth. So I don't know if it was just people along the fence line that were notified, and I'm wondering if the people in the apartments were part of this process that might be within that 300 feet of needing pre-engagement with the community when it's such a substantial project.
There was an open house done like mid-December of 2025 for this project. We did.
Permit holder, the independent, who is the one DTE holds, I understand Panatone is the project management, and they're able to help submit things, but is that considered our pre-engagement, we would say? Yeah, okay. It had very limited information at that time. Even this rendition doesn't have a picture of where the poles would be.
Hi, it's Monique Kirkowski. I know I'm on my rebuttal short time. So before you vote, could you please make it clear to the audience that's here exactly what you're voting on? So if you vote for this whole thing, are you voting for the PCUs that don't belong on this agenda? When we started this meeting, you didn't really truly know that there was ion batteries in the PCUs, and really they're a BES in sheep's clothing, right? Or wolf, is that, yeah, that's wolf in sheep's clothing. Yep, that's what they are. And you didn't know that, right? So if you vote on that, is that included? Are you agreeing to a humongous BES system as well tonight? We should know. And then when the last, when we had the last discussion of what the outline was going to be, they talked about some crazy number of generators, and now we're on PCUs. I really don't believe there's been enough time to absorb that. If you waited longer and really understand what a PCU is, maybe they would change their mind again, because it's very sloppy work, and I'm talking faster. The attorney is sloppy, Panatone is sloppy, DTE is sloppy, IT, they're all sloppy. I'm really surprised at this high level that we're allowing the I don't knows, the shaking their heads. It's really crazy to me. I think Roberta brought up a very good point, and I saw Chris stand up, so that made me clue in that maybe it was a good point. What is the setback of that larger building from us poor suckers that live here? What is that setback? Because I saw her look concerned, and I really would like to know that. That should be answered. Yeah.
We've got that.
Hello again, my name is Courtney. I am from Ypsi Township, again, where we are also facing the Los Alamos deadly data center that is going to affect your house on the lake, just so you know. And Mr. Chairman, I want to say that I think your behavior out of everybody's is the most disgusting. Sitting here nodding your head and going to approve this without listening to your constituents is disgusting. I want everybody to know that I am the one here that is fighting DTE, that I'm the one that is here with the petitions to tell them to stop buying our politicians and to stop telling the politicians to tell you guys that we don't have rights to our land, to protect ourselves, because that's bullshit.
I'm Ella Haggerty, sub. So the responses that we received for confirmation tonight was one, that the lawyer said that these were two separate applications, right? Township lawyer, you said you involved them at the very beginning of the meeting. The other pieces that we received was a detailed engineering plan has not been finalized. The exact routes have not been finalized. Traffic impacts are still unknown. Residential impact studies have not been provided, and there have been no environmental health studies that have been done throughout this entire project. There have been no written guarantees that exist protecting residents or adjacent properties from construction impacts and or any other catastrophic events. Instead, residents have received uncertain language such as "we do not anticipate," "none proposed that I'm aware of," and it has not been designed of detail this yet. Even in your packet, it does not say the very specifics. Now, I know from my food pantry, when I tried to get it approved on township lines, it was so specific to the centimeter. Every single frame, everything was so specific. And it was still a no, because they didn't want to help those people, okay? So the residents, we shouldn't just expect approvals when we don't have these fine little details. I think that at minimum, approval should be delayed until final engineering and routing plans are complete, traffic and construction impacts are fully disclosed, and any resident, the resident should receive clear written assurance regarding property and neighborhood impacts. The people who live here, we deserve a complete answer before approvals are moved on. I think also to note that y'all studied hyperscale data centers since 2020 per a FOIA. I'm not making this shit up. I don't value anything from coming up here. I'm missing my children at home and their events. I come in here having to dig through FOIAs and spend my time because we can't be transparent. And that's a problem. And whether planning commissioners know or not, I don't know, y'all. I can only see the FOIAs that maybe you're not BCC'd on it. I don't know. But I find it really concerning when there's FOIAs from 2024 that show that a ordinance was changed so that construction and this Panattoni project could be done simultaneously instead of the construction being done. I'll show you the emails. Don't worry, I got you. So I find it disgusting that we're having to be here when y'all are getting paid for this. Like, it's really unfortunate that we're going, oh, well, they're not, zoned in a certain way for Mr. Port Osborne and everybody else on that line because the zoning, it doesn't align to what it could be or what it should be. They're residents. Whether you want to say they're in manufacturing or not, they're residents. And our lives matter, our health matters, and are you going to actually study the impact from this project on if those deer start running on our road? Because there is one in our neighborhood. They come out, they do stuff, now the animals are scaring. Are you going to impact those traffic deaths measurements? Because we have a lot in that area. Is it going to increase? Are the signs going to increase on the highway when you drive by? Be careful, deer. Are you going to put one up by our houses so people know, like, hey, you can't see around that curve in case that deer runs out now? Those are real questions, and I expect y'all to dig into this instead of being bullied by off-brand Fisk over here telling you have to approve both of them. Come on. Thank you.
I would just like to read to you from the Planning Commission of Lyon Township's independent sound study that they found, which describes in extensive detail all of the deception, missing information that was committed by the developers commissioned sound study. So right after that, I'm going to read you the latest as of last week or 2 weeks ago about about ITC currently eminent domaining up in front of the MPSC. The nerve of you saying that that's not happening to people. I know people in that community. Identified deficiencies including missing baseline ambient noise measurements, failure to evaluate or apply the required tonal noise penalty, omission of several relevant noise sources, including generators, transformers, trucks, and additional battery units. Sound familiar? Inconsistencies between noise contour maps and receptor tables, missing modeling assumptions, unsupported crediting of louvered wells, however you say that, as sound barriers, and a lack of updated modeling to reflect recent design changes. Based on these issues, the township's consultant, independent consultant that they hired, not affiliated with anyone, recommends rejecting the submission in its current form. And they have done this twice. Because they listened to people, they got independent information, and they saved their township from not only harm and generational harm, including in that, but being sued to oblivion, because I guarantee you that will happen. And I'm not done. I still have 1 minute and 26 seconds. So, last I found, your noise ordinance outlines very specifically for commercial uses noise that crosses real property boundaries and interferes with the peace, comfort, or enjoyment of persons residing in a dwelling unit or residence, or persons located at a receiving property, noise that's unreasonably loud or disturbing. And then it goes really into specifically nighttime peace, psychological harm, all of these things. So you have right in front of you, if you just look how loud substations are, they are loud. They contain generators, electricity, they manage power, and control and organize and send power. That's literally what they do. So if you have a noise ordinance, if you have residents right next to it, many of whom are here, some of whom are my friends, at the very least, you do not need to use the lever of power that you have to grant a preliminary site approval, which, as we've established and said repeatedly, really gives them the go-ahead to go ahead. And by the way, it's super insulting that you let Patatoni's developer speak for DTE, ITC, and present this entire plan, which was surfaced by us last month with several questions, with all of you participating. So we don't need to hear it from the developer's attorney. We need to hear it from the companies that have repeatedly demonstrated that they are fine with everything, but you know what? They will go on record and say what will and will not happen.
Sorry, time.
I don't think you're sorry, but you're welcome.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
am sorry.
Okay, you all looked confused at the email on December 10th, 2024. The developers submitted detailed ordinance changes. Township staff responded in real time. Chris Thorne of Panettone submits 5 specific requests to modify the PUD ordinance sections, including floor area ratios, mixed zoning allowances, open space requirements, phasing rules, and parcel combination. Acres and line responses in red show staff agreeing to most changes and confirming the ordinance is being revised to match developer preferences. Ordinance tailored to developers, and I quote, "We are making some changes to this section. The language no longer prevents commencement of construction of the building until infrastructures are completed." Signed, Ron Akers. Okay, so I'm not full of shit. And also, I think it's really disheartening that Chair, you barked at me for even saying Panettone when that was not even actually what I was talking about. I was not, I'm talking. You can't talk. So I was bringing it up to have a whole or bigger discussion on general, and you cut me off, and yet they're allowed to speak when you've said they're not presenting. I feel like you owe me and everybody else that you barked at an apology because it is the most patriarchal bullshit that I have ever heard.
Again, my name is Marla Stiltner. DTD did not answer my question. How do you plan on keeping this quiet? Because when I moved into my home 30 years ago, we did not have 3 poles in our yard. They got put there, and they zing. Now you're gonna put them underground, and you're gonna have them above. Please tell me how you're not gonna have that zinging. Can anyone tell me? Because it zings. It makes a lot of noise. So please explain to me how you are going to prevent this, because I have it in my home. You can't step out in my yard and not hear it. It's morning and night. I don't know why it zings like that. Perhaps it's because of the transformer, I don't know. But I do want to know how you're going to prevent that so the rest of us don't get this mess again.
Mrs. Stump, do you have a response to that? Because it's your switch that provides the,
Thank you. I was waiting for the chair to acknowledge that I could respond. So I just want to clarify your question. Are you asking for the equipment that's in your backyard currently?
No, I'm asking how
Okay.
you're going to, I don't think they can prevent because the poles are already there. They're going to zing.
Just don't want you to trip there. Okay.
How are you going to prevent it from anybody else? Because that substation that you're going to put in, that energy thing, is going to make a lot of noise. How are we going to prevent this noise?
So the equipment in the station is not noise making. So transformers, like you mentioned, you had a transformer in the back of your poles. They do make noise. The equipment that is in there, it does not make noise. And so that, it doesn't make noise.
But you guys told us that you were going to put transformers in there.
Not for this position. It's a switching station.
And how will you prevent it from the ion batteries from making all that noise? Because I'll tell you something. Last year, it was so bad with ion batteries that it,
Oh, I'm sorry. They want you on the mic.
that they prevented it from, they had to put them in a special package to go on the airplanes. So they can't say that it's safe. Airplanes learned that the hard way. It destroyed lives. So how are they going to prevent all this? Because they haven't made a clear plan as to how it's going to happen. I would like you to know. I would like to know that.
the time.
You guys can go.
Let her finish. See if she had something more to say.
Tracy Osborne, and I live at 10800 Hannon Road in Van Buren Township. I live right there. I live right there. So I just have a question. How far will that building be from my property? Actually answered that question yet.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so I did look it up. The equipment yard that is on the, I guess it would be the east side of the building, sits approximately 287 feet from the property line.
The equipment yard?
The equipment yard, yes.
And the building is how far from the edge of it?
Oh. I would have to measure it off the site plan. The setbacks on the site plan are listed to the equipment yards.
Quick, I actually, the lady earlier mentioned that the assessment of Project Flex in Lyon Township. And so K&S Engineering did an assessment of the assessment, and the statement in there says the Kimberly Horn report does not demonstrate the study was prepared by an individual qualified to conduct a comprehensive community noise assessment for development of this scale. So if the acoustic thing was one that you wanted in order to give the preliminary site plan today, and that you got it presented by somebody who is unqualified to give an assessment, I think you right now need to deny that. And so that's available. That's available. You can find it online. It's posted. It's public record. So another thing I haven't had an answer for, and I know, Ron, you've been working on this, is my well. I haven't heard anything about my well and what's going to happen with that. So I need an answer for that, please. And I just want to emphasize the noise is a big concern for me. I want to emphasize again, I have a special needs daughter, and I don't know how that's going to affect her until it's put in and built. And then what do we do?
One last time, Roberta, and my house is over here, and this is actually a lake that's right here. There is a drain that comes under here and drains into the lake. Just so everybody knows that the drain, these ponds, I don't know how they're gonna line them so they don't affect the water underground, because I would imagine some of that's gonna seep under here and go right into Edison Lake. We've already got a contamination problem in the lake with it being green and nasty all the time. Why not just add more, right? And I didn't get an answer of how far this is back from the service drive.
I looked that up. The equipment yard where the chillers are is approximately 633 feet from the I-94 service drive.
Okay, and then again, I have to ask, are you approving tonight the BEST system? Is this what the Planning Commission is doing, is looking at the BEST system? And the DTE ITC substation? Is that what you're looking to approve tonight?
Those are what's on our agenda to evaluate, yes.
To evaluate, so tonight you'll probably say either yes or no?
Can be yes.
No, yeah, it will be probably
For
yes.
what you, to answer your question, yes. We are considering that this evening.
I have a real problem with the substation here. It's huge. It's absolutely huge. I mean, you're saying, oh, the wall's gonna be up. Well, okay, 20 foot, 85, 150 foot. That's a pretty high up there. And I don't wanna look at it. I don't wanna look at any of this shit. Why didn't you go way down here and let them say, okay? Because way down there is all industrial, where it should have been.
Jen Smith again. So the majority of my work is either in Detroit or Ypsilanti. They are the most adaptive reuse properties that I deal with. But in Detroit, we also have major developments with Stellantis, with Michigan Central that you've all probably heard about over time. One of the tools that the city of Detroit uses is called a community benefits ordinance. Or agreement, depending on the city that you're dealing with. Do we have one of those? Yes, no.
No, we don't have a community benefits ordinance.
So therefore, what I'm hearing is that there is nothing that the township residents are getting out of this, outside of maybe police and fire getting some money, like in a pilot program, payment in lieu of taxes. If this is dealing with the 19th, but I'm just curious, is that correct?
I know as part of there's going to be conversations on May 19th with the economic development incentives and how, some of those benefits are. I mean, I think, the scope of this board is to consider whether or not the project meets zoning requirements. The way community benefit ordinances are set up, they're usually tied to some sort of tax abatement process or incentive process. With the exception, I think the city of Detroit may have a provision where if the project is above a certain size, it may qualify. But I know Ypsilanti's ordinance is based on incentives, and that's usually where it ties into. You can't ask for incentives as part of the zoning process because you have to follow the responsibilities within your zoning ordinance, and that's really the scope of authority that this board
Understood,
covers.
and full apology for bringing it up out of turn. But this is something that I think if you choose to vote yes, I just want to put in everyone's brain that is here that there could be, if you vote yes, why can his house, why can he not get an extra $150,000 to decide, or 300,000, because realistically, actually 450 is the minimum average house for a house in Michigan now, right? For like a livable average house. So then buy him out and see if he wants to stay there, great. If he wants to move somewhere else and abandon that house, great. Same thing for everyone in Haggerty Sub. You guys, as a township, not necessarily zoning, but you guys have a right to do that. So if we could have meetings, community meetings about that, I think that would be great to establish prior to approving this 30-year abatement. I understand thank you for being kind. I understand that that's out of pocket, but just an idea.
Hello, my name is Taya. I just want to remind you that a lawsuit is better than the loss of our planet. We only have one planet. Take the risk. It's the right thing to do. Take it to the highest court. Don't settle. Make them prove that this is what humanity wants. We are all sharing this one planet. Please defend it. I know it's hard to do, and I know you don't want to take the risk. I get it. But if you don't want to do that, delay it inevitably. You know what a filibuster is. You can kick this meeting. As long as you can give a written reason as to why you need to wait to vote on this, keep doing it. Do it until they get bored and move on. But I, for one, am so glad that the people who stand to profit billions of dollars have told us all everything is safe and there's nothing to worry about. I'm sure that makes perfect sense to them. And I hope you all, sitting here, really reconsider your jobs, your line of business, and what you're doing to our world. Who is this for? Because it's not us that are using AI to Google how to make a recipe. It is surveillance. It is fascism. Why do you have this job? Why do you feel good sitting here today with these people you are listening to, telling you how it is going to affect their lives? You're going to walk out of this room and never think of this town again. But they will live with your actions forever. Our planet will live with your actions forever. I sincerely hope that you reconsider your line of work. This is shameful. I have children that I want to be able to grow up on a planet that is survivable. In my lifetime, I'm 30 years old. I have watched bugs disappear, birds disappear. We have overdeveloped this planet as it is. Who does this help? Peter Thiel? Fucking Elon Musk? They do not need more money, but we need water. Why are you here? Does this make you feel good? You know what? I don't think anyone sitting here is the problem. I think it is above your heads. But you are part of the problem. You are allowing this industry to prevail at the cost of all of these people here today. Quit your jobs. Find something better. Do anything else. I'm sure you're doing well enough that you could probably take some time off. Maybe sit outside and see a tree for a bit and appreciate the majesty of this planet. We can't fix it if we keep going in this direction. We only have one chance.
Excuse me. Time.
Deserves better.
Sarah Brabs, York Township. But I just want to add, in the last hour after I sent some pictures of how big and full the room was, a friend of mine saw you union people with your vests on and wanted me to tell you that he's in the union too, and also half of them feel the way he does and will not do this work or talk about this work freely to other people, just FYI. So I told him I would mention that. And I had to come back about ITC. April 27th. My family's farmland is being seized for this project. Why must eminent domain be used in this situation when there are property owners that are willing to sell easements? My family has 2 fields, 80 and 65 acres, that are impacted, 2 houses by each field. My parents are in one house and my wife and I and kids are in the other house. I was hoping my children would be able to build houses on our property. Those on the alternate route like me were not given enough time to respond to this. My other comment I'm going to read, to whom it may concern, I'm writing as a resident of Williamston, this is just east of Okemos, by the way, to formally express my opposition to the proposed high voltage transmission line project slated to pass through Williamston. After reviewing the project's purported benefits, I find the justification for this intrusion into our community to be fundamentally flawed and contrary to the interests of local residents. Number one, misalignment of reliability claims. ITC frequently claims this project will increase reliability for local residents. However, this conflates regional transmission with local distribution. The vast majority of power disruptions experienced in Williamston are the result of local infrastructure issues such as trees or aging poles, not a lack of capacity on a high voltage grid. Adding a massive interstate highway for electricity through our backyards does nothing to fix the last mile issues that actually cause our lights to go out. Industrialization versus community identity. It's clear that a primary driver for this additional capacity is to facilitate the development of large-scale data centers and industrial energy users. This directly contradicts the expressed will of this community, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea.
Excuse me, your time.
No, it's not. I have 1 minute and 20.
This is your second time speaking. You only get a minute and a half for a rebuttal.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
This Open Meetings Act does allow someone to give me more time, so I might go find someone. So I'll
No,
be back.
no, it
does, though.
doesn't.
It
No,
does.
it doesn't.
Okay, okay, cool.
My name's Jake. I've been a lifelong Belleville or Van Buren resident. My biggest concern, and I know someone just prior to me brought it up, was about property values or purchasing homes, or if that y'all had the power to. I'm just looking for backing it up, because if y'all are certain, I mean, I have been told multiple times by every group here saying they are certain that property values do not drop, and every single one of y'all have looked and shook your heads yes. So can I get backing for anyone in hearing sound? And I'm pretty sure, so fact check me if you can, that y'all did the same for the dump. I could be wrong. I thought I read it in the Independent. I could be wrong. I'm fine with that, and if I am, but if someone can fact check me, please. But if someone, for anyone in hearing distance, sight distance, whatever it is, put some backing behind it, because I've seen every single person shake their head, yeah, on the property values being held, and I really do not think so. So that's it.
Jeremy Haley. My friend made a quick observation. Did you notice the picture they put up here? It's like fogged out or blacked out in all the corners, like they didn't want anybody else to see what's there other than what's in the middle.
Those are clouds.
Naturally occurring ones?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's an aerial picture.
So it's not artificial. Because it kind of looks that way. But they're conveniently they're conveniently placed in the corners, which was kind of. But my point is, they say the substations and all that stuff is safe. When I was in the basic physics class, we did basic physics experiment with electricity, where we ran a wire and put 4 compasses around the corners on each north, south, west side of it, and flipped on the electricity, and those compasses turn directions, because with the electricity passing through a wire, there's an associated magnetic field that is perpendicular to that wire, and it is associated with the voltage going through that wire, how far that electromagnetic field extends, and that should be of concern. And if you're doing an environmental study for the sites, you also should do a biodiversity study of the site as well. Because if you look around, and it's been known around substations and high electrical units, the biodiversity is almost nil. Nothing wants to live around these units because the high output of electromagnetic radiation for frequencies being put off from the units. You don't see birds hanging out on the high power lines. You don't see predator birds hanging around these substations. Birds don't like them. Insects don't like them. You may see some ants, but that's about it, because it affects the biodiversity in the area when you have high electrical output being put out at a strategic point at one point. And it will affect things, and if it affects those, it will affect humans. It'll affect them on different aspect range. And the person brought up with the insects dying and stuff, it is partly because we've had more solar radiation, solar flares coming into the earth, and the insects are affected by that solar radiation that they die off, and there's been massive bee die-offs after solar radiation effects from the sun. So these effects from even what we produce can affect humans. We're just ignorant to the fact that we want to put something over our eyes and think it doesn't. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Caleb. I'm from Ypsi, right on the edge of Van Buren Township. First of all, I want to say that I'm grateful to some of this commission for the vigilance that they've shown regarding the issue of PCUs, something we didn't think we would be talking about tonight, but here we are. And I want to say to the rest of the commission, I can imagine that you feel pressure because of the Zoning Enabling Act to move forward with this. But is it a possibility that these ordinances were written before considering the unique characteristics of these data centers and BESS, these battery energy storage systems? The energy density on these properties is not suited for anything near residential, farmland, or semi-rural. You're introducing unnecessary risk to these residents, and I'm not reassured by the answers to the questions. Is the fire department fully prepared? When the questions were asked about how these emergency thermal runaways would be handled, it seems like each question led to more questions. I wasn't reassured. Where's the water going that's going to be used to extinguish them? And it seemed clear that the solution is that you just let them burn. They're self-contained. So that wasn't really comforting to learn. I just want to finish off by saying that someone mentioned that this does have national attention. And if this commission is concerned that not moving forward as you're expected is going to blow back on you, we want you to know that you have the support of the community and the national stage. We're behind you on this. Please take the time to consider this. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Ken Kirkowski again. I know I only get a minute and a half. But once again, on your vote, I'd like to reiterate, PCUs shouldn't be. Our lawyer that was set up there, our lawyer from the Van Buren Township said, hey, this Palatani and the substation are two separate ones. PCUs are two separate ones if the DTE is not installing them. Or at least if it's not, then you guys should table it and check with the lawyer and make sure. Sounds right. Second, if you guys do approve the DTE thing, sounds like they answered a lot of the questions. It should be maybe with a 30-day that they come back with the signed contracts that's stating that that's how they're running them. They got their approval from it. And if it's not, then you got to come back and resubmit to be able to figure out how it's done, make sure it's not eminent domain across somebody's land. Those couple things should be taken care of tonight. Somebody up on the board should do something, make a suggestion. Third, Commissioner, unfortunately, if she's correct, you said that they didn't do the PUDs for this company. She stated that somebody was getting done and they knew about it. And I'm not saying you, but somebody should look into that because, man, something ain't right there then. I'm not saying it's right, but you stated at one of the board meetings that they were not changed for anybody. That's a couple more meetings back because you asked where the citizens were. I was watching it on TV when I was trying to watch my grandkid. So it should be, I didn't say you knew about it, but if somebody up there did, then yeah, you guys should relook at that because that's not good. I mean, I'm just saying, that's just what I heard. So I don't know, but you stated that. I do remember things. Jeff Jarrett is shaking his head, yes, that was stated. And if it was done, then you definitely got to figure that out. I know my time's up. I appreciate you letting me get back up here. But look at that. Somebody up there make those couple comments about the 30 days.
I'm
and
trying to
stuff.
remember the PUD we put together. I don't remember any changes we made to it after we wrote it. Because the PUD was designed just for special applications, and we've never applied the PUD in a commercial or industrial zone at this point.
We received an application for a planned unit, non-residential planned unit development.
Right, okay.
Responding to the statement that you made. I mean, nothing, I'm just clarifying
I
what I
was
said was, the day that you said it, you said, hey, we didn't create this PUD for Peloton or this project. But what I'm saying is, if she just stated that they were in figuring out these PUDs and partly they were talking to them about it and it came afterwards, then maybe something should be looked at, because that means you didn't know something is pulled over you too. So something should be seen then.
That's why I was just asking.
Fine. I'm not saying you did know and when. That's what I was stating there.
Thank you.
My name is Marla Stiltner.
Mhm.
Have any of you guys ever went through eminent domain? Nobody? Well, I'm going to tell you something. I have. We lost 183 acres. They offered us less than half of what the store was going to, and then they ended up taking it, and they took all of it. They even moved our cemetery. So when I tell you firsthand that eminent domain, you will not get your money's worth on your property. Believe it. I have it in writing. I've went through it. So if none of yous have, I can show you firsthand they do not give you what your house is worth. You will be without. And a lot of people that are without are the ones that cannot move. They're just, they just move them, and you're stuck with whatever. And that a lot of times means that less than what you had worked for all your lives. Like I said, my husband and I are older. There's many senior citizens in here that cannot move. We've made our money. This is it. We believed that we could live on this, that we could do, we could prosper from it and have our kids prosper from it. But from whatever you guys are doing, it's not going to happen, because eminent domain, you get less than half. Believe it. I have it in writing, so I know, firsthand what I'm talking about. Think about that. And there are so many things going on that you guys weren't aware of, that somebody should
Your
be
time,
aware of.
ma'am. Thank you.
I know, but I want to bring all these things up to you. And like I said,
This-
they didn't answer on my zinging. They didn't even answer on the zinging.
They,
And I'm residential.
your time. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
The only thing I would say to answer to her question, my family went through eminent domain because we lived on the I-94 service drive. When they built the Willow Run Expressway, of course, they widened it to 2 roads. They went through again, and my family had to move back. The last time they went, they took 8 acres off the front of the farm, which took all of the cow barns, because we were a dairy farmer. They took all the barns. And so we moved back once again. So it looks like we're sitting on the expressway, but we definitely weren't when we first moved there. I don't know how they came out money-wise, because it was my husband's family that I married into, but they had been through eminent domain. So I do know what that involves, just so you know.
But I have it in writing now. I have it in writing. They took up, it was prime real estate. It was the only flat land. It was the land that my husband's family, they settled that whole town. My husband's family thought so much of the people that they built schools, sent people to, so that they could have teachers, sent them for, they made a hospital, sent people for doctoring so that they could have doctoring. They
Thank you.
So with ITC, just a point of clarity, because I do want to be on the record, because I think this is critically important. It is true that we do have eminent domain rights, but we have no intentions. The way we will serve this load is exclusively in road right-of-way, and we will not evict people from their homes. We will not take their property. I have no concerns putting that in writing. We will not take your homes, and we will not take your property. Yeah, and I think we actually submitted on the heels of the last meeting a note suggesting exactly that.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't have said that explicitly.
there.
That's what it says.
It's in ITC's letter.
See, it is in writing. It is in the ITC letter.
Yeah.
Will not condemn homes to provide power to the planned switching station for this project. So, any other comments? Any other comments?
You are ignoring the nuance. There's a huge difference between condemning and taking property, sir, and putting whatever the hell they want on it. That's the difference, and we will fight for that too.
What they wrote.
It wasn't that. You're exactly right. They wrote they wouldn't condemn our homes. I didn't expect they would, right? They'll put whatever the heck they want on it. That's the difference.
Sorry. Can you hear me? Hello? Sorry. That is a valid point, but just to clarify, it is both. We will not evict people from their homes. We have never done that in the history of the company. And for this particular project, we have no intentions. We will not take your real estate. I know there was a reference previously to a project that's many miles from here, and we do have an obligation. We own the most critical infrastructure in the state from my perspective, the backbone grid. And if we don't invest in our grid, there are reliability issues. Effectively, the power will go out. And so we are put in a position where we have to ensure we're proactively investing in the grid to keep the lights on. Sometimes that means we need to have greenfield investment, and in certain circumstances, that does require the use of eminent domain. For this particular project, we will not be using eminent domain to serve this load. We will be using the road right-of-way via underground cables to serve this load.
Okay, you get it.
There are no, ITC will be developing a switching station. The noise, the humming, the zinging comes from transformers. There will be no transformers in our switching station.
Hi, my name is Claire Gannon. I'm from Milan. I just want to point out that that guy does not live here. She does not live here. He does not live here. They don't live here. They will say this stuff and then they will leave and then the plans will change. And what they say is not true. We live here.
No, you don't.
Live here. But I live nearby and I care about this place, and I know a lot of these people do actually live right here. And I will keep showing up if you guys do the right thing and just do what you did last time. Just ask more questions. Just push it off one more time. You can do the exact same thing that you did last time. You don't need to feel rushed. They are trying to make you feel rushed, but you don't have to do that. This is what they do. They try to make it seem like you have to make this decision now. You don't have to. You can just do exactly what you did last time because they don't live here. They don't care about this town, and they will leave here, and they won't. There's no accountability. Like, how do we make sure that they will do what they say? Who does that? Whose job is that?
tell you.
You've got,
They
I'll give
told-
you 30 seconds.
Okay.
This is your fourth time up here in this.
Everything that they're saying is not so. We've lived under it. I want you to know that we've lived under it. They told us when they paved Beavis Road. The guy told us when he took out all the trees along there. He didn't live there. He didn't care. We lived there. And I can do without electricity, but I can't live without trees. Trees hold up the ground. Trees clean the air. So we have to have these things. I fought for my trees, so I have them. But all along on the Van Buren
Thank
side,
you.
trees were lost. Believe it when I tell you they're not saying,
Thank you.
they're not
I-
even telling you what's going to happen with the zinging. And I
I-
tell you, it is horrible.
That's enough. Thank you.
No, it is.
I heard that I might be able to get 30 seconds. Just something occurred to me. I just wanted to say that I'd be happy to show anyone some videos just in the last month or two of ITC rolling substation lines right through power lines and humming, like super loud humming. So loud that it's going to be on our nuisance map.org, which also, by the way, includes house values tanking. That's the last shout out I'll do about that. Thank you.
Just a clarifying question, because I seen it on the Michigan Public Service Commission's applications for DTE for this project specifically, and it said 9-acre substation, don't quote me, but it's like 9-acre substation with potential to expand. Can we have that in writing and clarification? It's on their documents, guys. Like, come on, if I'm reading this, y'all can read this too. Like, none of us have time for this. But it's on there. Can we please clarify that it is not expanding after this initial phase? There's no potential at all that it's expanding, because it says it on there.
Answer that, Director Akers.
I mean, we're considering what's proposed this evening. As far as ITC's future plans, I have no knowledge of that. ITC is going to have to address that.
The substation as proposed is approximately 9 acres, and that is the equipment that will be needed to feed the site.
Are there any plans to expand that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I have a question. To ask ITC some questions, can Chuck and Cynthia please approach? We received a letter from you. It's dated April 24th. Cynthia, you authored the letter. Chuck, you got up and mentioned that, you know, the second paragraph talks about not condemning homes. You indicated that you will not evict or execute eminent domain.
Correct.
Can you update this letter for us stating that? I'm looking for assurances and protection for our community, so I just need to know if you can update it.
Yes.
That exact language.
One more time, evict in.
Evict anybody from their homes or execute eminent domain.
Correct.
Okay, and then you can keep the condemned in there too.
Could I add one?
And we will have that on the record. Everything that happens here tonight, all the requests that we make, the promises they make, that becomes part of our record. And that's what we can hold them accountable to. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as a point of order, I want to point out that we have not formally closed public comment yet. If the commissioners want to start discussing, we should close the public comment.
Jeff, when they came up, I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
at
oh,
the
I get it,
podium.
I'm just a point of order. We should, continue with
Missed you.
public comment or close it, so that we can
I
discuss again
apologize.
freely.
I missed you. Any other public comment? This,
That's,
no, it's,
All stuff on the property.
I'm
Ask them these questions, get the answer. I get 30 more seconds. The other two people did. And also, like, I forgot what I was going to say, but it was important. And yes, get this stuff in writing. Don't, please, like, I'm begging you, don't approve it until you get all the answers and you get it in writing. They will be slimy. Please. please. And like, I know you have like your own world view, but please take into consideration and listen to the other people's world view. It's different,
Okay.
like your experience. Okay? Listen to the people.
Anybody with any further comments? Seeing none, I'm closing public hearing.
To close public hearing.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, commissioners.
Chair, I do have a quick question for staff, if that's okay.
Yeah.
If they do look to expand in the future, they would need to come back before the board, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I did have, I wanted to add on to the last question, and for this transfer station, it's not going to feed any other business other than just Panattoni, correct?
I thought I said public comment.
Potential to.
Again, Chuck Marshall with ITC. So the switching station that's going to be constructed on site has through network power flows. So it's not a, I would say, a radial facility. So it has powers that are, it's going to flow into it, through it, and then leave the site by design for reliability on that site. So this site uniquely, this switching station, today has no intention beyond this local load to have connections. But just for clarity, there is power that flows through it from a network configuration
So it has the
perspective.
potential to feed other businesses, is what you're saying?
And it does. I mean, it supports the broader grid in the state of Michigan.
The switching station does.
Okay. Commissioners, what's your druthers?
Through the chair, I have a short statement I'd like to read, and just quite frankly, I still have concerns about this project, scale, long-term implications, specifically compatibility with the existing neighborhood. I'm still concerned about the burden placed on nearby residents through cumulative community and environmental impact, as well as infrastructure strain. I don't think this site would be chosen as the first spot if it were tied to this, if it weren't tied to this project, which also concerns me about the precedent that we're setting for future proposals. So in this case, I don't believe this is consistent with our long-term goals, so I will be voting no.
Some comments I'd like to make as well. I'd like to respond to, there was a FOIA that was, email that was read. What I want the people to know is that there's a lot of activity that happens within the planning department that we're not made aware of, and some of these issues are what you have read. We typically don't see, we typically see sort of the end result of that, and that's kind of what we've been going through with Panattoni. The other thing I'd like to say is, someone made a comment about the ordinance relative to this project, and I did bring this up at the beginning, that the intent of the ordinance when it was written for data centers did not take into account the advancement of technology, which leads to hyperscale data centers, which are marketably different than what we had intended, which, if anyone knows, at Haggerty Road and Tyler Road, that's what was intended. Both of the two data centers that are there that are pretty much, you know, from the standpoint of residents, apparently non-existent. I'd also like to state that the zoning ordinance doesn't take into account some items that do affect people, but the ordinance for Van Buren Township, where they have regulations and how people deal with their own personal property, their animals, et cetera, at the beginning of that ordinance, one of the things they do state is that the Van Buren Township, one of the goals is to preserve the peace, health, safety, and welfare of the inhabitants of the township. And I believe that that should as well extend to any of the businesses that want to come into our, township. And I don't believe in any way that when they do come in, they should be good neighbors, that they should not cause harm in terms of any sort, in terms of financial hardships, possible negative physical and mental health issues that may affect people, potential, and potentially pose safety concerns due to their facility. I don't know of any positive impact that this project has on the Haggerty subdivision. I haven't heard them say one thing at all that is a benefit to the Haggerty subdivision. I've made it known when I first joined this planning commission to our planners, while they aren't the ones that established that was the craziest zoning I've ever seen. Anything that's in the center of a neighborhood, surrounded by a community college, and on the other 3 sides by residential, it makes no sense. I will tell you this, though, that the future planning zoning definitely makes sense to me, which this is not following. And again, I don't believe the residents should take on any negative risks, and they're the ones, this neighborhood are the only ones taking on the risk. The developer is the one that's benefiting from this development, and from that perspective, I agree. I think this is a negative effect on, on our community, and I would be of the same position that I would be voting no. I know that in December, there was a meeting with the trustees, and there was a lot of questions that were passed back and forth, questions and answers, and I know that and I won't quote it per se, but it's pretty darn close when I heard, we don't need their money, we don't need Panattoni, we don't need their money. If we can find something that makes sense to keep them from developing there, we will. There was also a comment made that we're not afraid, to potentially have to fight this in any way.
Are we getting?
Yeah, I'll get there.
Please.
So my point is that I would support that if, that comment from them, if they were willing to do that. But at this point in time, if we're going to need to make a decision, I would deny it as well. I would be of the same position.
Commissioners? Anything?
What about some of the questions that the gentleman asked about these PCUs and where they were gonna go and all of that? Do we need that question answered? So should we, if nothing else, postpone that till they get answered? Are there other questions that need to be answered before we consider it?
Were you talking about which application the PCUs are on?
That was up here.
Okay. So the scope of this application that's being considered by the Planning Commission tonight is the switching yard or substation switching yard that's on the site plan. It does also include the PCUs as a part of this application. So those are what's being considered tonight as well. And then, of course, the tower and the easement areas and that, for DTE, those are being considered as well.
Right. But he had, maybe he could come up and ask his question again. Or is he already left? He's probably already left. I don't know. No, I think his main concern was who was putting them in.
That was like the main question. If DTE is the permit holder and they're applying for the permit and they're not responsible for the other items that are part of this, then I think that's what he was getting at. We need a little more
Yeah.
explanation of.
So, and I can attempt to answer it, and I would ask the representatives from DTE to correct me or to come up and provide elaboration on my comments. But, so the switching yard is going to be owned by ITC. The lines that run from the switching yard to the to the Google-owned substations, those lines will be owned by DTE. And the power conditioning units, which are necessary for the switching yard to function, will be owned by Panattoni.
So did you get your question answered, sir?
Got my question answered. If DT owns the lines, they can run the lines. You can give them granted to run the lines. If they own the PCUs, no, it should not be done. According to the lawyers, it's 2 separate applications. Panattoni should be talking about the PCUs, and the lines in the substation should be DTE, which if you're going to grant that, at least say, hey, come back with the contract stating the lines are separate. This is how you're doing it, right? Which they showed us today. And now it's within, 30 days. I know I've had problems where I got to do something. I got to come back and say within 30 days, I got the approval and then it's approved. But the PCUs should be separate. They're not the same. According to the lawyers, they're separate identities. One is DTE and one is, and unless I'm wrong, and maybe if that's the case, postpone and have the lawyer talk.
We
We should have a lawyer
clarify
there
on
here.
that?
So the do you want to comment?
Sure. The PCUs are a necessary piece of equipment for the switching yard, all right? All of the information is being provided to everyone in the room and everyone here on what the functions of everything are. With respect to the preliminary site plan that was already approved, that's
Right.
already approved. With respect to what's being considered tonight, it's part of it with respect to what's necessary for the switching stations. So if there is information that's provided that's insufficient for either the planning commission to approve or not approve, or if it doesn't want to approve it, but with respect to the preliminary site plans that are being considered, it is what it is. Again, they can
Correct.
make a decision on what they want to do with that information or not.
What I'm saying is, I understand you're saying they're two separate and the PCUs are, but when they came in front of this board and they gave them a preliminary for the site plan for their building, they said generators. Now, I know the board, the planning commission, sorry, I say board, but planning commission has said, hey, between now and the final, things change and it does make it, which is cool. I understand it. But then at the final one, they got to come in and say, here's the new site plan. This is the final one. These are what we're putting in. These are, instead of generators, we're going with these for them. And these are the sound studies for them. DTE is not the one saying it. They're not saying they may need them, Palatani, not DTE. DTE can run the lines and leave them right there in the ground. They don't have to have those. So at that point, it is not the PCUs with DTE. And that's where I say we shouldn't be considering that. It's them. And I know, and our lawyers should get up there and think about it. I know they need it, but they can give that in their final site plan. Then it said, hey, we changed from generators to these. And here's a sound study on it. Debate that then. And these are what they are. And that's all with them. This is not the DTE substation. The DTE substation has nothing to do with that. Needed, but nothing to do with it.
Is that?
Am I wrong on that?
No, the planning commission can consider the preliminary site plan tonight as presented. There will be final site plans that will have to be approved as well
By us.
But all of the information is before you with respect to what to do or not do, whether you approve it, not happy with the change that was made, any of those things, which then will come back again for a final site plan, which can be addressed again once you get more information, if you need more information or if there is more information.
But what I'm saying is when you approve the PCUs tonight, that is Palatani, when you do the final one, they could say, well, the PCUs were already approved for us. And it shouldn't be, because that is theirs on their site plan, and it should be done on their final site plan. That I don't know, but it sounds like that. Instead of DTE with their substations, their lines, how they're running, how
Are
they're
we
getting
trying
wired.
to split hairs here? Are we getting confused on the cross on this? As far
I'm clear.
legally? Are we?
I do think it is that because all of the information is available for a thumbs up or thumbs down vote or a postponement. It's all there for you to consider. There's nothing inappropriate about the consideration of what's been provided there. It is a preliminary site plan, which does make a difference. You are correct. Before it goes to a final site plan, it doesn't have ramifications as it's being considered. But all of the information is in front of you to decide or not decide. You can decide that it's Yeah, it's up, it's up to decide. I'm telling
Because
you,
they could come
I'm telling
back-
you legally that it is a little bit about splitting hairs with respect to those things. It is.
And
But
what
the
I'm saying on
decision is
that-
there for the people.
And what I'm
or
saying
the
for the
commission.
people in that, but everybody was arguing, including them, hey, we're not talking data center, right? And that's where I say, that's where not splitting hairs at. If that's on the data, and that's where I say, they got their preliminary for the data center, 100%, with their 67 generators or 75 or whatever they were, I don't know the number. Now that they're changing it, fine, you can change it, and you'll give it to us on our final one with the sound studies and everything else. Because everyone started complaining about sound studies. We shouldn't have been considering that. We're considering right now the substation. And then it's in the last meeting, they told us don't talk about the data center. When he got here today, don't talk about the data center. But the data center then is involved in that. Let's just take that out, and when they come for the final, they could talk about the PCUs and the sound study for them, and we can debate all that then if you want to move forward on the substation. That can be taken out because that is not DTE. Because if they go with the final, they'll say, oh, well, the PCUs are already involved in it. There, you gave me preliminary. No, that should be done with Palatani, nothing to do with DTE.
So through the chair, what it appears is though this application, because that equipment is off the applicant's site, it appears that as though it's changing the previous approval. That's what that's what it appears to be doing.
According to what I've read, the equipment parts that they're taking up, they have a right to change what that equipment is within those equipment platforms.
Parameters of what was approved.
So by reducing the number of generators and putting in the PCUs, the footprint is still the same, so it hasn't, in effect, changed the preliminary site plan. Is that
Yes.
what we're getting out
Yes.
of this?
Again, is up to the planning commission to make a decision about or not.
What I'm saying is that should have not, what I'm stating is, the only thing that I'm stating is, if Palatani's doing that part of it, it should go with the final site plan, which they have, like you said, they have the right. Don't give them the information, and you guys, you and them both said we're not talking about the data center. And if that's on your part, then we don't split hairs, leave it separate. You can come back on the final and give us all that information and figure it out then. But right now, it's just something different. And that's when it starts getting confused. And when it gets confused is why you get people doing this. The people are yelling about, we wouldn't have been, I'll tell you this, we wouldn't have been yelling about the sound study because there would have been no sound study because the thing is done.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I
We're
wanna
beating this horse.
Thank you, Mr. Kurkowski, for coming up and
yes.
explaining it. I understand your question much better now. And I have a question related to it for staff or consultants.
Yes.
Legal or otherwise. I understand that one of the conditions of postponement that we put on the decision last time was that the Planning Commission should be provided with a unified site plan specifically to address some of the concerns that Mr. Kurkowski brought up with regard to confusion. And are we changing the generators on one, or are we adding PCUs on the other? And I really understand, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to postpone it, was because I felt it was confusing to have two separate applications. I understand it can go forward. We've had a legal opinion that says two separate applications should be handled separately. My question is, when this comes, or if this comes to a final site plan approval, will we be asked to consider approval of a single site plan, or will we be asked to grant or consider or deny final site plan approval on two separate plans? Will it at any point be unified into a single plan, or is the intent that it will always be two separate applications?
With the consultants and dealing with what we're doing, it would be two, which can be done simultaneously, right? Just like we're doing some of the things tonight with special land uses and preliminary site plans, but the both of them can be considered simultaneously.
which, Mr. Chairman, I believe is a way of saying that they have to match. And I think that was one of the difficulties that we brought up last time procedurally, that trying to make sure that the two plans, where they overlap with a PCU from one owner next to a generator from another owner is very, I mean, it's not the way we usually do it, and it is confusing. I find it confusing. And that's my comment. I understand the question. I understand Mr. Kurakowski's point that, yeah, this is confusing. This is very confusing. And going forward, I want to indicate a preference to the commission that we not do that going forward, where we have two separate applications running in parallel. It's not a good way of doing business. It's not good for the community, and it's confusing.
I agree.
But it's what we have today.
And we have to deal with.
And we have to deal with it. So that's my comment on
Okay.
on that, or my question. And thank you for taking the time to explain it to me, sir.
Anybody else with comments? Okay, do we have some sort of action on this item? There's not a question out yet.
I'm going to be in the same boat, so I'm listening and waiting for other people to speak up. We kind of I made known my position.
The gentleman's got an opinion. I believe both gentlemen have said what their opinion is. I would think a motion would be in order.
Anybody else have an opinion? Because I haven't heard from everyone else.
I see, yes.
Well, through the chair, what has been presented to us tonight, what we have looked to evaluate and reevaluate and look at, it has meet all of the zoning laws and rules that we have. So I will have to be voting yes.
I agree.
I got to say, I agree with Commissioner Atchison. You know, our job is not to debate the moral aspects of whether you think AI is a good thing or a bad thing, or social media or computers in general. This board is concerned with whether or not this specific small section of this one larger parcel meets the exact zoning ordinances without missing a single thing. And we postponed it last time because we didn't think it quite met it. We didn't know where power lines were going. I have one last question, Mr. Chairman, for staff. If the location of the power lines coming into the site were to move, that would necessitate an amended preliminary site plan approval, correct?
Actually, it would not.
It would not.
It would
Okay.
not.
As long as I know. I have looked at the tower heights. I was concerned about tower heights. Why'd that mobile gas station sign have to go when those power poles that are 100 feet in the air and an 80-foot high H-frame gets to stand up? And the answer that I was provided when I asked that question was electrical power is a public utility, and it's regulated by a different set of laws than our local zoning ordinance. We can't regulate it. We can regulate a gas station sign, but we can't regulate something that's already regulated by the state. The question of taxes and what's the applicant doing for the community, and how does this affect our utilities? That's not a zoning question. That is a question for an operating agreement with the township Board of Trustees, who I believe we've said need to, as part of a previous a preliminary approval, we said the township really needed to get into an operating agreement with the applicant. My understanding is the Township Board of Trustees is doing that. So questions along non-zoning questions are handled by the Township Board of Trustees, and it would have to go through them for an operating agreement. I also want to point out that we don't, as zoning commissioners, get to weigh in on a planned development because the applicant decided that they could do everything they wanted to do on this site by right. We had a PUD ordinance for businesses that we wrote specifically with the hope that we would protect our citizens and we'd protect our community by being able to make a development more appealing or safer or hide it in a different part of the, put it in a different part of the township using those rules. And they were a pretty, we've spent a lot of time on it. And maybe sometime we will get an industrial PUD come to us again, and at which point our PUD ordinance will come into play, and we'll have the ability to control at a greater level what a future applicant is doing with regards to where their substation goes, or how big their buildings may be, or where we want the open space. But they've done this one by right. They didn't pursue the PUD process. We don't get to regulate on that. I think that having studied, a lot of data, and I read it. I hope you know I really do read it. I even had my lunch out at a couple of switching yards in the township, and yeah, the switching yards themselves, they don't make much noise as far as I could tell. Maybe transformers do, but my understanding is that there are no transformers in this switching yard. So I am of the opinion that the applicant has met the requirement at this time for preliminary site plan approval, noting that preliminary is not final. There's got to be some sound study, there's got to be an operating agreement, but from the specific criteria of the substation itself in the corner of the property, the power lines and the towers, the fire marshals review every question we asked for postponement last time, I believe has been answered to the extent that the ordinance requires it to be answered. I would, at this time, have to agree that they've met the bar. So, you've heard from everybody? You've heard from Commissioner Paul?
Yeah, I would, respectfully, Commissioner, I would push back and just say section 1103, I've said it before, I'll continue to say it probably every time this comes up. It is our job, we have to look at providing orderly development for the township, which will place no undue burden upon developers, industry, commerce, or residents. I don't see how this does not, after weeks, multiple meetings, hours, probably coming on 3-4 hours of public comment now. Residents are telling us there is a huge burden to them, and I can't support it.
Okay. Yeah, and I very, very much respect that opinion, absolutely.
It's, and the developers know that. As the experts in this field of hyperscale data centers, they are fully aware of what they're doing. And they'll be held to it. And I agree with Commissioner Paul.
To me, they have, as Commissioner Jarrah said, they have met everything that's required of them. What I've seen on the site plan, they have gone farther than what we require in our ordinances for it. And on top of that, they have a right, because they own the property, to develop it. That's the same right you have as owning your property and wanting to make a change. As long as it fits in the ordinance, you can make that change by owning that property. What does it, just because it's a person that owns it and against the developer, there's no difference there.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but where we deviate is projects should not bring harm to anyone that they develop next to. And unfortunately, they are dropping themselves in the middle of a residential area and a community college, and they will bring harm to everyone that owns those homes.
Problem is, it's zoned manufacturing. That means that there could be any type of manufacturing that could increase the amount of truck traffic, that could also increase the amount of smoke of what's produced. There are all kinds of other options that are out there. And we can't stop everything.
So,
Zoning doesn't change that easy.
Excuse me, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. You were answering the commissioner's question about your opinion on it, and this is discussion among the
Yes.
commissioners. I believe you've had your opinion. Okay.
So do we have a motion concerning this item?
If I have to make a motion, I would make a motion to deny the approval for request for item number one.
What you're pushing for.
Case number 26004 DTE ITC substation preliminary site plan approval.
But
We have a motion and support to deny DTE ITC substation. Could we have a roll call vote on that, please?
Sherry Budd? No. Bernie Grant?
Yes.
Medina Atchison?
No.
Jackson Paul? Yes. Jar?
No.
Brian Cullen?
No. This motion fails. Do we have any other motions concerning this?
I don't think we can.
Mr. Chairman, in the effort of moving it along, since I don't hear a motion to postpone from the gentlemen who want to deny it, I'm going to move at this time to grant the applicant, DTE Electric Company, in collaboration with ITC, preliminary site plan approval to construct a high-voltage substation switching station at the site located at the agenda item.
Excuse me. Excuse
on-
me.
Based on,
Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Excuse me. Recess. I move that we have a recess for 10 minutes. We will clear the room if we have to. Do we have any action on that? To recess?
I'm happy to go on with the motion.
I don't know that we can hear the motion, Commissioner Jar. That's why I'm looking to a recess. We are in recess for 10 minutes.
Sorry.
This isn't
Mr. Chairman, just before the recess, having not heard, having seen a motion to deny not pass, and not hearing a motion to postpone, I have entertained a motion wherein I move to.
Would you
didn't-
support a motion to postpone if I were to make it?
Are you asking me or asking the chair? What are you asking? Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I can't, the gentleman is asking whether or not he wants to make a motion to postpone. He's asking whether or not it would be supported.
I wouldn't.
You know, Commissioner Paul, the thing about postponing it is I feel like we have to have a reason to do it, and I'm having a hard time finding it. And
There's still too many outstanding questions.
I do
Got
not-
it.
Attention.
Hmm?
Nothing.
Okay. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I have the floor. I'm told I have the floor. At this time, I'm going to move that we grant the applicant DTE Electric Company in collaboration with ITC, the preliminary site plan approval to construct a high-voltage substation switching station at the site located as described in the agenda item, based on the analysis and subject to the conditions that were detailed in an undated letter from staff regarding ITC DTE switching yard application, noise procedures, and submittal requirements. The McKenna letter dated April 13th, 2026. The Fishbeck engineering letter dated April 16th, 2026. The Van Buren Township Fire Report dated April 16th, 2026. Noting the additional information provided in the packet this evening and the additional condition that ITC will update its letter of intent to indicate that no eminent domain will be used in the project. Or eviction will be used in the project. That is the motion that I was trying to make, sir. I look for support.
We have a motion and support. Do we have any further discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Sherry Budd? Bernie Grant? No. Medina Atkinson?
Yes.
Jackson Paul? Jeff Jar?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes. Motion carries. You have the preliminary site plan for DTE and ITC. Thank you. As preliminary site plan. Okay, moving ahead. We are now to battery energy storage system special land use request. A request by applicant Staghorn Bess LLC to install a 200 megawatt, 100 megawatt hour BESS with supporting infrastructure on a 22.27 acre parcel proposed for development. The subject site is currently zoned M1 Light Industrial. The parcel is located north of Bemis Road, west of Brown and Rounds Drains, east of Rosenville Road, and south of Martz. Presentation by Township staff. Director Akers.
Thank you. I will refer the presentation to Lauren Sayer, who is our township planner.
All right. Thank you, Director Akers. So as Chair Cullen mentioned, this parcel is in the M1 Light Industrial District. Large off-site BESS facilities require special land use. And so in the review against the 9 standards for special land use, the only one is we would defer to the township fire marshal on fire protection measures and emergency vehicle access and circulation. that we believe that the standards have been met, and therefore the Planning Commission should recommend approval to the Township Board of Trustees, subject to final site plan approval and fire marshal approval as well. Again, happy to answer any questions relating to any of the information provided in the review.
Okay. Mr. Kamer, you're up. Okay. Then, where's my agenda? We're bouncing around on this. Okay, presentation from the applicant.
Went to go see.
I-
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
it's not the audience's turn to talk.
I
really.
understand.
I'm sorry. I
I've
didn't mean to
called
speak
him
out
up.
of turn
I'm
either. I'm sorry.
waiting for Director Akers to return. He made, it's up and running? Okay. Nope. Something got hit. Can we watch the language, please? Believe me. Believe me. Believe me. I can walk and talk with the best of them. And I withhold the language from myself. Please, can we hold it back? It's-
Maybe you should have thought of that before you started approving stuff that we don't agree with. The residents that live here and deal with
Excuse me, I live here as well.
You live on the lake. You
I
must be
do not live on the lake. Can we,
Call him, do it, the police.
can we, please, quiet, we're going forward, it's late. If you want to continue to disrupt, if you would like to continue to disrupt, I will have to ask to have you removed. I don't want to do that. You have every right to listen and hear what we have to say, but you need to give us the respect for the. Excuse me. Excuse me. This is not time for public comment. Can I, one more time, we're going to ask you to please be quiet. If you cannot, I'm going to have to ask that you be removed from the site. I don't want to do it. YouTube is up and running. Yes, it is.
Good evening. Okay. Thanks. Good evening. My name is Sam Casano. I am the lead developer for the Staghorn BEST project, and I manage the development of several of RWE's battery energy storage assets across the state of Michigan. I'm honored to be before you tonight to provide a brief presentation on our proposed 200 megawatt battery energy storage systems, which is enough power to power over 50,000 homes for a 4-hour duration. I am proud to be here representing RWE, a leader in developing, owning, and operating clean energy projects across the state of Michigan and throughout the United States. RWE was recently ranked third by the American Clean Power Association for deploying over 2 gigawatts of clean energy across the U.S. in 2025. It's been very exciting to work on projects that bring energy and grid stability to Michigan. I'm joined this evening by several experts on our team: Pedro Duarte, with RWE working on our project execution and battery safety team. Brian Gammon, civil engineer from Kimley Horn. Michael O'Brien, Van Buren Township's code consultant, here to answer any questions regarding the codes and fire safety measures in place by Van Buren Township. And then Caitlin Elias, supporting us on legal matters from Dickinson Wright. Before I begin, I want to thank Ron, Lauren, Brittany, and Vidya, who all played a major role in this review process. We believe this project is an exceptional example of a project fitting the community and also supporting the state's long-term energy goals. So with that, I'll move into the presentation. But before, I want to be abundantly clear on this point. We are in no way affiliated with the data center. The timing is sort of coincidental, but yeah, there's no contract, no anticipated or planned contract with the data center. So I just wanted to be very upfront about that. This project is an essential utility use and will provide clean energy to the local community. So with that, I will go into the uses of battery storage, or a project overview first. But our parcel is zoned M1. The parcel is located in the southwest corner of the township on Rossonville, adjacent to industrial and agricultural zoning. The generation area is a 200 megawatt 4-hour duration BESS. It's on 30 developed acres. We will have a project substation and a 120 kV gen tie line that will connect our project energy to the substation on Bemis Road. A little bit about RWE and our development process. We've got over 1.1 gigawatt capacity of BESS operational in the US. We've got over 1 gigawatt of clean energy in development in Michigan. That's wind, solar, battery storage. And we've got 10 projects currently under construction across the US and a 6 gigawatt battery capacity target by 2030. This project is projected to be a major revenue driver for the township. We had a third-party modeling company or an economic benefits company model the local government revenue through property taxes over the 20-year lifetime, anticipated lifetime of the project. We're expecting $37 million in cumulative revenue to come from this project. We're also projecting around 100 jobs during construction, with 2 full on-site employees during operations. A little bit about battery storage. It kind of seems like a complicated concept, but it's pretty simple. Batteries store electricity when demand is low and release energy when demand is high. This helps take pressure off the local grid, and it keeps power reliable for the local community. And so they also provide, that's one use, but they also provide backup support when the grid is stressed. So this would help directly reduce outages and surges and keep the power running smoothly to homes and businesses. And modern battery systems like lithium ion are becoming more reliable and affordable and helping communities use more clean and flexible resources. A little bit on the basics of a battery storage unit. A cell, this is like my level of engineering. A cell is the smallest box inside of a battery that contains everything needed to store energy for the containers. Those cells are then assembled inside of modules, and then those are stacked inside of racks. And then those racks are put into the 20-foot-ish box that you'll see that looks a bit like a shipping container, and that is what we call the battery energy system. A little bit of how does it work? So a battery storage facility is connected to the grid at an electric substation. In this case, it's the substation on Bemis Road. The batteries are charged by any source of energy that's injecting power to the grid at that time. And then when energy is needed, batteries discharge their stored energy back onto the grid to be used by homes, business, and industries. I think a long time ago, Ron gave an analogy about your guys' water tower. Sort of a similar use there, where you're holding water and then in times of demand, releasing water back to take pressure off of the local system. And why Michigan? So Michigan is experiencing a gap between its energy needs and available supplies. So part of this, and the key part, is several power plants around the state of Michigan, dirty power plants, are being shut down, which reduces the overall capacity of the grid. And due to limitations in the transmission network, it makes it really difficult to bring power in from neighboring states. So Additionally, there's also new manufacturing jobs, increasing demand, and yeah, just general production moving to Michigan, which this would directly support. And batteries are a cost-effective, fast way to implement a solution to ease these energy challenges, and it helps meet demands without having to expand and update our existing infrastructure. So a little bit into our project overview. The battery units we're proposing, they're around 9.5 feet tall, 8.5 feet wide, and 23.5 feet long. Our project will have a substation, and it'll be small. It's less than 1 acre, where the tallest equipment will be around 75 feet. This will typically contain your H-frame, lightning rod, breaker, and transformer. Our project will also have a gen-tie line, which will tie the project energy into the Dayton substation. This equipment is roughly expected to be 60 to 80 feet in height and will run in parallel to the existing overhead ITC line to mitigate any additional visual impact to the surrounding area. Our project will have 12 trees cleared on site, and we're planting over 500 trees here. Our noise from this project will be mitigated with a combination of a berm and a sound wall. Our project will also have a very small O&M facility to house on-site staff, and we will be avoiding impact to wetland areas entirely. The ordinance standards show 50 feet for best setbacks. To give you guys a bit of scale here for our project, the substation will be located 700 feet from Martz Road. From the Bemis Road, the most southern battery units will be located 800 feet. From the eastern property line, our battery units will be 350 feet, and from the western property line, Rawsonville Road, our batteries will be 330 feet. And then we had RSG, a noise consulting specialist, conduct a noise study, which confirmed that our project meets the ordinance standards of 55 dBAs at the property line. But then we went ahead and modeled the sound levels from our project projected at the 3 nearest residents. And what we found to the nearest residents to the northeast, a projected sound level of 44 dBA. The property immediately adjacent to our property line on Rawsonville Road, 55 dBA. And then to the southwest with the Augusta Woods community, on the edge of that community, we're projecting 45 dBA. And this noise modeling, to be clear, assumes that all units of our battery project are operating at full capacity, equivalent to peak summer operating conditions. These projects go through cycles throughout the day, and we don't anticipate these projects running 100% of the time. And further, we went through a long-term background sound level check, so an ambient noise study. And we measured at 3 different locations around the project area. And what we found was the average ambient nighttime noise levels are higher than the project while it's operating at peak capacity. So if you see on Rawsonville Road at nighttime, we found 61 dBAs. Immediately adjacent to the property, it's 55. And then down at the Augusta Woods community, it's projected to be 61 dBA at night, and we're anticipating 45 dBA from our project. To go a little bit into the site plan elements, we are proposing perimeter fencing with black or a black ornamental aesthetic with an anti-climb element. Our sound wall will use a stone facade as per recommendation of the township planners. And the small O&M building on site will also have a masonry element to it as per request the township planners. And you could see the trash enclosure conforming to ordinance standards as well. We had Kimley Horn model a few landscaping and view shed cutouts. I think this helps show the scale of the setbacks associated with our project. So you'll see here on Rawsonville Road, you'll see the immediate screening along the right-of-way, a stormwater pond, green belt buffer, berm, sound wall, and then the 9.5 feet tall battery units behind it. And then a very similar story from the southern property line. You'll see the layers of screening, screen belt buffer, berm, sound wall, battery units behind it. And then again, looking south from Martz Road, so this is quite a large setback from that right of way. where you could be looking back at our project substation. You'll see the layers of screening, a very large buffer, an existing wetland area that's on site with very, very mature existing screening or existing vegetation, and then an additional buffer, our project substation. And then the view from the eastern property line, again, multiple layers of screening, stormwater, pond, berm, sound wall, battery units placed behind it. And then we went ahead and modeled these renderings. And so we'll start on the existing conditions from Martz Road, looking southwest. These are the existing conditions. You'll see the existing ITC line running there in the background. And you can see the tall existing vegetation between this view and our project substation. So with the proposed conditions, our project substation is anticipated to be completely blocked from that with that existing vegetation. And then we'll also add the additional layers of screening around the substation area. But then you can see how we placed that Gentie line. We placed it in parallel to the existing ITC line to minimize that impact. And what we're proposing is significantly smaller than that existing line as well. This is from Rossonville Road. The parcel you're looking at this from would be zoned industrial. This is a good look at the project substation. These are the proposed conditions. You can see the layers of screening and the equipment behind it. The tallest equipment projected around 75 feet. And then further, this is the existing conditions on Rossonville where our second access drive would go. And these are the proposed conditions for that access drive to enter to the southern part of the battery storage project. And then lastly, this is the part of the parcel where we will split and will not own in the future, but this would be looking northeast from the Augusta Woods community. You can see the existing vegetation on this site is incredibly dense, and set back from this is around 1,100 feet to the nearest battery unit. So we do not anticipate visibility into the site from this area. Just some high-level health and safety FAQs, and we'll go into this a lot deeper as we've heard a lot of concerns tonight. Batteries do not emit electromagnetic radiation or EMFs, but any EMF levels from inverter components are tested for compliance and decrease rapidly with distance. So at the project fence line, they're expected to be comparable to everyday background levels. And then on fire, gases, and pollution concerns, during operations, battery energy storage systems are sealed and do not release emissions or pollutants to the air or water. Our systems are tested under UL 9540A. I think you guys are familiar with it at this point, which also identifies gases and types of behaviors. Studies done, such as one from NYSERDA, find that in the rare event, but the toxicity from these battery fires is broadly comparable to common plastic fires, sofas, mattresses, office furniture. And then on the concern of fire propagation, there was a case study done in 2022 with some more modern technology where a fire was limited to one of 256 enclosures and did not spread. And the firefighters followed a controlled burn approach, which we've talked about with the fire department, and were able to protect the surroundings. And I'm going to pass this over to Pedro, but I just want to say I've heard over and over your guys' concerns on fire safety, and specifically one incident, Moss Landing, was absolutely horrific. But the industry has come light years from a product and code perspective, and how the project was built at that time is just not comparable to what we're proposing. And there are many, many layers of protections integrated into these systems, and safety is our number one priority. So with that, I'll pass it to Pedro to dive deeper a bit more on RWE's philosophy and how we approach development of these projects and ensure a safe implementation. And the codes and safety measures that we're presenting were not in place at the time of these fires that you hear on the news and what a lot of folks are referencing and the safety issues associated with BESS. So with that, thank you, Pedro.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So my name is Pedro Duarte. I am an 11-year US Navy veteran. also a prior firefighter volunteer for my local town, and now I work with RWE specifically on fire safety and safety concerns within the BESS installations. And yeah, let me just start off with saying they are legitimate concerns. So the information here is meant to show some of these safety systems that are incorporated to address those specific concerns. So we start off with ensuring that all of our sites, they are monitored 24/7. So we have a remote operations center in our office in Austin, Texas, which is manned 24/7, and they have visibility to the site 24/7 as well. They're able to monitor performance, see what's going on within not only the individual containers, but the site as a whole. There's also a third-party 24/7 central monitoring station that monitors all of the fire safety-related devices, and they are the ones that are able to dispatch emergency services if there is a situation on site. So they dispatch or they notified RWE operations personnel as well as emergency services to ensure a timely response should there be an event or an incident on site. The system itself, I think we heard a little bit from a prior presentation, the BMS. So this one is not necessarily a building management system. This is a battery management system. So this system is able to monitor down to the smallest components of these enclosures, which is the cell level. So it's able to monitor things like voltage, current, communications, as well as temperature. And so if it reads out any abnormalities within the cell level, it's able to shut down and isolate that cell or that module or the enclosure as a whole. And then as an overarching site EMS or emergency management system, we're able to also shut down the system if needed. This is just a quick picture of what a proposed BESS looks like. So it's a containerized system. We start off with highlighting that, yes, we mentioned lithium ion, but lithium ion, there are different types of lithium ion. And the previous generation of lithium ion and some of the things that are out there from previous installations and some of the incidents that have occurred previously have been with a different type of subchemistry with NMC, which is nickel, manganese, cobalt. This units that we are proposing, they have a different subchemistry. They utilize a lithium iron phosphate or LFP. And this subchemistry is a lot safer, a lot more stable. You lose a little bit on the energy density, so you're not able to pack as much in a battery, but it is a safer option for our installations. So we prioritize safety over just having a little bit of a bigger system. There's also a thermal management system within these units, and they're able to provide the batteries with the optimal operating temperatures. So all of these batteries, the container is kept cool, but it also cools each individual battery. So it's not like what we have here, that we have an HVAC and we have certain diffusers around. We might have different levels of temperatures within the room. With these modules, like each individual module is able to be kept at that operating temperature. The installation, the enclosure also address explosion prevention. There are gas detectors within these units. There's also ventilation doors as well as intake fans and pressure relief panels that ensure that should there be an event, somebody brought up an incident in Arizona with Surprise Arizona, the older technology, different standards or non-existent standards, they did not have this system. So it did cause injuries to firefighters. There were some projectiles and some firefighters were seriously injured. So from that, the industry learned and now applies this mitigation features. Each individual container also has a local fire alarm control panel, which monitors all of the safety devices within that enclosure. So it pings all of the devices, is able to get real-time information on what's going on. And all of these containers with all of these individual fire alarm panels are aggregated into a site-wide or a main panel, which is what sends out the signals over to the emergency personnel or RWE operations. And these are located at a place where when we identified in conjunction with the emergency services, we ensure that the location of that particular fire panel, it is an accessible location that emergency services can respond to safely. So with that, we work together with the fire department. We had a few meetings already where we addressed some of the features of these containers. We engaged them early in the process because, again, we wanted to make sure that we are able to offer a product that is safe and that they are comfortable with having in their area should they need to have a visit to the site or should they address an incident. In those conversations, as well as conversations with the town's consultant, we address codes and standards such as the International Fire Code, the NFPA 72, which is the fire monitoring standard, and the NFPA 855, which addresses the installation of a BESS system. Within that NFPA 855, there is a certification, a UL certification, 9540, which addresses all of the container as a whole and all of the subcomponents. So all of the subcomponents must also be listed. So that UL 9540 is like the umbrella, but all of the equipment inside and associated with the installation are also listed. And I guess I'll mention it again, UL 9540A is the large-scale fire testing. So like before we propose a type of technology, we ensure that we have the documentation and we review the results from this testing, which, as Sam mentioned, they give you information about like the gases that are released during an event. But somebody else mentioned earlier about spacing. It also is able to show you what is the safe spacing between all of these containers to ensure that in the rare case that there may be a thermal runaway event, a fire, the spacing is there and the unit has been tested to ensure that it doesn't propagate, right? So all of the test results from the UL 9540A testing show that the units do not jump like a domino effect from one unit to another unit, that they basically stay controlled. It's a controlled burn, a localized burn within that enclosure. And in some cases, it doesn't even burn the entire enclosure. In one instance, there was a half of the enclosure that burned out. So these are tested. This is documentation that we review and that we ensure that we are very familiar with before we propose, such an installation. One of the things, again, so I was prior military. I was also volunteer for emergency services. So I do approach these installations with a safety first mentality. So it's while we develop the project, as well as while we are building the project, while we commission the project, and while we operate. So we look at all of these things and all of the concerns to make sure that we address them before we present this type of installation, hopefully to minimize that concern from everyone that would be in the area. We partner with the local fire department. One of the things that we will do through the process is we will develop an emergency response plan, and which details information on the system. It details information of the safety features within the system, as well as the risks associated with that. And with all of that information, we're able to put together a response plan which allows the fire department to be comfortable and knowledgeable of the system should they have to respond to an event. Here's a quick picture of some of the training and on-site walkthroughs that we do with emergency services personnel. We want to ensure that they know the site, that they are familiar with the site, that they are familiar with the system, with the safety systems, and with the strategy or approaches for our response. So when we do the sites, we open up the systems, we show them all of the devices and the components within the system. We looked at the site as a whole to, again, strategize muster points, response points, and tactics. And one of the things that I want to highlight is that in the event that something does happen in a container, the approach is as a defensive posture. You don't throw water into these containers. Throwing water into a burning container makes things worse. You have to deal with runoff. You have to deal with so many other things and unknowns. So they are designed, these containers are designed to burn within the container itself, to not propagate, and to eventually, when it runs out of energy, it burns itself out. So somebody again mentioned resources. RWE works together with the emergency services so that RWE operations can take on some of those things of monitoring and ensuring that the site is safe, so we don't tie the resources that may be needed for other calls. So that is all I have, and with that, I'll give it back to Mr. Sam. Thank you.
Pedro. So with that, in summary, for our project, you can see through the various images and the site plan, our setbacks are exceeded in many aspects of the site plan. Our noise requirements are met and in many ways exceeded. For our project, to be clear, there's little to no operational traffic, and there is very, very, very minimal use of public utilities. We'll have an O&M building with a couple sinks, but other than that, these battery units do not require water. And then the visual impact of our project will be significantly mitigated through the use of green belts, berms, and noise walls. So with that, I conclude the presentation. I appreciate your all's time. It's very late, and I'm happy to answer any questions directed to myself or the rest of the team. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Paul.
Yeah, this may be for staff. Were the residents of Augusta Woods mailed about this? Like to attend and speak for public comment?
We did send out our 300-foot notices, so the 300-foot notices from the property did include a notice to the office at Augusta Woods, and then we did send notices to 2 of the homes at Augusta Woods. I did personally go out to the office, hand over my business card, personally provide a copy of the legal notice, and ask them to share my information and have anybody reach out to me if they had questions.
Others?
Through the chair.
Yes.
One question that was asked was, is there ever any drainage that gets away, that would get into the fields?
No, these batteries don't leak. Like, I think a concern has been leakage. They're fully contained and tested for weather events, so there wouldn't be any reason to get into the water. We also have retention basins on site. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Through the chair? Yes. Are there future plans for solar or wind on site?
No.
Generation?
No.
What? Anybody else from the commission?
Chair, I do have some
Yes.
questions. I mean, comment-wise, I mean, as far as layout is concerned, I mean, honestly, they just do a good job of hiding everything. But from that perspective, I mean, I wouldn't have any issue with it. But I think, as everybody knows, the main issue of this project is is the battery enclosure itself, and the whole thing about can there be a fire? Would there ever be a fire? What is it called? Runaway. thermal runaway, and I know that you mentioned that it can't go from unit to unit, or at least that it claims it doesn't, but can it? No, I mean, the thing is, I know testing's testing, and I see, I mean, we put, I mean, I put, I mean,
Public comment
you know,
time.
I mean, I'm familiar with UL testing to the nth degree and all sorts of things, but things do happen, right? So, are these are steel enclosed battery units? And do they have doors on them as well?
They do, yes, but they are non-accessible, so meaning that nobody can enter those.
No, I mean, they're they're not like fully sealed to the point where people can't get into, I mean, maintenance-wise, can you get into them?
Yes, but you maintain on certain areas. So for instance, the picture that we showed, it's a modular installation. So 3 modules contain batteries, which you'll have the front doors and you'll see the batteries. But like other than that, you don't have access to it. The front is the electrical panel where you have all of the electrical systems.
Yeah.
So yes, there are doors you can access for maintenance, qualified personnel. But other than that, yeah, there's no access to them.
So if you had a fire, you're guaranteeing that they're not going to jump from one unit to the next?
So all of the testing shows that, as well as if, like Sam mentioned, a California incident where there was an installation of 256 units. One of them had a thermal runaway, had a fire, right?
Right.
It did not spread to the other containers. So that was a real life example.
Yeah, I was just online too. There was a case in Hillsboro, Oregon, in 2025 where there was a single cell failure and it did cascade into the other adjacent units. So that's why I asked that. Is there potential for that to happen? And I know that the weak points on those things have to be the doors where you can get into them. You know, is that fire fully contained within the unit where as it's burning, gas is expanding, that it doesn't blow doors open and allow everything to escape?
The panels in place in the ventilation system would protect against that. Like if we go back to the
These are air cooled.
yeah or liquid cooled.
Liquid cooled.
Yeah, that's correct.
So what's the liquid?
Just like an HVAC unit and a chiller. A mix. Yeah, of course. My apologies. So it's a 50-50 mix, glycol and water. And there are secondary containments within the enclosure that prevents any type of situation from going out of the container. And to answer your question about the doors, they are sealed, but they have this deflagration panels, which are basically the pressure relief panels, that should there be an event, those are the ones that go first, not the doors.
Okay.
So that's how it controls the burn, right, to a specific place. Plus, there's the ventilation
What's
in place.
controlled in a direction? So it's like maybe it's like any kind of fire relief panel or explosion relief panel. It has a directed explosion, right? If it got to that point,
Oh, burn, yes.
would probably blow. I don't know where the relief panel is at on the top. Probably the
On top.
right? It'd blow
On the
up
top.
which would allow the fire to burn through the top.
Yes,
right?
correct.
So what you're saying is the fire could burn, but it wouldn't, because it's going vertically, it might not go horizontally.
That's one reason, and also because of how these batteries are built and the
Right.
type of chemistry within those batteries. So they are, in instances of testing, for instance, one testing, they were not able to get these cells to propagate, so they had to basically heat them to put them in the thermal runaway. They went off. They actually had to put liquid propane in order for them to test because the cells were going off. The cells are enclosed, then they are put in a battery module, which is also enclosed.
Yeah.
And then obviously the enclosure as a whole. So there's a lot of layers there to prevent
So
such an event.
So the spacing of these modules are the recommended spacing based on the testing?
So yes, so recommended spacing on the modules, more so the spacing between containers.
Containers, I mean, yeah, containers.
So yeah, that's correct. So they have the testing, and based on how they observe the fire react, then they set those those distances.
So what would cause one to catch fire?
So temperature. So basically, temperature is the big one, right? And that is why they are cooled. They sit basically on a cool plate to ensure that all of the cells are maintained. And that's also when the BMS comes into play. If an individual cell is outside of its normal operating range, it shuts it off. And then it shuts off the whole battery. And again, based on the type of trouble, perhaps, it's also able to shut down the entire system.
Technology is what you're saying?
It's very advanced. It's state-of-the-art technology, yes.
So it's,
It is most definitely different from what we have seen, let's say, 3-5 years ago.
so how would you fight the fire? You just let it burn out?
That's correct. So basically, the fire department or the emergency service will set up a defensive perimeter, if you will. They will have hose line ready, but this would be to, one, to protect any potential structures close by, or to cool off perhaps adjacent units that through BMS and the EMS, we would be able to see if they are running a little bit hotter than normal, right? So then they would put water on those units, but never on the actual unit having an event.
Right, because my understanding is if you pour water on something like that that's burning, it could explode, right?
It would create more problems than any benefits.
yeah.
So electricity and water don't necessarily mix. Plus then you have all of the cleanup. And again, you don't gain anything because you have an enclosure. You have the battery, which is enclosed, and you have the cells, which are enclosed. So you're probably defeating the purpose because you're not getting water to where you may need to get the water.
Okay. So what would cause one to overheat?
Perhaps overuse. So
Outside temperature? If it
exactly.
hit a- if
No,
it hit
because
a-
they're cooled.
If, I was gonna say, if it hit 100 degrees during the middle of the day in the summer at peak
They will be
demand.
cooled. They will be cooled, and if they're not able to cool them and to maintain them,
Okay.
it will not operate.
So it would be failure of the unit itself, or, right? That's, basically, it would be a failure of the components, right?
For some reason, the battery modules are reading out a temperature outside of what is normal operation, the system will shut off. It will not operate. So it will isolate itself.
With the, the more questions, the more detail, the more that the residents understand, I think what they're looking for from you is, for the most part, a guarantee that they're not gonna have to worry about a catastrophic failure, fire.
That's correct.
Can you let them know that?
Absolutely. So I have never been part of any catastrophic event that we have to manage in such a way that you may see on YouTube. And all of the testing and some of the real life events that we have seen and studied show that if it's I forgot the number, but it's like 1 out of, I don't know, I should have just grabbed the number. So it is the likelihood of this things failing and going on, on a catastrophic thermal runaway event is so minimal. But if that does happen, there are systems in place to not have that spread to other containers, and most definitely outside of the project area. So to date, even with this incidents that have happened with older technology, with lack of standards and codes when they were installed, no battery fire got out of the project fence.
I have something. And to be very clear, like RWE, there's tiers of these batteries. There's stuff you can get the black market in China, and then there's tier 1 batteries. We only use the best and the batteries with the most cutting edge technology. We also operate them the same way. So when you talk about overuse or reasons why a battery might fail, it's if you're running these things into the ground, we're running these responsibly, and we're,
Replacement program?
What's that?
Replacement program? Like you say, you don't run them into the ground, so they must have a life, right?
I mean, there's degradation associated with
So
the batteries.
How do you monitor the degradation?
How do you what?
The degradation, how do you know if it's wearing out to leading to a potential problem?
Oh, no, degradation itself wouldn't cause battery to overheat. Degradation is like the use of your, like any type of battery on a remote sort of runs out.
Performance is not as, okay, so it's not
do
a
with
degradation that leads
safety.
to a fire, is what you're saying?
No, yeah, running it, if you were to just run a fan on, 100%, it's just different.
But how do you know when it's, well, I guess you'll know from output
The,
usage whether or
yeah,
not
the
it needs to be-
BMS system like monitors all of that.
And that's, from the standpoint of fire, it's kind of irrelevant to some degree, right?
Yeah.
No.
Through the chair, I would like to ask questions in your mitigation with weather, lightning, tornadoes, wind, things like that. What is the protection there that you have in place?
The exact code is slipping my mind, but I can let Pedro go into this more, but these are weather tested, and as part of like the fire testing or the inverter testing, weather testing is also part of that like level of requirement that these OEMs need to manufacture their products to. So that is fully accounted for when we're installing these.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
Is there an evacuation or shelter-in-place plan, in place for nearby residents if this were needed?
Well, what we would go into, and I think spoken earlier, is that we work with the fire department on an emergency service response plan. So evacuation protocols for the surrounding area is actually included in that. And so we do review, different types of events and different scenarios, and that would be captured in how the fire department would respond.
Okay. So is there any additional training or PPE required for the fire department? And if there is that something that you guys would be paying for?
Well, I was going to say we provide trainings to the fire department.
So all of them, Sumter and Augusta and Ipsy too?
Whoever
Com-
responds, if there is mutual aid, happening in the town, whoever has access and response to the site.
Okay.
We deal with that a lot.
Excuse me, the questions come from here, not from there right now. So, thank you. Any other comments, questions?
So our ordinance requires compatibility with adjacent properties. Have there been any property value impact studies, market studies, long-term?
There's no data to support that a battery storage project would impact property values. And then especially when you look at the one that we're proposing with the layers of screening, sound mitigation, there would be no data to support that. We honestly think it'll look good in the surrounding environment. When you look south of our project, you see that junkyard that spans 20 plus acres.
And then my last question, other than the direct payments based on megawatts, is there any public benefit here?
I mean, just the stability of the grid is like critical here.
Your questions are directed up here at this point. Please keep it focused up here. We're running after 11 o'clock. So therefore, please.
And
thank you. Direct it to us.
Yeah, to continue to answer Jackson's point is like battery infrastructure is critical, whether there's projects like a data center or not. Like batteries have been around for 10 plus years now, and they're critical to improving the existing infrastructure.
Please continue up here.
I think I would point to affordability and the cost effectiveness of these different types of solutions with our outdated infrastructure as it continues to age. As it continues to age, these solutions are necessary.
Director Akers, did you have a comment?
Just wanted to make a quick comment. So I know, in the review, they talked about the different NFPA and different IFC standards. So, when we started looking at these applications, one of the comments that came up was in working with our fire marshal, how we would handle some of the permitting processes with these, because we go through, these processes, but NFPA and the level of detail that they require are fairly substantial with decommissioning plans, commissioning plans. They have to verify that the manufacturers meet the UL guidelines and all that. So we are actually going to be having like a separate permitting process, kind of like a building permit for BESS units, where all of this is going to get vetted by our staff, and then we're going to likely utilize a third-party consultant for it as well. So,
Commissioners,
Got a question, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Jar.
And it may be more related to the site plan review than the special use, but the two are intimately entwined, so I'll ask it now with your permission. Is the exact, two questions, I have to break it into two, because it's late and I'm tired. Do you make these things, these best things, or do you buy them from somebody? I'm sorry,
No.
I didn't mean to address the guy directly.
We're buying them. And like I said earlier, only from tier 1 manufacturers. So your big names who have got a lot of experience and are building to the top of the market.
Mr. Chair, I'd also ask the applicant, the OEM manufacturers presumably provide installation requirements for these BESS units to ensure that their spacing is correct, that they're installed with the manufacturer's recommendations. Maybe that's so that their warranty works, but maybe that's also for fire protection and to ensure that the devices are correctly spaced. My question is, along with the exact models that you're proposing, are you including the installation requirements in the plans so that our consultants can check that your site plan matches the manufacturer's recommendation?
Yeah, we actually cited this project with the most conservative estimates we could possibly go with, because we wanted to permit a max extent in this case, like an absolute worst case scenario. And when we actually procure the batteries in the future, if there's any efficiencies that we can capture and this site plan does ultimately end up getting smaller, what we've presented to you today is a worst case scenario, and we fully expect the layout to shrink in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Sorry to keep going, but if there were a failure of one of the battery units, how quickly does that happen? From a burn standpoint, is it like it's gone, it's up and it's going, or do you get?
Well, Mike, take that.
I'm just wondering how much warning time there may be, but
Morning, good morning. Michael Bryan, I'm that consultant that works for you all here within the township. We've been doing work with your fire marshal and your building code officials for many, many years. Our work in stored energy goes really throughout North America. When we look at the large-scale fire testing, typically what was and has been described in all of our systems, we have this layered approach. So at the smallest level, that BMS is going to take care of that singular cell issue without much notification of a lot of visible smoke or gas. To get to the full enclosure, fire testing, it depends. You heard how hard some of these units are to ignite. Typically, a large-scale fire test is anywhere in duration of 4 hours to about 12 hours. And it's not the same velocity that we're used to in certain fire events when we think of batteries and those other chemistries. Some of these large-scale fire tests that we've had the ability to witness with some of the manufacturers are extremely, there's a fire, but it is not exciting. It is a low, slow process in many cases. And so it really goes back to those layers of safety that have to be built in the cell technology into the module. It just doesn't let this free-flowing propagation. And so when you hear this terminology through all the code development that has really happened in the last 3 to 6 years, where you're at today, where your fire marshal sits in looking at this, that has been the emphasis both from us who are helping develop the codes to make sure that it's mitigating that situation. So Most of the time, these very, very small events, it's 1 or 2 cells. It's a module replacement. There's a light alarm. It's a short response. The data tells them. And the big ones, we're seeing between 4 and 12 hours.
Do you ever have to change out the cooling liquid?
I'll leave that to the team.
You have to come.
So
Sir, I can't
microphone.
hear him if he's not talking.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
no, of course. So there is regular maintenance that happens through the OEM because they know their equipment, and so they maintain their equipment to ensure that it doesn't get to that point.
So there's potential spill containment when you're changing it out? What you're saying is you can.
I mean, anything is possible, I guess. But yeah, these are qualified technicians that deal with any situation that involves maintaining the units.
Does that use public sewer?
I'm sorry?
Does that use public sewer? Like when you're changing out the water or the cooling liquid?
Excuse me.
The answer is no, absolutely not.
Okay, so where does it go?
They would take it with them and they would recycle it.
Oh, sorry,
So
you're saying
the-
You're
when
switching
you're
out.
cha-
Sorry, you're switching out your
I
cooling
gotcha.
tanks
Okay,
or.
okay, now I understand. So yeah, no. So they will do what they have to do, right? And they would dispose of it and recycle it and do whatever they need to do as required. But yes, there wouldn't be anything on site just lingering there, or grab a hose and just throw it on the ground or anything like that. They will have to responsibly maintain and take care of the systems. Yes.
That is like 50% glycol, right? And that's the same as antifreeze?
It's yeah, just I guess yeah.
Any other comments, commissioners?
I will make, well, it's not a question. No, looking and trying to understand these best units myself, I do understand that the liquid-cooled containers are better than the air-cooled ones. So they're less likely to fail from a standpoint of fire because of that.
Yes, sir.
I do have a couple quick, probably yes or no questions. Those batteries do degrade over time, correct? And then you have to replace the module.
So not necessarily. So they are when you install them, you have a degradation table that you expect those batteries to degrade to a certain level. So they just at, let's say 20 years, they might operate maybe at 80% performance, not safety. So if for some reason there is a need to replace one, we have again the qualified personnel that does only that to be able to replace batteries.
Are those able to be recycled in any way?
Oh, well, we would have a decommissioning plan in place with the township, and there's a lot of work being done in this space on trying to recycle these units, and we've seen a ton of progress. So we expect in 20 years' times, hopefully they can have a second life. It's-
At a lifespan of 20 years on these.
yeah, for the utility scale use.
Then what? Then O&M facility, is that manned 24/7?
No, I don't believe so. Right. The O&M.
For this,
facility.
yeah, no, it's just they come in daily and they.
Yeah, they're working a normal job.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, then at this point, it's time for public comment. Again, we are 3 minutes, 1 rebuttal, and a minute and a half.
Very tired. Sarah Brabs, I just have a few questions. I still do not understand what happens with water with these in general. And so when it's half and half glycol, they do need to replace that water out. And I'm not sure if they're supposed to have that answer in a preliminary site plan, but this wastewater sewer treatment, that should be part of a plan in writing with this sort of thing, just to put it out there again. And the other thing with Bess, so you said you have nothing to do with Patagonia, excuse me. Okay. Right. So, are you connected? You're going to connect in and to support the grid though, right? Right down the street, right? And you know there's like a few hyperscalers. So you're not ITC.
They're on Rossville Road.
It's just weird because the Lyon Township Staghorn is just one letter different by the name of that. And anyways, you know, who knows? Are you from Texas? Did you say you're based out of?
We're based in Chicago. Most of the Phaedrus in Austin, but our two big offices.
Are in Austin. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I feel like I have more questions, but my biggest question is, I only saw one notice about this plan, and I could not figure out who they were, what this was. Is there a public? Do we get to see? Does the public get to see the submission of the plan? Because I don't even know how to ask questions about this kind of thing.
Site plan is on our, in the planning commission packet on the township
Oh,
website.
it was. When was it added? Because it wasn't there when I left.
I think it was added Saturday.
Oh.
Friday or Saturday, I think.
It's kind of hard to, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm sure you know my name by now. Here's what Google has to say about the battery energy storage system. It produces noise primarily through cooling systems and power conversion equipment, and noise levels are often reaching 70 to 92 dPa at 1 meter. These systems create a constant low-frequency hum or drone during charging or discharging. So my question to you is it going to always be charging or discharging?
We can show you the noise study in our project.
Ca-
We're gonna meet 55 dB.
Excuse me, if you guys are going to respond, could you please respond into the microphone? Because there's still people listening at home.
No, our projects have to meet the ordinance standards of 55 dBA, and then at the nearest residence, we're projecting like around. No. And then, so our projects cycle, so if you're asking about the hum, so what we are modeling is at full peak capacity, and they only run about a cycle a day, so you wouldn't expect that hum at the max capacity 24/7. It would be for those 4 hours of charging and 4 hours of discharging.
And when would those 4
Sam.
hours be? Would they be during our sleeping hours?
They can question here. We'll record the question and then provide an answer at a later time.
It's going to happen because there's a lot of older people on Bemis Road. We need to know when it's going to do all that humming so we know whether we're going to get any sleep or not. Secondly, my thing is almost all of our firefighters are volunteers. If they're off doing another job,
Our firefighters today are not mostly volunteers. Most of our firefighters
Sumter
are
is.
full-time.
Sumter
Yeah.
is not.
But we're Van Buren Township.
Yes, but you're right on the corner. Now, here's another thing. They're off doing something, they're off with somebody else. Are they going to stop? Because there's children on that, there's a school on that road. So who gets priority? If a fire breaks out, who gets priority? How are we going to evacuate our children? How are we going to be safe for our children?
You know what, ma'am, I think I can answer that because we have a full-time fire department. If at any time our fire station doesn't have an engine in service right then, we have agreements with we have an agreement with Ypsilanti, Romulus, Canton, all of these, so that if we're filled up, they will respond. And they're all dispatched. And just the same way, if they have that problem, we can assist them. We are very comfortable that we can handle the problems because of the extra help we have with the agreements we have with these other fire departments in the area.
Well, I know that there's been some houses that have burnt because we just didn't have the time, we didn't have the people respond in enough time. And these gentlemen said it burns between 4 and 6. It can burn 4 to 6 hours. Okay, we still have those children. Are you going to evacuate those children in time? And all
Time.
the older people.
I'm sorry. It's time.
Talking, I think I can have that answer. My home
You were asking a question, we were providing an answer.
on this. Those children depend on this.
And you know, for years I was on the school board at one time, so I do know that the school practices things with children, how to get them, if there's a fire drill or anything else, they all know where they go. The teachers know where to all direct them to be safe so that they can keep all the children. So I think the school would be doing more than their job to make sure that all those children got where they know they need to go because they practice fire drills pretty regularly in those elementary schools.
That's true, but they don't do it for the traffic that's there. So what happens when all the parents are lined
Where-
up both
ma'am,
ways?
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
No, because you don't want to answer what happens to the children. The traffic goes all ways. They're not going to
That's
get there
enough.
in time. We'll burn up.
Hello again. My name is Courtney, for those of you that don't remember. I just want to reiterate the fact that Sam here did write those ordinances with you guys. We didn't get any input. She didn't get any input. I didn't get any input. I'm the one that lives 2 miles from this site. I visit that gas station every day. I will be the one that has to deal with this. I want to also bring up again that you guys did inquire from Yucca for wastewater treatment. You would not disclose what your project was for to Yucca, and Yucca has not approved any wastewater treatment for them. So with that being said, hopefully you know where that is going to come from. I also want to highlight that you are, again, trusting their ordinances and their studies. And I heard you mention that there will be third-party studies on future BESS systems. I would appreciate it if you would apply it to this one as well, because I believe that that is not an equal standard and gives them benefits that they should not have. Again, they have the ordinance control because Sam here worked with Kirshner, who conveniently retired before this, to allow all of the noise studies and everything to just to look peachy keen to you guys, right? But the rest of us that have to live there and deal with this, and the fire departments in the other areas that will have to deal with this, because Van Buren is not fast. I live on March Road. I had a fire at my house that I had put out before any of the departments got there. Took them 15 minutes to get there. I had the fire out, I had the power switched off, and Van Buren, mind you, this fire was just for a light outside that the birds nested in, and it caught fire probably 2 weeks after we moved into the home, so we didn't know it was there. All of the departments, literally 4 different departments, came to my house for a training session. Van Buren was the last one there, just so you know. Waltzed in while everybody else nodded their heads that I had done the job for them. So when this catches fire and Van Buren's diddling around while Ypsi and Sumter and Augusta have to deal with it, I hope that you guys are reimbursing them and training them as well, because I think that's completely unfair that you are going to put this on other townships and other counties when this is your decision. We don't get to make that decision. You guys are tucking this in the corner on purpose, and that's not fair.
Hello, my name is Casey Gomia. I want to start by saying I think the respect issue we have in these meetings that I've been to, the few that I have, is a leadership issue. You, sir, Mr. Chair, need to check yourself. The way, hold on, I don't want my time to be taken away. The way that I watch you respond to your people up there who you're supposed to work with, like regardless of your agreements or disagreements, you're rolling your eyes when people are asking questions for the constituents when you're not doing that. That's a leadership issue. We're not going to respect you when you are not respecting us, or we're seeing you disrespect blatantly, openly, online every time I log in. It's disgusting, and it's really like hopeless, and no wonder people don't want to show up. I'm tired as heck. Okay, there's your language. I have custody of my 2 school-aged special needs children, which is why I'm never here. I'm not able to do this. They need me to wake up early tomorrow, so I'm going to make the rest of my questions quick. But I ask that you don't roll your eyes at me. Thanks. What are these batteries going to power? That wasn't very clear. Why do we need them? What are these batteries powering? Like specifically, is there an end user for this BESS project? There's a specific end user for the other one. Is there an end user here?
Don't,
I would like
don't,
to hear from the people that I'm asking who brought these stuff up here.
no. We're recording, we'll provide the answers at a later time.
So why, when other people were asking questions to them, if like they brought the person up to the microphone and that was okay? I'm just trying to understand. This is public comment during, is this a public hearing?
Public comment, not public question and answer.
Cool. Thank you so much for that clarification. I'm fucking 29 years old. You do not need to speak to me like a child.
Behave.
How do you test for a tornado? Warren Township had multiple tornadoes in the last few weeks or months. How do you weather test for a tornado? I'd like that in, like, written down somewhere. And where do the batteries go at the end of their battery life? Do they go to our dump? Where are these like end of life batteries going when they're done and drained, or you know, if they're recharging in 20 years, how do you guarantee you're going to have staff in 20 years for this specific project? And also, like, who the hell is Staghorn versus RWE? Why are there so many different? We were asking for an organizational chart earlier for something, and this is another version of that. Please give us clear information.
Hi, my name is Clara Ganon. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the best batteries. There have been evacuations for best fires that have lasted days to weeks at a time from a 2 to 5 mile site radius, and that this site borders 300 other townships with no consideration from the from or of the residents and emergency services in the area. Like Courtney said, I just wanted to say that again because I think it's important. And I would also like to read, I didn't have like a whole ton of time to research best batteries. Like, it's not my job to do this, but I'm going to read a little bit about what they are. So they're a secondary source of electricity. These electrochemical devices collect energy from a power grid, power plant, or renewable source, hold it, and then discharge that energy later to provide electricity on demand. When they first appeared in the market over a decade ago, they were primarily used for utility scale application. We are now seeing this technology expand to local commercial occupancies such as large box stores, hospitals, warehouses, data centers, and even residential buildings. It's increasingly important for companies to understand the fire risks involved. Most best units today are powered by lithium-ion batteries that carry certain risks. This includes thermal runaway, a phenomenon that causes rapid fire intensification due to a flammable electrolyte within the cells. It can quickly spread to adjoining battery modules and packs. In 2024, a large-scale California storage fire continued for nearly a week. The next year, another California fire caused a precautionary evacuation of 1,200 nearby residents. Safety standards developed by state and local governments, first responders, and industry associations aim to reduce these exposures. So they're incredibly dangerous, and we're going to put them right near residents. They can go up in flames. They do have chemicals in them. It's unclear like what happens to them when they are disposed of. And I feel so unheard. And I think, you know, some of the people on the planning commission who do like ask questions, but like some of you guys like are you capable of understanding that other people have different experiences that your own and that those are also valid? Listen to the people that you work for. Stop freaking putting these developers up in first place. We're so tired and we're trying so hard to like do the right thing and have you guys listen to the people that actually live here. And it's just like you don't care, some of you. And it really sucks. That's it.
Okay, my name's Norman DeBuck, and I'm going to say I appreciate the job you guys do. You're sitting in a tough spot, so I'm going to just get on with it. I'm going to ask my questions because I want to, use my time diligently. He said there's correct me if I'm wrong, but he said it was a 12-hour burnout time on one of these units. Is that a tested, proven time? Yes or no?
They,
Okay, answer
Norm,
it later.
Yep.
Okay, that was my one question. Okay, the smoke plume that one of these units that are putting out, this thing is gonna be drifting downwind, and we are right next door, downwind. We're running our agribusiness operation in the, in certain times of the year. And if this thing happens to burn up while this is going on, this is gonna be a very expensive venture for them to cover, okay? Now, are they gonna be required to have insurance bonds to insure our operation if they have an incident while we're in an operation and they cancel our operation when we are in production, okay? So I want to know if they're going to have, I want to make sure that they have an insurance policy that's going to cover us, okay? I was looking at the containers they have. Now, if that thing burns down, I mean, it's I don't know if it's a double wall container, but a container like that with the intense heat that these things put out, I think it's going to buckle like a tin can, and it's not going to contain anything. I did not see any type of protective concrete barriers around it like they have. The state has regulations for people who have fuel storage on their farms to have a containment around their tanks to contain the spillage if in the event there's a rupture in the tank. So I did not see any type of a containment around these structures that they showed that will contain any, if there's a fire, to contain any kind of discharge that will come out of that. And if they're in the event of a fire, it looks like you have to have a pretty good sized containment, concrete containment, and a big perimeter. I'm not comfortable looking at the plan here as far as how far apart these units are spaced. That's my major concern. And then after a failure, any water contamination, we are irrigating out of that, the water, groundwater there. If there's a spillage there from a fire, are they going to cover cost of cleanup for that and cleanup for containment for our own water? And the question, okay, Mr. Akers, you say they have the plan that's going to be in your office?
Yes.
I can come and view that plan and ask you questions about, further questions that I have beyond what we have right here. Okay, did I miss anything, Scott?
Is it going to
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I guess my time's up, so.
I got a couple questions. So the power batteries are starting off on their property on Rossville Road. How are they getting over to the DTE substation? Because that's where it's going, right? So my question is how is it getting there? Is it through Clark's property? Is it through our property? Because our property backs up to Clark's and we didn't give them permission. Or is it through eminent domain through ITC or whatever whatever the lines are up there? So I was just kind of curious. And then will it overload the substation at all? Or is that kind of like the First Energy plant that's over on Sumter Road down the road, where it just turns on during the day, like when the air conditioning goes on? Because I'm pro-business, so Dad and I aren't anti-business. So like, these are just questions and concerns that I have, and most importantly is, fall time is where we make 80% of our income for our business. If there was to be something that happened in October on a weekend, that would seriously be devastating to our business. It would crush us. Like, I can't even explain. There's not like insurance that we can buy for that. And with this being literally 300 or maybe 1,000, a couple thousand feet away from our business, it's really, really, really concerns me. But I'm not one of those guys that's like, hey, I don't want my neighbor doing this, because that's not how we are. I just want to make sure that I don't lose our business because of a fire that they had, that we allowed them to have. And that's my biggest concern. So.
Everybody kind of had great questions. I'm Ashley.
I think some of the questions, because you're not accepting YouTube questions and asking, so I'm going to ask for people for Augusta Township and locally. So one of the things is, Sherry, you mentioned about fire, and many of the firefighters have said they are understaffed. So yes, they have full time, but they're not at capacity of the numbers that they should be. I don't know, I don't work that department, but that has been a multi-level issue that they have been advocating on. So I think that would be something that needs to be addressed with the township, is there adequate coverage? The other thing is, with this, is this the RWE company that's from Germany and from different areas that have lawsuits because of environmental practices? I think that should be researched, because it looks kind of shady, whether you did it intentionally or not, but to file an LLC within a year of filing for application. It doesn't look good. It's Kimley Horn, Staghorn, I don't know, maybe it's not, right? But it doesn't look good to the public. And so I think there needs to be more transparency there. In regards to fires, when we talk about elementary school fires, yes, I'm FEMA certified and, an incident command, you wouldn't have kids run outside for a fire, period, right? If there's like an industrial fire, you have them stay inside to protect them from the air. And so like those plans need to be submitted to Keystone and to the Sumter department, so that they can make sure that they have everything in place because of the adjacentness of multiple communities. Like all of this needs to be in plan. So I don't know if you guys approving this is really acceptable, because you're not making plans for other communities without their input. I think the other thing that is not really getting addressed with this is, what is this energy for? Why is it storing it? And I think there needs to be more detail into that. Is it just collecting for DTE? Why now? Is it, with the harmonics and with the lines? Like, why? It just seems kind of weird to pop up and then help write an ordinance so you could store energy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm from Oakland County. To follow up on your point, I want to understand why you guys are even considering this. Are you considering it based off of the current power load that you guys have? Does it suck that bad that you would need to put some type of fire hazard risk like this in a residential neighborhood? Or are you considering this because there's going to be a data center put in that's going to be really demanding that load, and there's going to be a reason why you would need to have a backup power source available? I think that it's probably because you guys are already assuming that there's going to be a data center. I think it's way too coincidental. You act like it's not connected to a data center, but it pops in around the same time on the same agenda. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that you guys would have any type of reason to even have any type of, why are we even considering having a backup power source? Is the power here as it stands right now so bad, such failures, that you would need to consider putting in a fire hazard like this in your community? You don't have the data center right now, so you can't make decisions based on having a data center in the future. I don't see any reason why this would have to be here. That seems like a pretty straightforward planning commission decision that could be made. It's not justified based off of whatever. So, thank you.
Okay, I have a question for the audience. Has anyone in the audience ever come up during public comment and asked a question that was then answered later? How does that system work? Does anyone know? Email? Did you tell her that you would read her email, that you would read her questions out loud?
The email came through you, right? Was
She lives in Augusta Woods, y'all. She needs those answers.
Ron,
Yes.
I have the letter, and she does have questions in here. Brittany forwarded it to us.
Oh, okay.
And there is some questions at the bottom.
Approved to put a data center in her backyard without answering her questions. Is that what I'm hearing?
That would never be the
We
purpose
just received
or
the,
the art.
we just received it yesterday.
Told that you were gonna answer them though, right?
I don't know who told her that.
She got a response from Ron. That's what she said.
What was your name, ma'am?
Lana?
For those listening on YouTube, what was your name again? Lana Herman sent emails to the board. She is a resident of Augusta Woods that sent questions to the board. They responded that they would answer her questions during this meeting today. They did not answer those questions and went ahead to approve the preliminary plan.
We have not approved a preliminary plan for this yet.
Right, but you did for the other one, and she had those questions for the DTE.
Questions were for this system right here.
Okay. Well, then let's answer her questions before
We
you
will.
go to a vote. So what I'm getting is there's not really a good system for people to ask questions and for you guys to answer. So you guys are gonna have to get better at that. If you're gonna like just not answer our questions, that's insane. You're putting all of the risk on the people. All of the profit goes to the corporations. Maybe you guys got some pennies to line your pockets. I don't fucking know. But you're putting all the risk on the people. And it is your duty to not put burden on them. However Grant said it, I think it was either Grant.
Time.
You guys said it yourselves.
Time.
The reason I ran out of time
Time.
is because you didn't answer the public's question.
No, you did not make comments to us.
How do we get our questions answered?
Marla, I got a question for you. If you're storing all this energy,
Minute
and
and
it's
a
all
half.
the utilities is supposed to help out, is it gonna help my energy bill? Because Edison has raised it 3 times. The Edison that I pay is double what I paid for my house payment. So am I gonna get a break? Is it gonna show up on my bill that there's a break for this? You're putting it in my backyard, am I gonna get a break?
It's not their job to answer to that point. You may question here through us.
Is there
and those
anybody that
via.
can answer that? Because they're all sitting there smiling.
We c-
Am I gonna get a break from my energy? Because I pay,
That may be a question we have to look into, ma'am. It's not
when will you look into
something
it?
we may
Because
have immediate answer to.
you have,
Be a
when will
possibility
will I be
that
able to come to your office and find out if I'm going to get a break on my energy bill? Because like I said, I pay more for energy than I do when I paid my house payment. And like I said, we're retired. That has to count.
I understand your frustration. We don't have any authority over DTE setting rates or
But you
doing any
have
of that.
authority over putting them in. You have authority over them getting all them breaks. Where's ours? You're putting it in our backyard. Why isn't this being addressed? It's okay. Okay, if you're going to put it in our backyard, at least make it profitable for the people. That's all we're asking. Make it happen. Something happen for us.
Time.
There's nothing.
time. Any further comments? Any further comments? Commission, what is your desire? This is a special land use request. At this point, it is not site plan.
Through the chair, is this something that we can request additional information for before we make a ruling? I mean, there's some things here, like the fire marshal's not here. The most critical issue is the fire. right? That's what everybody's talking about. So he's not here, even though there may be a lot, to get a better understanding that he knows how to deal with these fires. And if he's not available, does he have direct contact with local, our neighbors? Just to get some confidence, going for the residents to know that he's there and he's for them. Because what I'm hearing also is you don't necessarily fight the fire, but you need to make sure everybody around knows. That's probably their biggest job is going to be moving people. So I think it would be good for him to be here to provide that information. I'd also like to see some product specification information. Perhaps the very specific containers that you are buying and what's inside them. I like reading that sort of thing. So that would be helpful if we had that as well. So that it's, you described a pretty high level of container. So if that's what we're getting, we'd like to know that. And also, I think it would be helpful if we could get some of these questions answered that you were mentioning.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
for everybody to hear that before we make any type of ruling. So if this is something we can move to another meeting to finish up.
Is that protocol as far as we're concerned here?
Yeah, so the planning commission has the authority to recommend approval to the township board. They have the authority to recommend denial to the township board, or they have the authority to postpone. They can
Due
also,
to the fact that we don't have enough information.
and you could also, to try to attempt to answer some of the questions tonight, you could also invite the applicant back up to try to address and provide answers to some of the questions that the public had made. I know some of them I could probably provide an answer to as well.
But I think Commissioner Grant has a point. Been a great night to have Chief Lonigan here, Deputy Chief Lonigan
Certainly
here.
understand that, yeah.
And I think we do have some questions for him. Don't we?
You have not formally closed public comment, so I would just like to say really quick to Grant's question that I did look into the best evacuation situations. Any best fire that has happened, evacuation radius is between 2 to 5 miles. I'm included in that 2 to 5 miles. So just consider that when you learn about these fires and the evacuation radius. That school included, I'm included, Augusta Woods is included,
Do that by motion
DeBucks, Fox
in the
Auto,
future.
everybody on Bemis, Martz, Rawsonville, and upwind. Again, the Huron River, the Brown and Rounds
Because
drain, that is, the fire being contained does not matter. The heat, all of that does not matter because the air quality and what it will do upwind to DeBucks Farm, to the properties on that side, to the river, are not worth what they are trying to tell you. It is all for the data centers that you were approving because our grid was not strained until these projects started coming in.
Just a little suggestion on your asking the fire marshal, why not expand that and let's get some broader spectrum and let's go to the state of Michigan and find out what I'm sure they have a fire commissioner there.
They do.
And he'd have a much broader range of knowledge as far as these fires go, especially, when these batteries and these cars blow up, they leave them sitting, they let them burn out, and they burn for a long time. So I'd enlist the state of Michigan and go to their fire marshal. Thank you.
Can we invite him? Can we invite him to a meeting?
Who, the state fire marshal? You could invite them.
Close.
You could invite them.
Do we have a motion to close the public?
I have just one question. One question. Take all the time you need. It will be quick. So many objections to this. Why was this site chosen for this project? Because, you request a special zoning now for it, but it's light industrial, like the car dumpster doesn't bother us. It's not going to explode. It's not going to kill us. It's mostly farms and mostly residential. Why bring something that potentially is dangerous to people who live here? You don't have to answer. I understand this is not question and answer. There was something else I wanted to say. Age. Can't remember anything. I have a few seconds. Maybe it will come to me. It's not coming. Oh, well. sorry about that. Okay. Important question I forgot to ask, but that's okay.
Then do I have a motion to close the public hearing, public comment? Do I have a motion to close the public comment?
I support the motion.
We have a motion and support to close the public comment. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. Motion carries. It is closed. Commissioners, what is your desire? So do we have any action? Commissioners, do we have any action?
Make a motion to postpone.
Go for it.
Do I need to read through the entire thing for that?
Would you make that both? You might as well do it for both items.
Okay, that would, let me find it. For case 25-040 battery energy storage system, the BEST system, I'd like to postpone the special land use request that's being laid before us to make a recommendation to the Board of Trustees. And I'd also like to include as well, moving the case 25-040 preliminary site plan for the approval for the same.
Support. I'll support that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Grant, supported by Commissioner Budd, to postpone the action concerning special land use as well as preliminary site plan to a future meeting to get questions presented, asked. Yes.
Right, just to clarify, so the postponement is to address questions that were asked by the public this evening, and then also to have the fire marshal attend and report on township, how the township fire department would handle it.
Yes.
You get a product
State.
specification.
The state fire.
So do we have a discussion about the motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd also
Yes.
propose that the action be postponed until such time as engineering is able to make a more informed or detailed comment on the drainage situation on the land. What happens when, where exactly does the wastewater go? I know that's normally something that we wouldn't do until a more formal site plan review. It's usually not something we do in preliminary, but I think we'd like to know, just an overview of how their wastewater is being handled. Sorry.
Yes.
Through the chair. I don't, our letter clearly states that conversations are being had with Sumter Township. So I know there was comments about Yucca. Yucca does not provide private, they don't provide private service. Yucca provides service to other communities, and maybe Director Akers, I know.
Yeah.
Chairman, if the engineer is telling me that he's prepared to talk about it during the next phase, that's the only thing I wanted to know. I just want to make sure it was in the letter, was ready to be discussed at the next opportunity. That's it. I didn't want to put a condition on the motion, then reserved.
Okay. Are we good? Is there any further discussion about the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Jackson Paul? Hutchinson? Bernie Grant? Sherry Budd?
Yes.
Jeff Jar?
Yes.
Brian Cullen?
Yes. So we will postpone that until we can get some further answers and we can get our fire marshal here as well. Okay? Okay, that brings up item number 5 this evening. And Commissioners, at this time, I want to make note that we are taking item number 6 and moving it onward to a later meeting. right here. They're the ones who want
Right.
it to be.
Right.
Item number 6, we're taking off the agenda and moving to a later meeting.
Maybe you said item 6. Never mind.
Okay. Item number 5, case 26001, Planet Oil, amended site plan approval. A request by applicant Bill Chamini, on behalf of owner Zachary Rowley, 10645 Belleville Road, LLC, to amend the approved site plan. The subject site is currently zoned C1, general business. The parcel is located at 10645 Belleville Road. Presentation from staff. Director Akers.
I will turn the presentation over to our township planner, Lauren Sayer.
Thank you, Director Akers. So I wanted to note some things about this review as it looks a bit different than the other reviews that we typically provide you in that it's the staff review. And so I'm sure as everyone's aware, typically we provide a staff review, the applicant addresses comments, and when the comments are minimal enough to present before Planning Commission, that is when it's usually presented before you with a recommendation. And so the applicant did provide updated site plans from when this review was written. It was within, over the past week, so there was not enough time to re-review, so it was not consistent with our typical process and deadlines. So again, that's why there's no recommendation. And additionally, the site plan that was included in your packet is not the site plan that was referenced in this letter. So we are not prepared to speak to the updated site plan, as again, we have not had time to review it. We can only speak to the version that we saw previously for that staff review. And essentially I won't walk through all of the items, but there were several outstanding items. The big concern comes from two parts, really. It's the landscaping, which the applicant removed without township approval, and then the desire to update the facade. So this site is located in the Belleville Road Overlay District. As I'm sure most of you are familiar, the Belleville Road Overlay District, or the BROD, has more stringent architectural standards that we feel the current facade design does not meet. So those are sort of the major issues there. Since it's an existing site, the location, the setbacks, those would be non-conforming, but the things that they would want to change, they would need to be brought up into compliance. So again, given that we haven't had time to re-review, we can't even really make a recommendation on this. So we would, I guess, recommend postpone if we had to provide a recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Presentation from the applicant.
I don't know if to say good morning, good night, good day. Well, my name is Hassan. I'm project manager at MHA Designers, representing the owner of Planet Oil Change, Mr. Bill Shami. This is Mustafa, the licensed engineer in our firm. Planet Oil Change is a Southeast Michigan-based company with over 22 locations. We specialize in quick lubes and car wash combinations, and some sites are standalone quick lubes and other. This location was acquired less than a year ago. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the location. It's a white building, yellow awning, stained brick. I can't comment on to why or how the landscaping was removed without permission. We came in after the fact, but part of our site plan includes a landscape plan drawn by a professional landscape engineer up to the codes and standards of the township. As mentioned, the site work that is planning on to be done is 2-inch asphalt on the parking lot, restriping the parking lines, denoting the crosswalk for the pedestrians when they are walking in the parking lot. Dumpster enclosure, now if you drive by, it's a broken piece of wood. We submitted on our site plan details how the dumpster enclosure will look up to standards. The material that we are using and proposing to use on the exterior is aluminum composite material. It's gunmetal gray sheet metal along with Caribbean Ocean blue. That's the literal name of the blue we have. So, some municipalities say we like earth tone colors. I say it doesn't get more earth tone than the Caribbean Ocean. So, to answer any of your questions, I know we were dealing with Miss Brittany. She was very gracious enough to get us on the calendar, even though they did not have time to respond to our responses, but we did send the updated site plan. Some of the things that I can denote were the piano keys that have to be marked on the site plan. No mechanical units exposed on the roof. Any additional exterior lighting for a photometric plan. We don't plan on having any additional exterior lighting. What else? Dumpster enclosure, they wanted balards in front of the gate to protect it so it doesn't break. And again, the main issues was the exterior the exterior facade of the ACM material and the landscaping plan. So we're here to answer any questions and see how we can get this project moving along. And no generators or battery plants going to be put here. But it is an oil change.
Commissioners.
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
That's
Sorry.
fine, it's late,
Sorry,
it's
Chairman.
understandable.
I have a question for the applicant. Are you aware of the B-ROD requirements for the area that your business is located in?
We were provided with those materials, yes, from Brittany.
Okay, and do you have any objection to those materials, or do you plan on using aluminum siding?
Would prefer to use the ACM across 22 of our locations. They're almost nearly identical. The closest location to Van Buren Township that we have is the Golf Quick Lube in Belleville. If you drive by, it's also, split face block building, also too with aluminum composite along the corners and the top end. And I don't want you guys to take this in any offensive way, but walking into this facility, I seen, sheet metal on your awnings. So we're not really asking for, anything extraordinary.
With the requirements on, not that, I understand what you're asking for, it's just that the requirements that we have to adhere by. So I wanted to get that kind of out there in the open right away, that we can't say, okay, we're gonna allow you to do aluminum siding and everybody else on Belleville Road within the B-ROD has to have a brick or a stone facade. So I wanted to kind of get ahead of ourselves as quickly as possible, that you know exactly what the requirements are.
To learn what the requirements were after we submitted the plans.
That should be happening administratively before you come here. We have our staff and our consultant, McKenna, will present you with all of the requirements. So we started, into your agenda, and I was gonna ask Lauren Sayer, how did this company get onto the agenda? Because, I don't know if you wanted to be on the agenda or if what happened, but right away, looking at this, I can't approve anything that is not within the B-ROD requirements.
So my understanding is that the applicant wanted to come before Planning Commission, so that is why they were on. And
So did you just want to tell us then about what you'd like to do then, or about your company?
Or hopefully asking for a variance on the material.
The variance area, you would have to go to the the BZA. So that won't happen here.
I'm just as confused as you are. Why are we here?
And Lauren, somebody help me out. It's
Miss
12:22.
Yeah, Brittany is the one who told us to come here. We paid the fee. We printed out 7 copies. I don't.
And just to explain, so we have zoning ordinance standards. The zoning ordinance standards have specific architectural material that you have to abide by. You know, our understanding is that that had been communicated. You guys still wanted to come back for the planning commission to try to ask for an exemption or to look forward to it. The planning commission can recommend to the BZA if they feel that you know, a variance is warranted, but it's as far as architectural style, there's really very little justification for granting a variance for architectural style based on the standards that we have to meet that's established in state law. So, I mean, ultimately, it's up to the planning commission. The planning commission can make that recommendation if they choose so. But I know that we've been pretty consistent on our BROD standards and on some of the masonry and architectural standards that we have for that district. So, I mean, the planning commission really has two options, because I know that's kind of a sticking point. The planning commission can either, you know, ask the applicant to go back and update their application to comply with our architectural standards. I guess the planning commission has three options. The planning commission can look at it, and if they want to recommend it to the BZA, you can. You have that authority, or the planning commission can deny the application because it doesn't meet the standards in architectural, in the BROD district, the architectural standards of the BROD district, excuse me. So that's the planning commission, what you can do.
Then what we're looking at is for them to, they're asking us to make a change to something that is in our ordinances, hardcore, the BROD, which a lot of people spent a lot of time putting together to try to create some sort of uniform look down Belleville Road, which is considered our main street. So therefore, it would be very difficult for me, and I don't know how the other commissioners feel, to say, yeah, go ahead, put up aluminum siding in blue. I can't do that. That's not in me. So.
Hey, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just to help the applicant understand the process, you've submitted, you got a review, a staff review, and was submitted back to you with some changes, which it looks like you started making. You know, yeah, okay, look at the plans, we'll change it. I think when I was looking at it, it looked to me, since I did review the plans, that the real problem is that you're not compliant with the Belleville Road Overlay District primary colors and building materials. If you were to, I guess maybe not even resubmit, but if you were to consider those Belleville Road Overlay requirements and then see if you could become compliant with them, then you would be able to bring back a plan to us that we could hopefully approve. If you don't feel that the Belleville Road overlay requirements should apply to you at all, and you have, you know, real good reasons why you don't think it should, you're also welcome to take it to the Zoning Board of Appeals to seek a variance for that specific set of requirements. Normally what you do is you get your plan laid out, you get everybody on the planning commission say, that looks good, except for that maybe one little thing, and then you have to take that one little thing off for a variance. If you can't find a way to make it fit within the ordinances, because we can't change it, we don't have the power to do it.
Yeah, so I thought we were at that point because we did kind of address everything but the exterior material.
Wrong meeting.
You were not at that stage.
We did address most of the items in the plan reviews comments except the exterior material. Right now, excuse my language, it's an ugly building. I mean, it's a split place block. It's got yellow awning, it's ripped, you know what I'm saying? Like, what would you rather us do? It just repaint it white? Because right now it's
Beige.
just white. Beige, you know, and our look, like, what do we do? Right now, it's non-compliant. We're not changing the building size, setback. As you said, it's existing, non-conforming. We get that part. You know, we want to spruce it up, clean it up, inside a slight modification to the floor plan.
As long as you follow, you can do it, bring something to us that follows the BROD overlay district. That.
Can you give us a suggestion? I mean.
So what we can do is, if you guys, you know, I mean, they can't, the planning commission can't approve what you proposed tonight. So what you can do is if you want to schedule a meeting with me, either tomorrow or early next week, we can sit there and go through what your options are and maybe come up with some different ideas for how you could comply with our codes. But it's not, the planning commission usually doesn't deliberate at the table for that.
It's Friday. Oh, it's just tomorrow. When is tomorrow? Oh, correct. Yeah, sorry, I'm confused on the time. I guess you will be in your office tomorrow.
Hey.
I mean, yeah, I will take you up.
Chair? Oh, go ahead. I
I
just
say I'd
want-
take them up on that offer to meet, to better clarify the process. And I've been here for about 6.5 hours now. So I mean, I was under the impression that we were gonna, I know Miss Brittany told us that they're not gonna have enough time, update the comment list, but if we can, get that comment list updated before we at least meet with you so that we know which items were already addressed, so that our meeting can be effective and you can let us know based on the remaining outstanding items on the plan review, what's the best and most efficient step forward. And, we do looking to make something work.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
I would like to say that I'm very glad to see that you've taken over the shop and you're working on making improvements. I'm very happy to have you in Van Buren Township and working on it. I hope we can have you in front of us again and have a different outcome for you.
Yes.
They did a great
So-
job. I had my oil changed by them.
22 locations by doing things right. If you look up planetoilchange.com, you could see that, if you go on Google, look at before and after pictures, a street view of locations, the ownership take, they literally pride themselves on being A1, as far as quality presentation. So, again, I want to apologize for the landscaping being taken out, but that wasn't something that we can control, but we will remedy that with a compliant landscape plan.
We need you here in Van Buren Township where, you probably already know, we're underserved in routine maintenance.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you
So
for
it's our
taking it
pleasure.
over. We need you.
Absolutely.
So what is our action? Do we need to take an action? Since it's on the agenda, so we do have to take an action, therefore we are moving to need a motion to postpone. That-
No one's jumping up. I'm happy to, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd move to postpone the applicant Bill Chammy on behalf of owner Zachary Rowley, 10645 Belleville Road LLC, the amended site plan approval for the Planet Oil Facility at the site located at 10645 Belleville Road, located in the C1 General Business District and Belleville Road Overlay District, until such time as staff has been able to review an updated site plan. Fair?
Yeah, it sounds.
We have a motion and support to postpone the action on Planet Oil. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Then could we have a roll call vote, please?
Sherry Budd. Bernie Grant. Medina Atchison. Jackson Paul. Jeff Jar. Brian Cullen.
Yes. Okay, so we're postponing. Please get together, work with them.
Just a quick fun fact about Rosenville Road. Back in '95, my father built the one on Rosenville Road in Willis, the gas
Oh.
station. And we also sold the farm to Vistion when they moved in on Ecorse and Hannah. So, been around.
Been around, yes. Okay, moving ahead. We have taken off the hotel height ordinance amendment memo. So we are now to general discussion and updates.
The only thing I have, and I'll be quick, is that we have an open house tomorrow night for proposed residential development at around or adjacent to the Waverly property over off Denton and Beckley Road. So that's going to start at 6 p.m. tonight. I believe it's in this room, and we'll see what they want to propose.
Anything else, commissioners? Other than the fact that it's been a long, long meeting. And Mr. Kammer, I apologize. You didn't get a chance to really speak this evening. I hope you were entertained through the process. as we move forward, I would enjoy at the hour of 12:33 to hear that closing motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Support.
We have a motion and support to adjourn. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.